Chapter 41:27. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual void divine art was too powerful. The terrifying spiritual void storm lasted for about an hour. During this time, no one could get close to the center of the explosion. Even the 5 high-level Beast Kings and the Thunderfire Beast King couldn't do anything. Boom! The Thunderfire Beast King couldn't remember how many times it had been blown away by the spiritual void storm. However, it didn't stop. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at the center of the storm. It wanted to save Fang Chun regardless of its own safety. It knew how strong the terrifying existence at the end of the abyss was. It could probably turn it into ashes with just a thought. Therefore, it wanted to save Fang Chun at all costs. What should we do? The Wood Forest Beast King was also very anxious. Even the Thunderfire Beast King couldn't do anything. The 5 high-level Beast Kings were even more helpless. Could they only watch their master die? Moreover, as time passed, the energy of the explosion had already spread throughout the Wandering Dragon World. If the Realm Lord died, the Wandering Dragon World would be destroyed. Kill him. After the Realm Lord used the spiritual void divine art, he was already showing signs of madness. He crazily increased his strength and attacked the explosion. However, at this moment, at the center of the explosion, Fang Chun held the sky-splitting axe. The second layer of heart force formed a barrier to protect his body. The sky-splitting axe blocked 90% of the power of the spiritual void divine art. The remaining 10% was absorbed by his heart force. In simple terms, this was the spiritual void divine art that the Realm Lord was so proud of. However, it didn't cause any substantial damage to Fang Chun. It only caused some superficial wounds. Hiss. After another hour, the sky-splitting axe finally absorbed all the energy of the explosion. In the next moment, the heaven path energy of the Wandering Dragon World turned into a light pillar and rushed down. It smashed onto Fang Chun's body and then spread out at a terrifying speed, covering the entire Wandering Dragon World. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Wandering Dragon World jumped up excitedly from their sadness and despair. The Thunderous Fire Beast King and the 5 high-level Beast Kings also smiled ecstatically. Ha ha! I knew that Master wouldn't die so easily. Master is still alive. Under everyone's expectant gazes, a figure standing on the ground appeared before their eyes. He held the sky-splitting axe in his hand and was like a god of war, shocking everyone. How is this possible? The moment he saw Fang Chun, the empty spirit Realm Lord went completely mad. He had paid such a painful price, and yet he wasn't able to injure him. How is this possible? Damn it. At this moment, the empty spirit Realm Lord couldn't care less and used the empty spirit divine technique again. Wong, the spiritual void divine technique, was very sinister. Every time it was used, it would devour a portion of the free and natural physique's characteristics. After using it twice in a row, the free and natural physique characteristics had already dropped to the extreme. But this time, the explosive storm formed by the spiritual void divine art still didn't hurt Fang Chun. Instead, the sky-splitting axe absorbed a huge amount of energy. Even the seal inside the axe seemed to be loosening. No, absolutely impossible. The empty spirit Realm Lord went completely mad. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the enemy in front of him. As for the consequences, he did not even think about it. Boom, boom, boom. After using the spiritual void divine art consecutively, the free and natural physique had suffered an unprecedented blow. It was already unable to support the empty spirit Realm Lord's explosive power, and the power of the spiritual void divine art he used was also decreasing. No one noticed that the empty spirit Realm Lord's eyes were slightly empty. It was as if he was affected by the spiritual void divine art and had lost his mind. It's time to end this. Even the strongest spiritual void divine art couldn't do anything to him. The empty spirit Realm Lord was already a lamp without oil. The plan this time could be considered a complete failure. Not only would he lose his life, he would also lose the empty spirit realm. Kill! Fang Chun began his counterattack. The sky-splitting axe that was accumulating energy fiercely chopped down at the empty spirit realm lord. Kacha! The latter didn't have any strength to dodge. His body was instantly split into two, and his internal organs were ruptured. However, after suffering such heavy injuries, the empty spirit realm lord recovered in the blink of an eye. It was just that his mind was still a little crazy. Haha, it's useless. As long as the empty spirit realm isn't destroyed, I won't die. The empty spirit realm lord laughed maniacally. Fang Chun frowned. What he said was true. As long as the empty spirit realm wasn't destroyed, he couldn't kill the other party at all. He could only suppress him. However, it was still a huge hidden danger. At this moment, the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, who was at the end of the abyss, had a rare trace of killing intent in his eyes. Humph! He snorted coldly. Even though the cultivation technique has been evolved countless times and has long lost the demonic nature of the sect, it still has a subtle influence on cultivators. It should be killed. Obviously, he had seen through the essence. The empty spirit realm lord had continuously used the spiritual void divine art and had fallen into madness. Such a person couldn't be left alive. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger through the endless void, he directly pierced through the empty spirit realm lord. The empty spirit realm lord, who was laughing maniacally a second ago, had a thumb-sized bloody hole on his head in the next second. His eyes were filled with fear as he unwillingly fell into a pool of blood. Fang Chun was also a little stunned. The empty spirit realm lord had died? What on earth was going on? But soon, he heard the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao's voice in his mind. Little junior brother, the empty spirit realm lord has been tainted with demonic nature. I've already killed him. Next, you have to take control of the empty spirit realm. Investigate carefully and see if anyone else has cultivated similar cultivation techniques. After hearing the ninth brother's voice, Fang Chun realized the seriousness of the matter. The ninth brother's tone was very heavy. It seemed that there was a big problem with the spiritual void divine art that the empty spirit realm lord had cultivated. Don't worry, ninth brother. Although he didn't understand what was going on, Fang Chun still assured the ninth brother. Crack! The empty spirit realm lord's body was directly incinerated. Then, the empty spirit realm's heavenly energy flowed back, and the empty spirit realm was in a masterless state. All the experts in the empty spirit realm were in shock. Had the empty spirit realm lord died? In the wandering dragon realm, the Thunderfire Beast King and the 5 high-level Beast Kings were also completely stunned. Didn't they say that as long as the realm was not destroyed, the realm lord would not die? How did the empty spirit realm lord die? The Golden Dragon Palace Master was even more dumbfounded. He thought that it was all Fang Chen's doing. He was terrified. At the same time, he deeply understood that he had to serve the new realm lord wholeheartedly. He couldn't have any other thoughts. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As Fang Chun announced the death of the empty spirit realm lord, the 1,000 men of sacrifice also disappeared. The entire wandering dragon realm was extremely shocked. It was the first time they knew that as long as the realm was not destroyed, the realm lord would also die. However, what Fang Chun announced next made their blood boil. The empty spirit realm invaded my wandering dragon realm for no reason and caused such a large number of casualties. They must pay a heavy price. Therefore, I have decided to reorganize the army and set off in 3 days to attack the empty spirit realm. Chapter 41:28. Originally, Fang Chun had planned to attack and occupy the ethereal world after killing the ethereal world lord. This was the price of war. You want to invade my territory, but you will be killed by me. You will have to pay a heavy price. In addition, the message from the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, made Fang Chun even more vigilant. He thought that the ethereal world must be hiding some shocking secret. Otherwise, how could alert the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao? The war in the wandering dragon world had ended. The experts of the 9 domains cheered. The Zilong family of the Zilong domain, after a long silence, burst into a roar like a tsunami. They had made the right bet. Fang Chun not only became the lord of the wandering dragon world, but also successfully killed the ethereal world lord. This was an unprecedented event for them. They could imagine that with the support of the ethereal world lord, the Zilong domain would definitely become the top force in the future. In the other domains, the forces that had submitted to Fengshan early on were also glad that they had made the right choice. As for the forces that had submitted on the surface, but were secretly leaning towards the Golden Dragon Palace, they were trembling in fear. They all went to the Golden Dragon Palace to beg for the ethereal world lord's forgiveness. Of course, with Fengshan's current status, he naturally couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters. Moreover, he had given the management rights of the Wandering Dragon World to the Golden Dragon Palace Lord. The latter had witnessed the battle between the ethereal world lords and was full of respect for Fengshan. At this moment, he didn't dare to have any selfish thoughts in his heart. He only wanted to serve Fengshan. The entire Wandering Dragon World was supported by the belief of all living beings. Fengshan's strength was also increasing day by day. However, the ethereal world lord had brought 1,000 men of sacrifice to attack, turning countless areas of the Wandering Dragon World into ruins. The Golden Dragon Palace Lord had led many experts to begin rebuilding. 3 days later, Fengshan led the 5 high-level Beast Kings and the Thunderfire Beast King on their journey to the ethereal realm. He did not bring the Golden Dragon Palace Lord, nor did he bring the roaming Dragon Realm experts. The Realm Lord of the Empty Spirit Realm had already fallen. The Thunderfire Beast King alone was enough to wipe out the entire Empty Spirit Realm. It would be useless no matter how many people he brought. Moreover, once they encountered danger, it would be easier for them to retreat. Farewell, Sector Lord. The Golden Dragon Palace Master cupped his fists. Protect the roaming dragon world well and speed up the reconstruction. When I return, I want to see a brand new roaming dragon world. After Fengshan said that, he disappeared. The ethereal realm was the closest realm to the Wandering Dragon Realm. Originally, the two realms did not interfere with each other. However, due to the appearance of the Gate of Hunting, the ethereal realm lord could no longer hold himself back. He wanted to annex the Wandering Dragon Realm and thoroughly investigate the Gate of Hunting. In the end, he died, and even the Empty Spirit Realm was about to fall. At this moment, Empty Spirit Realm, Realm Lord Manor. When the heavenly energy of the Empty Spirit Realm underwent a huge change, the protective layer around the entire Realm Lord Manor completely disappeared. Then, the upper echelons of the Realm Lord Manor were shocked to find that the Realm Lord's life slip had shattered. Suddenly, the entire Realm Lord Manor was in an uproar. What kind of joke was this? The Realm Lord had actually fallen. What was going on? How could this be? Everyone exclaimed, their faces full of doubts. Normally, as long as the realm was not destroyed, the Realm Lord would not die. However, why was the Empty Spirit Realm still intact, but the Realm Lord had died? Moreover, they did not sense the appearance of a new Realm Lord. This meant that no one could replace the Realm Lord's position. Then, there was only one possibility. In the roaming dragon world, there was a peak expert above the Supreme Realm who had killed the Realm Lord. This guess caused the entire Empty Spirit Realm to fall into panic. The second-in-command of the Realm Lord Manor gathered all the experts overnight to discuss countermeasures. However, it was still too late. Boom! In the sky, a flaming light beam swooped down, carrying a terrifying power of thunder, and exploded above the Realm Lord Manor. A deafening sound resounded through the sky, and the explosion's energy directly destroyed the Realm Lord Manor. Whoosh! 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 Countless experts in the Realm Lord Manor soared into the sky, glaring at the Thunder Fire Beast King. Who are you? Why did you attack my Empty Spirit Realm? The second-in-command of the Realm Lord Manor asked in a deep voice. The Empty Spirit Realm Lord led 1,000 death warriors to invade the roaming dragon world. Now we are here to counter-invade, the Thunderfire Beast King said coldly. As soon as this was said, the experts of the Empty Spirit Realm trembled. Everyone's eyes were focused on the second-in-command. It's you? The second-in-command was stunned. He did not expect the roaming dragon world to act so quickly. However, after sensing carefully, he realized that the Thunderfire Beast King was only at the peak level. It was impossible for such a level of combat power to kill the Realm Lord. Could it be that the expert behind them did not appear? Yes, it's us. Fang Chun took a step forward and looked at everyone with a smile. Our objective for coming here is very simple. We're not here to kill. We're here to take over the empty spirit world. If you know what's good for you, cooperate obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Humph, presumptuous. Someone could not help but curse and attack directly. Boom! The Thunderfire Beast King killed him with a punch. If you want to try the power of my fist, then go ahead. Facing the threat of the Thunderfire Beast King, no one dared to act rashly. Even the second-in-command of the Realm Lord Manor was weighing the pros and cons. We of the Empty Spirit Realm believe in strength and fists. If you want to make me submit, you have to show me strength that can subdue me, the second-in-command said after a long while. In fact, he had thought it through. The cultivation world was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. He had followed the Empty Spirit Realm Lord because the latter's methods were too ruthless, and he was stronger than him. People had to bow under the eaves. It did not matter who he followed. The most important thing was that he had to be stronger than him for him to acknowledge. Okay, I'll satisfy you, the Thunderfire Beast King said. However, Fang Chun pulled him back and did it himself. The second level of heart force was activated. In an instant, the second-in-command of the Realm Lord Manor was sent flying. The latter was shocked. He did not even have a chance to react before he was defeated. Moreover, the most important thing was that the opponent's realm was not as high as his, but the aura just now, he swore that it was the most powerful aura he had ever seen. He, the second-in-command who got up from the ground, was completely stunned. This is the Realm Lord of our wandering dragon realm, the Wood Forest Beast King introduced. Hearing this, the second-in-command of the Realm Lord Manor finally understood. This person was able to become the Realm Lord at such a realm. He must have something extraordinary about him. Moreover, the strength he displayed just now was the ability to kill the Empty Spirit Realm Lord. You killed the Empty Spirit Realm Lord? Even so, he still had to ask to clear his doubts. I killed him, Fang Chun said. Not only him, but in the entire Empty Spirit Realm, I think no one is my match. At this moment, his body was shining with golden light, like an invincible god of war. Chapter 41:29. From the moment the Empty Spirit Sector Lord was killed, no one in the entire Empty Spirit Sector was a match for Fang Chun. After all, he could even kill the Sector Lord, which broke everyone's understanding. Now, he led his troops to invade the Empty Spirit Sector. Even the second-in-command of the Sector Lord Manor was defeated by him. No one could stop him. When the second-in-command felt Fang Chun's terrifying aura, he trembled and knelt down on one knee to show his allegiance. All right, from today onwards, the Wandering Dragon Sector will take over the Empty Spirit Sector, but the structure of the Empty Spirit Sector will not change. After I become the Sector Lord, you will manage the Empty Spirit Sector for me. Fang Chun's voice echoed throughout the Empty Spirit Sector. Suddenly, there were many voices of opposition. They did not approve of Fang Chun, nor did they support Fang Chun. Humph! The Thunderfire Beast King snorted and spat out a thunderfire from his mouth, killing those people instantly. This scene was extremely shocking. In an instant, no one dared to resist. Congratulations, Sector Lord. The second-in-command of the Sector Lord Manor took the lead and knelt down. Fang Chun did not waste time and directly refined the Empty Spirit Sector. Master, be careful. It's very difficult to be two Sector Lords at the same time. The Thunderfire Beast King reminded. He was the Sector Lord of the Wandering Dragon Sector and had the protection of the Wandering Dragon Sector's heavenly way. It was very difficult to be recognized by the Empty Spirit Sector's heavenly way. The two different heavenly ways would cause a strong rejection. However, Fang Chun was very confident in himself. Buzz! Fang Chun sat cross-legged as a terrifying light appeared around his body. He activated the Empty Spirit Sector's heavenly way and began to attack. At this moment, a group of people hiding in a dark corner had faces full of anger. They vaguely emitted a trace of demonic chi. What do we do now? The Sector Lord is dead. Where do we go? One of them asked. The others also expressed their anger and helplessness. With their current strength, they were not able to avenge the empty spirit sector lord. After weighing the pros and cons, the leader said, "Now we must hide. As long as we are alive, as long as the empty spirit divine art is still around, we will have a day. That's right. Our bloodline must survive. Let's take advantage of the chaos in the ethereal realm and escape." Soon, the group withdrew their demonic chi and disappeared without a trace. However, what they didn't know was that they had been discovered by Feng Qian before they could escape from the ethereal realm. It was very difficult for ordinary people to be the master of two realms, but Feng Qian was different. He was a spiritual cultivator, and his heart force had already reached the second level. Even the ninth disciple of the Palace of Fortune before the destruction of the Hongmeng world was shocked by his attainments in the path of soul. One could only imagine how great his potential was. Previously, he had obtained the recognition of the roaming dragon world's heavenly Tao because of heart force. Now it was the same. With the help of heart force, he obtained the recognition of the ethereal world's heavenly Tao without any effort. The moment he became the master of the empty spirit world and fused with the power of the heavenly way, the entire empty spirit world was under his control. He naturally discovered the few people who were preparing to escape. Although he did not sense any demonic chi from them, he sensed the presence of the empty spirit divine technique. "You want to leave?" Feng Qian sneered. He grabbed with his hand, and instantly, across the endless void, he enveloped the few people and caught them in front of him. "How is this possible?" Everyone exclaimed and looked at Feng Qian in disbelief. "You? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." One of them wanted to self-destruct, but he realized that his body had been imprisoned by Feng Qian and could not move at all. "You all cultivated the empty spirit divine technique?" Feng Qian looked down at them from above and asked coldly, "Although you are the master of the realm, you cannot kill the innocent." After a brief moment of panic, the leader gradually calmed down. As long as he did not reveal any flaws, he should not be discovered. He gathered his courage and looked Feng Qian in the eyes. "The empty spirit divine technique is a legacy technique of the master of the realm. We have followed the master of the realm to conquer the world, so it is reasonable for us to cultivate the empty spirit divine technique. However, I did not expect that you want to kill us all just because we cultivated the empty spirit divine technique. Are you trying to kill us all? Aren't you afraid that the people of the empty spirit world will oppose you? Although we cultivated the empty spirit divine technique, we only recognize the master of the realm. You have become the master of the realm. From now on, we are willing to serve you." Everyone spoke one after another. In short, they just wanted to live. Feng Qian shrugged. These people wanted to accuse him of killing them all, and wanted to take the opportunity to anger the experts of the empty spirit world so that they would join forces to ostracize him. What a joke. Swoosh. Feng Qian flicked his finger and instantly crippled their cultivation. Then, he said, "Take them away. I will deal with them after I am done here." The Thunderfire Beast King nodded and opened its bloody mouth, sucking them into its stomach. At this moment, Feng Qian turned his head and faced the people of the empty spirit world. He said in a clear voice, "Although I have a grudge against the previous master of the empty spirit world, he has been killed by me. From now on, I have no grudges with the experts of the empty spirit world. Now that I have become the master of the realm, I will not interfere too much in the battles between the various forces. As long as you do not do anything out of line, I will not interfere. Moreover, I will not interfere with the structure of the empty spirit world. I will even let the second-in-command of the realm, Lord Manor, manage the operations of the entire empty spirit world." After hearing Feng Qian's words, the leaders of the various forces breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this new master of the realm was ambitious and did not care for the empty spirit world. This was good. At least they did not have to worry about being punished or even killed because they were too close to the previous master of the empty spirit world. The second-in-command of the realm, Lord Manor, was overjoyed. He said to the crowd, "I hereby swear that from now on, I will serve the realm Lord wholeheartedly. If I break my promise, I will be punished by the heavens. At the same time, he also emphasized that no force or cultivator in the empty spirit world could be enemies with the new master of the realm. Welcome, Realm Lord. The people of the empty spirit world knelt down and bowed to the new master of the realm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A huge power of faith came from all directions and poured into Fong Chen's mind. It merged with the power of faith of the wandering dragon world and constantly improved his strength. Whoosh! Fong Chen sighed. No wonder so many people wanted to become the master of the realm. Just the power of faith alone was enough to benefit the cultivators. Of course, those peak experts who stood at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path did not care about the position of the master of the realm at all. Their time was too precious. They used it to cultivate and pursue the peak of martial arts. They could not be bothered with the struggles of the mortal world. Now that he had become the master of 2 realms, he gradually had the capital to survive in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In his mind, the 9 heavens realm that the black-robed ancestor had mentioned appeared. Chapter 41:30. The power of faith from the 2 realms continuously entered Fong Chen's body, causing his strength to slowly increase. Although he was only a middle-level supreme martial artist, his real combat power was definitely comparable to an advanced supreme martial artist. If he used the sky-splitting axe and heart force, he could compete with an ultimate supreme martial artist. Of course, these were all his trump cards. A few days later, the empty spirit world was completely stabilized. The second-in-command of the Realm Lord's Manor completed the integration of the forces of the entire empty spirit world with ease. After the integration, all the forces of the empty spirit world absolutely submitted to Fong Chen. On this day, in the meeting hall of the Realm Lord's Manor, Fong Chen used a secret technique to completely seal the meeting hall. The 5 high-level Beast Kings stood behind him. The Thunderfire Beast King glanced at Fong Chen, then threw the few people who had cultivated the spiritual void divine technique out of its stomach. Whoosh! They were trapped in the Thunderfire Beast King's stomach and were tortured. Now that they could finally see the light of day, they were extremely happy. However, before the smiles on their faces disappeared, they found that Fong Chen was staring at them. The leader looked at Fong Chen and wanted to say something, but he was sent flying by the Thunderfire Beast King with a slap. This is the current Realm Lord of the empty spirit world. Don't make a fuss. Hearing this, the others trembled. How could they escape from the hands of the empty spirit world's Realm Lord in the territory of the empty spirit world? In the end, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask Fong Chen how to let them live. Realm Lord, although we used to follow the empty spirit world's Realm Lord, we didn't do anything outrageous. You don't have to kill us, do you? Someone asked. Yes, isn't it because we cultivated the spiritual void divine technique? If you can let us live, we can destroy the spiritual void divine technique and hand over the scroll of this secret technique. There were even people who expressed that they hoped to follow Fong Chen. In short, for the sake of survival, they did everything they could. However, Fong Chen remained indifferent to all of that. It had to be said that the spiritual void divine art was indeed a very powerful secret technique. If it wasn't for the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao's message, Fong Chen would have personally studied the uniqueness of this technique. What a pity. Fong Chen shook his head. When the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, sent the message, it was already destined that they would die. The reason why they were allowed to live for a while longer was to find clues to see if there was an evil force behind the spiritual void divine art. Recognize your situation clearly. You don't have the qualifications to bargain. Answer whatever the master asks. The Wooden Forest Beast King glared at them. Realm Lord, what do you want to know? The leader asked. Fong Chen walked up to them and asked with a smile, where did you learn the spiritual void divine art? It was taught to us by the previous Realm Lord. That's right. Back then, we followed the Realm Lord to conquer the world and made great contributions. In the end, the Realm Lord formed a suicide squad. We were in charge, so he secretly taught us the spiritual void divine art. Another person said, Pucci. Fong Chen flicked his finger. Immediately, A bloody hole appeared on the forehead of the person who spoke. He lost his life instantly. You guys are very dishonest. I don't like it. He wouldn't give them a second chance. As long as they lied, they would die without a doubt. Seeing this, the remaining people trembled. Their hearts were filled with fear. This is your last chance. Speak. Fang Chun looked at the leader of the group and said, Our spiritual void divine art was taught to us by a mysterious person. The leader was terrified. He had no choice but to tell the truth. Who? Fang Chun continued to ask. We don't know who he is. We only know that he can control the ethereal world. The previous realm lord was appointed by him. The realm lord's spiritual void divine art was also learned with us. After that person taught us the spiritual void divine art, he disappeared. However, before he left behind a mission. That was to devour the surrounding worlds as much as possible. Moreover, there was an even more important mission. That was to find the gate of the hunt. Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly when he heard this. He didn't need to think to know that the mysterious person who taught the ethereal world lord and the others the spiritual void divine art must be related to the evil force that the ninth brother mentioned. The mission he left behind was to find the gate of the hunt. What did this mean? Could it be that the force had really risen from the ashes? Did they already know where the ninth brother was hiding? Did they want to find the gate of the hunt and enter the hunting world to deal with the ninth brother? Thinking of this, Fang Chun directly used his heart force to contact the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao. Ninth brother. Fang Chun told the ninth brother everything he knew. After hearing this, the latter fell into deep thought. Ninth brother, what should we do next? Fang Chen's voice interrupted the ninth brother's thoughts. He slowly raised his head and looked at the crescent moon in the sky. He muttered to himself, could it be that the force has really risen from the ashes? But soon, his expression gradually became serious, and even a trace of cold, killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Before the destruction of the primordial world, the Palace of Fortune had an irreconcilable hatred with the evil force. Originally, they thought that the evil force had been destroyed after the destruction of the primordial world. Who would have thought that after countless years, there would be another clue about the evil force? Was it a coincidence that the mysterious person who taught them the spiritual void divine art, or was he really related to the evil force? Continue to investigate and see if you can get any useful information from them. The ninth brother replied, as for the evil force, you don't have to worry about it. See if you can find out the identity of the mysterious person. Follow the vine to the melon and find more important clues. Okay, I'll go and interrogate them now. After communicating with the ninth brother, Fang Chun began to interrogate these people seriously. He did not let go of any details. In the end, he even had the Thunder Fire Beast King cripple their cultivation and forcibly use the soul-searching technique to check their memories. However, he did not expect this. When his consciousness came into contact with their memories, all of a sudden, their bodies seemed to have activated self-destruct mode and exploded uncontrollably. Boom! There were continuous explosions in the meeting hall, but because of the seal, the outside world could not hear anything. The Thunderfire Beast King was also stunned. What a vicious method to install a self-destruct device in their minds. Once their memories were touched, they would activate the self-destruct mode. This was to prevent anyone from checking their memories. The more it was like this, the more it meant that there was something wrong with these people. That mysterious person must have some unspeakable secrets. But now, Fang Chun was having a headache. The clues were cut off here. How is he going to find the mysterious person? For the latest updates and error-free reading, please visit mobile phone. Recommendation. Recommend a font size, 15px, color, hashtag 396dd4, padding, 010px. Chapter 41:31. There is a self-destruct device installed in their bodies. Once their souls were searched, the self-destruct device would be activated. Now that they were all dead, the clues were suddenly cut off. Fang Chun found a copy of the spiritual void divine art from their bodies, but it was useless. He could not study it all. In the end, he passed the copy of the spiritual void divine art to the ninth brother to study it slowly. He then integrated the two realms. A few months later, the two realms were completely under Fang Chen's control. The faith of countless living beings endlessly drilled into Fang Chen's mind. During this period of time, his strength had also improved by leaps and bounds, and even his heart force had increased by a lot. However, there was still a certain gap between him and the third level. On this day, Fang Chen appeared in the ice field of the Wandering Dragon realm and continued to break through. During this period of time, he constantly wandered around the major forbidden areas of the Wandering Dragon realm and the Ethereal realm, looking for pressure and looking for a breakthrough. Currently, his cultivation had reached the perfect middle stage, utmost exalted level. He was only a step away from reaching the advanced stage, utmost exalted level. This time, he chose the icy domain. This was the first forbidden area of the Wandering Dragon realm. It was snowing all year round, and at a glance, it was covered with ice and snow. There was also a very special field here. As long as one entered, their body would be out of control and would be suppressed by the field until they could not move. After Fang Chen entered the ice field with his strong physical body, he first resisted the attack of the ice, and then resisted the control of the field. At first, it was very difficult for him, but he spent 3 months successfully resisting the attack of the ice. Finally, he could adapt to the cold temperature here. At this time, he began to devote himself to the field. There was a pattern to the field, but those who did not understand the field would not be able to find the pattern at all. Fang Chen also knew little about the field. He could only rely on his strong physical strength to resist and constantly cleanse himself in the flood-like power. Finally, after another year, he succeeded in resisting the control of the field. Rumble. On a certain day, a terrifying power shot up into the sky above the ice field, causing a phenomenon in the sky. The heaven and earth anomaly lasted for 3 months before it gradually disappeared. This scene caused a stir in the entire Wandering Dragon realm. Many experts came to ask the Golden Dragon Palace Master what had happened. Was there an invasion from the outside? The Golden Dragon Palace Master knew that the Realm Lord was breaking through, so he sealed off all information. However, at that moment, a Hydra ship passed by the World Gap. A group of interstellar bandits saw a terrifying phenomenon through the World Gap. Could it be that a treasure has been born? One of them asked with a fiery gaze. That should be the roaming dragon world. It's not far from us. Let's go and take a look. Soon, the Hydra organization's ships sped towards the Wandering Dragon world. At this very moment, the moment the vision of heaven and earth disappeared, the power in Fang Chen's body surged. He had successfully stepped into the advanced Supreme Being level. Wang, with a single thought, the entire domain of ice was under his feet. No matter how cold the chi of ice rushed towards him, it did not affect him in the slightest. It was just that he was still unable to break the domain, but the domain of ice was also unable to do anything to him. What a magical feel! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that he didn't know anything about the field, and he didn't want to learn it. After all, a person's energy was limited, and he couldn't bear more. Just as Fang Chen was sighing, he suddenly sensed that someone had entered the Wandering Dragon world through the power of the Heavenly Way. He looked through the void and found that it was the Hydra organization's ship. Interstellar bandits? Fang Chen frowned. Why would the Hydra organization's interstellar bandits come here at this time? Could it be because of the heaven and earth anomaly just now? Swoosh! Almost a moment later, the Hydra organization's ship appeared in the ice field. Several interstellar bandits walked out of the battleship and stared at Fang Chen. Who are you? The leader asked. Did you get the treasure that was just born here? Another person asked. Fang Chen shook his head. The heaven and earth anomaly just now was caused by my breakthrough. There was no treasure born. Moreover, I am also an interstellar bandit of the Hydra organization, which belongs to the same organization as you. I don't think you would attack someone from the same organization, right? As soon as this remark came out, the faces of the Hydra organization's people changed greatly. But soon, the leader's expression returned to calmness, and he asked coldly, You say you are from Hydra, so you are from Hydra? Who would believe that? Crash! Fang Chen waved his hand, and a who had already received the news, drove the battleship over. "There's no sign of the Hydra organization," someone said. Fang Chun explained that the reason why he erased the Hydra organization's expression was that he was chased before and was afraid that his enemies would find him. The leader nodded. Although there was no sign of the Hydra organization on the battleship, he could sense that the battleship belonged to the Hydra organization. However, just as his expression eased, he suddenly noticed something unusual. "No, I have ridden on this battleship before. It belongs to the disciple of the White Emperor Palace." As soon as this remark came out, the other people also glared at Fang Chun and asked, "Boy, you took the battleship from the disciple of the White Emperor Palace, right? You said that you were hiding from your enemies, but you were also hiding from the White Emperor Palace, right?" Fang Chun was speechless. How could he be recognized? Could it be that these people knew the White Emperor Palace? You actually attacked someone from the same organization. This is unforgivable. I have some friendship with the disciple of the White Emperor Palace. Let me avenge him, the leader said sternly. "Boy, don't try to escape. If you know what's good for you, hand over the treasure that just appeared and everything you have. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." In fact, they had only met the disciple of the White Emperor Palace once. The reason why they attacked Fang Chun was firstly to befriend the White Emperor Palace. Secondly, they were greedy for the treasures on Fang Chun. After all, the heaven and earth phenomenon just now had lasted for too long and was too dazzling. They could clearly see it from the world gap. One could imagine that the treasure that was unearthed was definitely extraordinary. Therefore, they wanted to kill Fang Chun. "I don't want to fight with you. Don't force me," Fang Chun said coldly. As the lord of a realm, he was naturally not afraid of these people. However, he was worried that these people had a way to contact the members of the other organizations. Once news of him was leaked, it would cause unnecessary trouble. However, if they insisted on attacking, he would directly kill them with lightning speed. He hoped that the news would not leak out. Otherwise, when a large number of experts came, he would have to give up on the roaming dragon realm and the empty spirit realm. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? You're courting death." The people of the Hydra organization were furious and directly attacked. For the latest updates and error-free reading, please visit. Recommendation. Recommend a font size 15px, color, hashtag 396dd4, padding 010px. Chapter 4132. The Hydra organization was a famous interstellar bandit organization in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. However, this organization was relatively loose and had almost no binding force. However, because their reputation was too bad, the top giants did not allow them to exist. Therefore, they were forced to wander in the world gap. Their headquarters were also set up in the chaotic world gap. Its members liked to adventure in the world gap and search for legendary top treasures. Now, a few members of the Hydra organization were attracted by the phenomenon. Fang Chun did not want to expose his identity as a realm lord. So he took out the Hydra organization's battleship to make his stance clear, hoping that they would retreat. However, some of them had met the disciples of the White Emperor Palace and had even ridden on this battleship. Although all the aura on the battleship had been erased, they still recognized it. The members of the Hydra organization glared at Fang Chun, believing that he had snatched the White Emperor Palace's battleship. "Kid, you're really bold. How dare you touch the people of the White Emperor Palace in this area? You're courting death," the leader said coldly. "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him and snatch his treasures and inheritance. Then, take his head to the White Emperor Palace to receive the reward," another person said. "That's right. If the White Emperor Palace knows that their disciples have been robbed, they will definitely be furious." Seeing this, Fang Chun shook his head helplessly. "I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly used the power of the heavenly path before the members of the Hydra organization could speak. The terrifying power of the heavenly path swooped down from the entire wandering dragon realm, instantly suppressing them. Moreover, Fang Chun sealed the void and isolated all communication devices. He was worried that the news would be exposed. Oh no! Finally, they noticed that something was wrong. He's a realm lord. As soon as these words were said, a trace of fear appeared in the hearts of the others. Although the wandering dragon realm was a remote realm, someone who could become a realm lord was naturally extraordinary. He was not someone they could provoke. Brother, we were in the wrong earlier. Let us go. From now on, we will never set foot here. We are all members of the Hydra organization. Why do we have to kill each other? We promise that we won't tell anyone about you stealing the White Emperor Palace's battleship. We only ask that you let us go this once. For the sake of survival, they incessantly begged for mercy. But the pressure of the heavenly energy made their bodies unable to move at all. They could only be slaughtered. Is it possible? Fang Chen shrugged. Just now, when I tried to persuade you to leave, you insisted on attacking me. Now all of you can stay. Only the dead could keep secrets forever. Whoosh! Under the pressure of the heavenly way, Fang Chen was the absolute ruler of the wandering dragon realm. With a flick of his finger, he pierced through the head of one of them. The latter fell limply to the ground and lost his life. Seeing this, the others became even more terrified. Let us go, and we can give you cultivation resources in exchange. They took out all the cultivation resources they had on them, hoping that they could escape this calamity. However, none of this appealed to Fang Chen. I know that there is a cave abode of a powerful being nearby. There are countless opportunities inside. I can tell you everything I know. The leader of the group shouted. Poof! A few consecutive finger radiances killed all the other members of the Hydra organization, leaving only the leader alive. He was so scared that he was trembling. That cave abode is said to be left behind by a super powerful being in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, he kept shouting. At the same time, he took out a rag and threw it to Fang Chen. This is a map. If you don't believe me, I can take you there, the leader said. Fang Chen took the map and suddenly found that the red dot in the center of the map was not far from the wandering dragon realm and the ethereal realm. It was in the gap between the two realms. Moreover, it was said that there was a very strong spatial storm at the red dot. If one was not careful, they would be torn to pieces. A cave abode left behind by a super powerful being. Fang Chen suddenly became interested. A super powerful being in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path must be a top giant above the Supreme Realm. And it didn't seem to be fake. He stopped attacking and looked down at the leader condescendingly. He asked, Since you have a map, why don't you go there yourself? The leader breathed a sigh of relief with a helpless look on his face. I want to go there too, but I'm not strong enough. When we got close, we were hit by a spatial storm and our battleship almost fell apart. Moreover, we vaguely saw someone in the center of the storm. Bathed in the storm, we fled in panic. Bathed in the center of the spatial storm? What kind of powerful being was this? Could it be that the super powerful being who left behind the cave abode was not dead? Where did this map come from? Fang Chen asked. We stole this map from Top Force. After countless years, we finally deciphered the location of the red dot. He said that except for the few of them, no one else knew about this. Now, only Fang Chen and he knew. I am willing to make a heavenly oath. If I lie, I will die a horrible death. Seeing that Fang Chen was still hesitating, the leader immediately made the most vicious heavenly oath. After thinking for a long time, Fang Chen agreed to let him go. Take me there. Don't play any tricks. Otherwise, I will definitely die. Don't worry. The leader was filled with gratitude towards Fang Chen. As long as he could survive, he didn't care about the treasures or legacies. Tell me everything you know about this cave abode, said Fang Chen. Of course, he wouldn't blindly follow the Hydra members to explore. He had to understand it clearly before making a decision. After that, the people of the Hydra organization began by killing the cultivator of the top sect of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and inadvertently obtained a map from him. They had been explaining it in detail. After that, in order to avoid the pursuit of that top force, they had to hide at the edge of the spatial storm for thousands of years. After that, they concealed their identities and changed their appearances before daring to return to the world gap. That sect was still searching for them all over the world as though it had gone mad. Many factions in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao were puzzled, but only they knew that the top faction was probably going crazy because of this map. "How did you crack a map that even a top sect can't crack?" asked Fang Chun. "Actually, we didn't crack the map. We spent a lot of money to find an expert in Hydra to help us decipher it." Fang Chun's expression changed when he heard that. "However, don't worry. That expert signed a contract with us. All he did was decipher the map and not leak any information," explained the Hydra immediately. "As a member of the Hydra organization, you should also know that we have a dark net. As long as our consciousness is immersed in it, we can make virtual transactions. Almost no one in it knows our real identity in reality. We're looking for someone to decipher the map on the dark net, so you can rest assured that it is absolutely confidential." Chapter 41:33. The dark net was an illusory space that completely belonged to the Hydra organization. Moreover, this was the only place where the Hydra organization could trade missions. All missions, items, and so on were carried out on the dark net. Here, people used their divine consciousness. Their real bodies couldn't enter, so they didn't have to worry about their real identities being exposed. "Oomph," Fang Chun snorted. Although the dark net could protect real privacy, this map was so precious. How could the expert who deciphered the map not know its value? Would he give the deciphered map to these people so easily? Obviously, it was impossible to infer from common sense. Fang Chun looked at the map seriously. He wanted to see if the expert who deciphered the map had done anything to it. For example, he left a trace of his aura and then tracked it here. In this way, even if he didn't know his real location and identity, he could still track him based on the aura left on the map. Of course, the world gap was so huge that even the top experts of the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao might not be able to cover it in their lifetime. It was very difficult to track one's aura in the vast world gap. Moreover, if the distance was too far, it was impossible to track one's exact location. This made it extremely difficult. However, there was no lack of people who had special means to track him down. As a newcomer, Fang Chun had to be careful. Otherwise, he would attract a fatal disaster. Although he had successfully broken through to the advanced supremacy realm by using the faith of all living beings in the two realms, he was still a distance away from the ultimate supremacy realm. Moreover, if an existence above the supremacy realm came, he could be destroyed with a flip of the hand. "Aren't you afraid that he did something to the map?" Fang Chun questioned. The leader shook his head. "Impossible. The dark net is very special. No item can be marked." Fang Chun didn't believe it. The leader asked Fang Chun to enter the dark net to take a look. Fang Chun pretended to be a member of the Hydra organization before, but he didn't know how to enter the dark net. He deliberately got information from the leader that every member of the Hydra organization has their own mark, and this mark is on the battleship. Fang Chun hurriedly asked Ada to search for it. Although he had erased all the imprints of the White Emperor Palace, there was still one imprint in the core control center that could not be erased. After seeing the imprint, Fang Chun directly used his consciousness to invade it. Following a flash of white light, he found that his virtual consciousness had arrived in a virtual environment. "Is this the dark net?" Fang Chun whispered. However, what he didn't expect was that when his consciousness first entered the dark net, all the experts of the White Emperor Palace were paying attention to the dark net. Many people from the White Emperor Palace had joined the Hydra organization. Fang Chun was using the dark net identity of the White Emperor Palace's young master. The White Emperor Palace had been searching for the enemy and paying close attention to his dark net identity. At this moment, the imprint of the dark net had been used by someone else, so the user was most likely the murderer. White Emperor Palace in the White Cloud Realm. Emperor Bai was the absolute expert of this realm, and also the Realm Lord. He was cultivating when suddenly, one of his subordinates rushed in to report that Bai Chio's dark net imprint had been used. Emperor Bai, who was wearing a brocade robe, suddenly stood up. The entire White Cloud Realm was shaking. He didn't get angry, and a terrifying aura spread out. He directly gave an order. "Let the White Crane go and see who dared to kill my son." Back then, the young master of the White Emperor Palace had let a few people into the chaotic realm by mistake, but he didn't reveal his identity. He only told Fang Chun that he was from the White Emperor Palace, and also scared Fang Chun, saying that the White Emperor Palace was the top force in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In reality, later, Fang Chun found out that the White Emperor Palace was actually only a little stronger than the empty spirit realm and the roaming dragon realm. In the empty virtual square, Fang Chun was receiving new information. Suddenly, an illusory figure came in front of him aggressively and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why did you kill the people of the White Emperor Palace?" The person who came was naturally the other person from the White Emperor Palace who had joined the Hydra organization. By he. Fang Chun frowned. He had just entered the dark net. How was he discovered by the people of the White Emperor Palace? Could it be that the person from the Hydra organization had secretly tipped them off? At this moment, Bai He sneered, "Humph, you think you can hide it from everyone?" From a moment Bai Chiu died, the White Emperor Palace had been paying attention to his dark net imprint. Now that you are the first person to come to the dark net through his dark net imprint, you are the murderer, am I right? Bai He's words enlightened Fang Chun. Could it be that the dark net imprint left behind by the person from the White Emperor Palace that he had killed had betrayed him? However, he quickly calmed down. No one on the dark net knew the other party's information. They only had virtual titles and illusory figures. Even if the White Emperor Palace knew that he was the murderer, they wouldn't be able to find his exact location. Just you wait. The White Emperor Palace won't let you off. Fang Chun entered the dark net and learned a lot of information. He also knew that the person from the Hydra organization wasn't lying. The dark net did a good job of keeping information confidential. Even so, he was still worried. He had heard his ninth brother say with his own ears that there were too many capable people in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. He couldn't let his guard down. After he exited the darknet, he directly engraved a new map. Then, he erased all the auras on the original map and got the members of Hydra to take the map and leave the wandering dragon world. They were to wait for his orders in the world gap. The people from the Hydra organization didn't know what this meant, but they still did as they were told. Just like that, Fang Chun secretly observed the people from the Hydra organization every day through the power of the heavenly Tao. Sure enough, half a year later, a terrifying expert suddenly attacked and killed the people from the Hydra organization and snatched the map. You want to play with me? The person sneered. He had left an imprint on the map. After half a year, he had tracked him down. Fortunately, the map was still intact. If it weren't for the fact that the engraved map is ineffective and can't open that cave abode, I wouldn't have bothered to kill you. Upon hearing this, Fang Chun was stunned. The engraved map couldn't open the cave abode. Could the original map be the key to opening the cave abode? He had been taking it for granted previously, but it didn't matter. He just had to secretly follow this expert and find an opportunity to enter the cave abode. After the expert obtained the map, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the roaming dragon realm. With a wave of his hand, the entire roaming dragon realm shook and almost turned into ruins. Nearly 70% of the heavenly Tao's power was lost. Fang Chun also suffered a backlash. Fortunately, he activated his heart force in time to protect himself and barely escaped the calamity. Chapter 41:34. With just a glance, the wandering dragon world lost 70% of its heavenly energy, and most of the buildings were turned into ruins. All the experts flew up into the sky, their hearts filled with fear. They would never forget that scene for the rest of their lives. What happened? Did a strong enemy invade? The Golden Dragon Palace Master was the first to rush out. He wanted to see what had happened and why the Wandering Dragon Realm had suffered such a huge attack for no reason. However, at this moment, Fang Chun also walked out of the ruins. His heart was in turmoil. Who was that expert? Why did he turn the Wandering Dragon Realm into such a state with just one glance? If he really wanted to attack, not to mention the Wandering Dragon Realm, even the ethereal world together would be destroyed in a minute. Miserable screams could be heard. Those who were weak couldn't resist the terrifying attack at all. When the Golden Dragon Palace Master found Fang Chun and learned about the situation, his face turned pale. Soon, the casualty figures were calculated. Basically, half of the 9 regions had been destroyed, and the number of casualties had reached as many as 4 cities. Realm Master, the Golden Dragon Palace Master, asked in a low voice. What should they do next? Will there be any danger? Don't worry. That expert has left. The Wandering Dragon Realm will not be in danger for the time being. We have lost too much heavenly energy. I will completely seal off the Wandering Dragon Realm. No one can enter or leave until the heavenly energy recovers, Fong Chun said. The Golden Dragon Palace Master nodded. Well, I will deal with the aftermath. Whoosh! The Thunderfire Beast King and the 5 high-level Beast Kings came one after another. They also felt the terrifying power just now. It was too strong. Master, what happened? The Thunderfire Beast King asked. Fong Chun took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He looked up at the 6 Beast Kings and said, the map given to us by the people of the Hydra organization was tampered with in the darknet. That person tracked us here, killed him, got the map, and turned to look at the Wandering Dragon World. It became like this. What? The Thunderfire Beast King exclaimed. In terms of realm, it had reached the ultimate supreme master level and had vaguely touched the power of that level. It knew even more clearly what it meant. Just one glance destroyed nearly 70% of the Wandering Dragon Realm's heavenly energy. How powerful did it take? Could he be a Tao Realm expert? Above the Supreme Being was the Tao Realm, which meant the realm of the heavenly Tao. Experts in this realm were equivalent to a world of their own, and they could derive their own heavenly Tao energy. One person was a world. However, ordinary Tao Realm experts would not be able to do such a feat. They would be able to destroy 70% of the Wandering Dragon Realm's heavenly energy with a single glance. The Thunderfire Beast King guessed that this expert was at least a Tao Realm expert, or even higher. After coming into contact with the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Fong Chun realized that the Sovereign Realm was not eternal, nor was it the end of martial arts cultivation. There was an even more powerful realm above the Sovereign Realm, which was called the Tao Realm. The Tao Realm was divided into 3 stages, namely the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal Realms. The Human Tao Realm was the lowest, the Tao Realm was the middle, and the Heavenly Tao Realm was the highest. Above Extreme Supreme was the Human Tao Realm. Although the two were only 1 level apart, the difference was huge. However, according to the Lightning Fire Beast King's deduction, that expert was at least a Tao Realm expert. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such powerful strength. Tao Realm? Fong Chun took a deep breath. With his current strength, even if he used the sky-splitting axe and heart force, he would not be able to block the attack of a Tao Realm expert. However, he had to take revenge for the Wandering Dragon Realm. Thinking back to the scene just now, Fong Chun's heart was filled with cold, killing intent. The strong had killed the weak wantonly. This was akin to toying with life. The person just now had actually discovered him, but he did not kill him. He was just toying with him. Fortunately, he was stronger and had more tricks up his sleeve. That was why he was able to block that terrifying attack. A Tao Realm expert is not someone we can provoke right now, said the Shepherd Beast King. The Thunderfire Beast King looked at Fong Chun. He wanted to tell Fong Chun to find the expert at the end of the abyss. He could definitely crush a Tao Realm expert. However, he did not say it out loud. Next, we will rest and reorganize. The 6 of you will help Golden Dragon Palace Lord rebuild the Wandering Dragon Realm. I will temporarily seal the Wandering Dragon Realm and leave for a period of time. During this period, the Thunderfire Beast King will be in charge, said Fong Chun. Master, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down. After dealing with the matters of the Wandering Dragon Realm, Fong Chun made a trip to the Ethereal Realm. Everything was normal. After that, Ada controlled the battleship and took him away before entering the World Gap. There was a vast world gap between the Wandering Dragon Realm and the Ethereal Realm. In an inconspicuous place, a storm black hole suddenly appeared. Immediately after, a figure appeared. With a flick of his finger, the storm black hole exploded. In the next moment, he took out the map he had snatched and slowly unfolded it. Immediately, the power of a special mark landed on the exploding storm black hole. Not long after, an illusory cave abode appeared inside. As expected, seeing this, the person put away the map and disappeared into the illusory cave abode in a flash. However, just as the illusory cave abode gradually disappeared, an inconspicuous black duck quietly entered it. Buzz! Fang Chun felt his vision turn white. Then, he realized that he had already entered the illusory cave abode. After looking around and confirming that he had not been discovered by that expert, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was no match for a Dao Realm expert, the illusory cave abode was filled with danger. He wanted to try his luck. Besides, even if he was discovered by that expert, he still had a chance to escape. After all, the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, owed him a favor. If there was no other way, he could only ask the ninth brother to kill that Dao Realm expert. Which way should I go? After looking around, Fang Chun fell into a dilemma. There were two passageways in the cave abode. He did not know which one he should take and hesitated for a moment. If he took the same passageway as that Dao Realm expert, would he meet him? Once they met, he could only ask the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, to take action. At this moment, the Dao Realm expert was overjoyed as he ran through the passageway. He had no idea that the person he thought of as an ant had secretly followed him. It's really the cave abode of a heavenly Dao Realm expert. He was overjoyed. He had been stuck at the Dao Realm bottleneck for tens of millions of years. If he could obtain the heritage left behind by a heavenly Dao Realm expert, he would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck and successfully break through. Ha ha! Once I reach the heavenly Dao Realm, I'll be able to take back everything that belongs to me. He seemed to have already imagined the scene of him stepping into the heavenly Dao Realm and sweeping through everything. Chapter 41:35. A Dao Realm expert was a terrifying existence above the Supreme Being realm. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Dao, anyone who could become a Dao Realm expert could be considered a powerhouse. And now, Fang Chun was tailing a Dao Realm expert. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a single look from him could destroy him. However, he had some confidence. After all, his ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, had promised him that he would help once in a life-and-death situation. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, Fang Chun didn't want to waste such a precious opportunity. When he entered the cave abode, Fang Chun had already decided that he couldn't expose his identity. Otherwise, he would attract a fatal disaster. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to choose which passage the Dao Realm expert should take. If he made the wrong choice and encountered him, it would be very dangerous. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chun finally chose the first passage. After entering, he was met with darkness. He kept advancing, and at that moment, the Dao Realm expert who entered the second passage was moving at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already tens of millions of miles away. Soon, he stepped into the end of the passage. Here, he encountered a gatekeeper. "Defeat me, and you can leave the passage," the gatekeeper said mechanically. "Oomph." The Dao Realm expert snorted coldly. His eyes spewed fire as he unleashed his strongest strength. However, what surprised him was that his destructive power couldn't shake the passage. It was obvious that this cave abode was at least left behind by a heavenly Dao Realm expert. With this in mind, he became even more excited. Boom! Boom! However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't pose any threat to the gatekeeper. After a series of attacks failed, the Dao Realm expert frowned. "Are you a machine that was created?" The gatekeeper nodded. Although he was a machine that was created, he had his own consciousness. His mission was to guard this place. Furthermore, his strength was the same as the challenger. In other words, he was at the same realm as the challenger. Now that the challenger was a Dao Realm expert, the gatekeeper was naturally a Dao Realm expert as well. Very few people in the same realm could defeat him. "Is there a time limit?" the Dao Realm expert asked. If there was a time limit, it would be very difficult to pass. However, he had already come this far and was unwilling to give up. Of course, if you can't pass within 3 years, you will be automatically sent out, the gatekeeper said. Hearing that, the Dao Realm expert became even more anxious. In the first passage, Fangshan also encountered the same gatekeeper. However, the gatekeeper was a high-level utmost exalted. After the two of them fought, although Fangshan was temporarily defeated, he felt that the gatekeeper's strength wasn't much higher than his. Furthermore, he hadn't used his heart force earlier. If I use heart force, I should be able to succeed, Fangshan thought to himself. Human, I advise you to cultivate for a period of time before coming back. The gatekeeper reminded, I've seen plenty of people like you, but I've defeated all of them. Even though my cultivation realm is the same as yours, an advanced Jizuan realm cultivator, the strength that I possess isn't something that you can imagine. Supremacy, 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 supremacy. Really? Let's give it a try. Fangshan grinned and leaped forward. The heart force in his body instantly exploded. Terrifying heart force circled around his body, accompanying his fists as they danced in the air. Boom! When the gatekeeper was hit by Fangshan's fist, his face suddenly changed. This is heart force? The gatekeeper was stunned. His eyes widened as he stared at Fangshan. How could there be a spirit cultivator in this era? Moreover, he could clearly sense that Fangshan's heart force was very special. You are a spirit cultivator? The gatekeeper asked. Fangshan nodded. He didn't think that this person would also know about heart force. It seemed that when the master of the cave mansion was alive, he should have come into contact with the spirit lineage. Otherwise, the automatons he created shouldn't have known about it. Voila! To Fangshan's surprise, he thought that he would have to fight a tough battle, but in the end, the gatekeeper gave up and let him pass. Master once said that everyone else has to defeat me to pass the checkpoint, but spirit cultivators are an exception. They can pass directly. The gatekeeper said. Seeing this, Fangshan was overjoyed. Although he had some doubts, he left the passage as soon as possible. After Fangshan left, a glimmer of light flashed in the gatekeeper's dull eyes. Then, his consciousness went to the second passage. Bang! In the second passage, the Tao Realm expert was defeated again. He was sent flying by the gatekeeper with a punch. He was a little frustrated. He had already used his trump card, but he still couldn't do anything to the gatekeeper. Time's up. You can leave. Suddenly, the gatekeeper said. Hearing this, the Tao Realm expert was completely stunned. How can this be? Didn't you say that you have 3 years? How many days has it been? The gatekeeper shook his head and said, Someone passed the checkpoint, so this passage will be closed. You can only leave. What? The Tao Realm expert shook his head and said coldly, Impossible. I came in alone. How could someone pass through the checkpoint before me? He even asked the gatekeeper about the other party's identity and background, but the gatekeeper refused to answer and sent him away. No, the Tao Realm expert struggled frantically, but it was to no avail. The gatekeeper could control the entire cave abode and send him out. Whoosh! In a world gap, the Tao Realm expert suddenly appeared in the spatial storm. Then, he frantically searched for the cave abode's entrance. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find it. How can this be? For the sake of this cave abode's treasures, he had paid a huge price. He even didn't hesitate to violate Hydra's rules and tamper with the Darknet transactions. This was a huge risk. But now, someone else had beaten him to it. Could it be that they are in cahoots? After the Tao Realm expert calmed down, he slowly analyzed. However, he quickly rejected it. He had already killed the owner of the map. Then, who knew this secret? Suddenly, he recalled that an ant in the roaming dragon world had spied on him. Could it be him? Impossible. A mere martial highness ant couldn't even withstand a single glance from him. How was it possible for him to enter the cave before him? Let's take a look. He had no choice. The Tao Realm expert was unwilling to give up. He went outside the roaming dragon world again and realized that it was still the same as before. However, there was a heavenly Tao protective barrier around it. He shook his head. The person who spied on him should be dead, right? As for the dilapidated roaming dragon world, he didn't take action. Any realm in the 3,000 great Tao realms had its own reason for existing. If one was strong enough, they could destroy a realm and make it dilapidated, but it was impossible to make it disappear from the world gap. Even if they could do it, they would have to pay a heavy price. Many powerhouses in the 3,000 Great Tao realms were unwilling to do such a thing. For the latest updates and error-free reading, please visit. Recommendation. Recommend a font size 15px, color, hashtag 396dd4, padding 010px. Chapter 4136. With the Thunderfire Beast King leading the team and the 5 high-level Beast Kings as support, they were working with the Golden Dragon Palace Lord to rebuild the Wandering Dragon Realm. Although the process was a little slow, they still managed to preserve the core strength of the Wandering Dragon Realm. As for those weaker cultivators, they perished under a single gaze from that Tao realm expert, and Feng Chun was helpless against them. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The gap between the Supreme Realm and the Tao realm was too great. Even if Feng Chun wanted to protect them, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Even he was lucky enough to escape. Now, the Wandering Dragon Realm was in ruins, but before Feng Chun left, he had fully activated the array formation. The remaining heavenly Tao power enveloped the Wandering Dragon Realm, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. With the Thunderfire Beast King presiding over it, the Wandering Dragon Realm wouldn't be in any danger unless it was a Tao realm expert. However, Tao realm experts were high and mighty. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't forcefully destroy a small realm. The Tao realm expert glanced at the dilapidated Wandering Dragon Realm. Although he was furious, he still turned and left. After being kicked out of the cave abode, he couldn't even pinpoint its location. This meant that his treasure hunting trip was completely over. I will definitely find the truth. How dare you take my things? You will die miserably. The Tao realm expert sneered. Then, he entered the dark net and began to gather information. World Gap, Void Cave Abode. He originally thought that he would have to fight to the death before he could pass. Who knew that he would be directly let in by the gatekeeper after using his heart force? According to the gatekeeper, the owner of this cave abode had once said that cultivators of the mind lineage could directly pass through this passage. After walking for about 4 to 5 days in the long passage, he finally reached the end. After coming out of the passage, Feng Chun was shocked to discover that his cultivation level had increased greatly. His realm was infinitely close to the peak Supreme Realm. He was a little stunned. Could this passage also be a cultivation holy land? Walking in the passage was also considered cultivation? Impressive. After a long while, Feng Chun couldn't help but curl his lips. If such a cultivation holy land could be placed in the Chaos Realm, it would definitely allow the Chaos Realm to produce many experts. Unfortunately, it was very difficult for him to do so with his current strength. Whoosh! He took a deep breath, adjusted his body condition, and stepped out of the passage. What entered his eyes were countless dazzling lights. He used his hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling lights and gradually calmed down. To his surprise, he found that he had arrived at a peach blossom forest. He couldn't see the end of it. All he could see were densely packed peach trees. Each peach tree seemed to be a world of its own and didn't interfere with each other. But upon closer inspection, these peach trees seemed to be connected to each other, forming a world of their own. What test is this? If the first test was to defeat the gatekeeper, then what would the second test be? Wong. Just as he was thinking, an identical gatekeeper suddenly appeared in the peach blossom forest. Feng Chun was a little stunned. Could it be that all the gatekeepers in the cave were the same person? We meet again. The gatekeeper smiled at Feng Chun. There was another Tao realm warrior who entered the passage with you to participate in the test. But because you passed the test in advance, he was kicked out of the cave. Hearing that, Feng Chun was stunned. He followed the Tao realm warrior in and didn't expect that in the end, the Tao realm warrior was kicked out and he was left behind. You went for wool and came home shorn. This cave treasure didn't belong to him in the first place. He violated the rules of the dark net and secretly left a mark on the map. If the Hydra organization knew about this, he would definitely be punished. Now that he had been kicked out, he could focus on clearing the trial with peace of mind. However, Feng Chun was still a little worried. He was afraid that the Tao Realm warrior would destroy the wandering dragon world and the ethereal world in anger. Forget it. It's useless to think about this. Only when I'm strong enough can I protect the people and things I want to protect, Fangchen whispered. Then, he looked up at the gatekeeper. The latter seemed to understand the doubts in his heart and explained, I was personally created by my master. I'm very special. All the gatekeepers you met in the cave were illusions of me. Moreover, I will determine my own strength based on the true strength of the challenger. In other words, when facing Fangchen, the gatekeeper's realm was only at the advanced supreme realm. However, even so, Fangchen couldn't defeat him. Lord Gatekeeper, may I ask what the test of this level is? Since he was already here, he might as well take it easy and see if he could pass. Even a salted fish had to have dreams. What if he succeeded? Moreover, he passed the test directly because of his identity as a soul cultivator. He wondered if this identity would work in this level. You're a soul cultivator. Logically speaking, you should be able to enter the last level directly. However, you're too weak and haven't reached the Tao realm. Therefore, you must rely on your own strength to pass the Peach Blossom Forest. The gatekeeper introduced that the Peach Blossom Forest was a formation made up of 36,500 peach blossom trees. Each peach blossom tree was unique, and there was a special connection between these peach blossom trees. In the end, they formed this incomparably wondrous formation. To break the formation, one must comprehend all the mysteries of the 36,500 peach trees. There was a profound mystery hidden in every single one of the peach trees. In other words, comprehending all 36,500 mysteries would allow one to pass the test. In this level, cultivation level doesn't matter. It's a test of comprehension, the gatekeeper said. Has anyone succeeded before? Fangchen was speechless. 36,500 mysteries. He didn't know how long it would take to comprehend them. Moreover, some mysteries might not even be comprehended. Millions of years ago, there was a genius who comprehended 9,999 mysteries in one go. However, he came to a halt and failed. The gatekeeper sank into his memories, as though he was very fond of that genius. However, the mystic mysteries he figured out were of great help to him. Although he didn't succeed, he managed to step into the heavenly Tao realm in just 10 million years after he left. He was famous in the 3,000 realms of the great Tao, an existence that left people trembling. Oh, Fangchen was alarmed. To comprehend 9,999 mysteries in one go, wasn't that too monstrous? However, he changed his mindset. Even if he failed, as long as he comprehended more mysteries, it would be of great help to his cultivation. Perhaps he could become the next heavenly Tao realm expert. Even if he failed, it wouldn't be a huge loss to him. Furthermore, he could temper his heart force in the process. If he could raise his heart force to the 3rd level, his strength would definitely soar. When that happened, he might be able to fully use the special heart force in heaven-splitting acts. With this in mind, he came to the nearest peach tree and sat down cross-legged to begin his meditation. The gatekeeper nodded in satisfaction. He was neither arrogant nor rash. He had a stable mindset. It was indeed commendable. I hope you have good results. Chapter 41:37. The peach blossom forest before him did not seem big, but there were actually 36,500 peach blossoms. Each peach blossom contained a kind of complicated mystery. Only by completely comprehending this mystery could one borrow the power of the peach blossoms. Therefore, to break the peach blossom forest array, one had to comprehend 36,500 mysteries. However, this was something that even a Tao realm expert might not be able to do. How could a mere supremacy do it? The gatekeeper didn't have any hope for Fangchen. He just wanted him to give it a try. After all, he was a cultivator of the spirit lineage. Before his master died, he had said that spirit lineage cultivators had to be given a certain amount of help. He had also emphasized that spirit lineage cultivators could pass through the other stages, but they had to participate in the Peach Blossom Forest trial. Although the gatekeeper didn't understand, He roughly knew that this peach blossom forest was important to spirit lineage cultivators. Little guy, your potential is not bad. I hope you can succeed. The gatekeeper secretly observed Fong Chun. Time passed bit by bit. Fong Chun sat cross-legged in front of the first peach tree. He released his spiritual sense and carefully touched the peach blossoms. He wanted to sense the mysteries, but he failed. The peach blossoms seemed to be xenophobic. As long as there was any external contact, they would shake violently. This caused Fong Chun to waste a lot of time to study the peach blossom's characteristics before finally succeeding. 300 years later, the peach blossoms had developed a favorable impression of Fong Chun. They would even guide his spiritual sense into the peach blossoms and touch the mysteries. At this time, Fong Chun realized that this was the Fire Tao's mystery. He had a high attainment in the Fire Tao in the past, so he boldly tried to analyze it. He wanted to understand the mysteries of this mystery, but what happened next left him dumbfounded. The Fire Tao's mystery was much more profound than he had imagined. He realized that his attainment and understanding of the Fire Tao in the past couldn't compare to the Fire Tao's mystery. It was like his attainment in the Fire Tao in the past was like a child playing with mud. But now, the Fire Tao's mystery was like an adult's. The difference was too great. Is this the true Fire Tao? Fong Chun was completely stunned. He had never imagined that the Fire Tao would be so profound. No wonder the foundation of the world is earth, wind, water, and fire. At this moment, he finally understood something about the structure of the world. It was recorded in the ancient text that the primordial world before it was shattered was composed of the four most ancient and most primitive laws. On the other hand, the flames that he had comprehended previously paled in comparison to the law of fire. Boom! Boom! Fong Chun attempted to touch the profound mysteries of fire. A rumbling sound rang out in his mind. He sank deeply into a world of fire, unable to extricate himself. Gradually, his body was enveloped by a layer of flames. For the past 300 years, the gatekeeper had been observing Fong Chun every day, as usual. Today, he suddenly saw this scene and was somewhat shocked. Isn't this too abnormal? In a mere 300 years, this fellow had already come into contact with the true, profound mysteries of fire. His body was covered in a layer of flame, which meant that he had already come into contact with the profound mystery of fire in the peach blossoms. Another 1,000 years passed. The flame on his body became increasingly thick. The gatekeeper was already used to this. In his heart, Fong Chun had already become a freak of nature. The thick flame meant that the profound mysteries of fire's rejection of him was becoming weaker and weaker. This state continued for 8,000 years. Finally, the flame on his body gradually converged, turning into a ball of flame that drilled into his body. This meant that the profound mysteries of fire no longer rejected him. In fact, it was even open to him. What a fellow! It's only been 8,000 years. The gatekeeper sighed in amazement. To a peak powerhouse, 8,000 years was nothing more than the snap of a finger. Some almighty figures could casually go into seclusion for hundreds of millions of years. According to his understanding, to be able to reduce the rejection of the profound mysteries of fire to its weakest point in 800 years was already a record-breaking feat, even in the pre-shattering primordial world. This person would be considered a super monstrous genius. No wonder. Master said that cultivators of the mind and spirit lineage have limitless potential. The gatekeeper sighed. He was even more curious about Fong Chun. He wanted to see just how far he would be able to go. How long would it take to comprehend the first profound mystery of fire? In my memory, the fastest time to comprehend a single profound mystery was 1 billion years. Although it was 1 billion years, in truth, this was the fastest time to comprehend a single profound mystery. The 4 laws of earth, wind, water, fire. Each law derived countless profound mysteries. In total, there were 36,500 profound mysteries. But the profound mysteries derived from the laws of fire numbered 9,000 profound mysteries. To be able to comprehend a single profound mystery of fire was already considered a peak monstrous genius within the sovereign realm. To comprehend all 9,000 profound mysteries was nearly impossible. Why were the almighty figures of the 3,000 great Tao secluded in seclusion? They were completely engrossed in comprehending the profound mysteries. As long as anyone could comprehend all the profound mysteries of a single law, they could be called a perfect perfection expert. Even in the 3,000 great Tao realms, such an expert could be counted on one hand. As for some almighty figures, if they wanted to improve further, they would continue to comprehend the profound mysteries of the other three laws. In history, there were people who had comprehended 2 laws and comprehended all the profound mysteries. There were even people who had comprehended 3 laws. But no one had ever comprehended 4 laws. The design of the peach blossom forest made it impossible for all challengers to pass. Back then, the owner of this cave abode had borrowed many powers and poured all the profound mysteries into the 36,500 peach blossoms. He wanted to temper those who came after him, hoping that they would be able to gain some cultivation experience from it. Feng Chun was completely unaware of this. He was completely focused on comprehending the profound mysteries of fire. After 300 million years, he had a complete understanding of most of the profound mysteries of fire. All that was left was a deeper level of research. This breakthrough made the gatekeeper's jaws drop. Every time Feng Chun made a breakthrough, he would break a historical record. He really wanted to see just how far this fellow would grow in the end. At this moment, far away, the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, who was hunting at the end of the abyss, looked at his junior brother through the void projection with a smile. Junior brother's luck is pretty good. He actually obtained such a great opportunity. According to my calculations, he should be able to fully comprehend the profound mysteries of fire in 400 million years. The 9th brother said softly, his eyes filled with anticipation. He was very clear about the 4 laws of earth, wind, water, and fire. He also had some understanding of the 36,500 profound mysteries. He was filled with admiration for the owner of the cave abode. He was also very happy that his junior brother had obtained such a great opportunity. For the fastest update, please visit. For mobile, please visit. Recommendation. Chapter 41:38. Just as the 9th brother, King Xiaoyao, had predicted, after spending 400 million years, Feng Chun had successfully comprehended the first profound mystery of fire. Boom! His entire body was enveloped by flames. He was like a walking flame, and his body was ignited by the flames. Feng Chun felt like he was brimming with power. A casual punch could cause the flames to undergo a qualitative change. Profound mystery of fire. Feng Chun murmured. After comprehending the profound mystery of fire, his understanding of the Tao of fire had grown even stronger. Moreover, he could sense the aura of fire in the air at any time. In other words, his affinity with fire had increased. However, he wasn't arrogant. He had spent 400 million years to comprehend the first profound mystery of fire. It had to be known that there were over 9,000 profound mysteries of fire. To comprehend all of them was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But within the peach blossom forest, there were 36,500 profound mysteries. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Sometimes, he wondered if there was anyone in the 3,000 great Taos who could comprehend all 36,500 profound mysteries. Clearly, that was impossible. Congratulations. In just 400 million years, you've comprehended the first profound mystery. The gatekeeper suddenly appeared, smiling at him. Feng Chun curled his lips. Wasn't the word just a little too harsh? He felt that 400 million years was too long. You don't know. The first time you come in contact with a profound mystery, and also comprehend a profound mystery, is often the most difficult. For you to comprehend the first profound mystery of fire in 400 million years, this speed is already very fast. In the entire 3,000 great Taos, you could be ranked in the top 30. The gatekeeper seemed to have seen through Feng Chen's thoughts. Top 30. Fang Chun was stunned. He hadn't expected that after 400 million years, he would be ranked in the top 30. The first profound mystery is equivalent to a mountain. After climbing over it, it'll be much easier. However, the profound mysteries themselves are the basic structure of the world. There are too many things involved. In this aspect, you must not bite off more than you can chew. The gatekeeper explained many things about the profound mysteries to Fang Chun and even gave him some examples. This was to prevent Fang Chun from biting off more than he could chew and to lay a solid foundation. Thank you for your guidance. Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked him, solidifying his foundation. He had stumbled all the way from the ancient sword continent. No one knew better than him how important it was to solidify one's foundation. The reason he was able to make it this far was because of his tenacious will. Now that he had comprehended the first arcana of fire, he did not feel complacent. Instead, he used the identity token of the disciple of the White Emperor Palace to enter the dark net. 1. After 400 million years, the people of the White Emperor Palace once again received news that the murderer of the White Emperor Palace's disciples had appeared. Very quickly, the people from the White Emperor Palace rushed over and surrounded Fang Chun. This time, they came aggressively, wanting to force Fang Chun to reveal his identity in the real world. Because too much time had passed, the White Emperor Palace had lost their patience. Fang Chun coldly snorted. He ignored the people from the White Emperor Palace and walked straight to the downtown area. The rules of the dark net were very strict. Once someone broke the rules, they would be killed. Their consciousness would be shattered, and their physical body in the real world would also be damaged. If it was light, they would be seriously injured, and if it was heavy, they would die. Therefore, even though the people from the White Emperor Palace hated Fang Chun, they could do nothing. Kid, if you have the ability, then come to the arena. Suddenly, the people from the White Emperor Palace said coldly. Fang Chun stopped in his tracks and turned to look at them. Why should I? Whoosh. The people from the White Emperor Palace took out a scroll and said, This is a precious arcana truth that I exchanged my points for not long ago. If you can defeat me in the arena, I will give it to you. Fang Chun had originally planned to ignore the people from the White Emperor Palace, but when he heard about the arcana truth, he was tempted. He had come to the dark net this time to inquire about the arcana. He did not expect that someone would send him a pillow when he was about to doze off. He was determined to get this arcana truth. Why should I believe you? In truth, Fang Chun was already impatient to fight in the arena. However, he did not show it on his face. Furthermore, he did not trust the people from the White Emperor Palace. After all, this arcana truth was extremely precious. It required a huge amount of points to exchange for. What if he won and the people from the White Emperor Palace refused to accept it? As expected, the people from the White Emperor Palace were anxious. We can find a witness. The people from the White Emperor Palace said, Arena challenges are often witnessed by the staff of the dark net. Both sides have to hand over the wager to the staff in front of everyone. That way, the loser will have no chance to back out. All right, I agree, but I don't have anything on me that can match the arcana truth. Fang Chun shrugged. He did have some good things on him, such as the heaven-splitting axe. But he couldn't take them out as a wager, right? The people from the White Emperor Palace hurriedly waved their hands. We don't need anything from you. As long as you lose, leave your life behind. Fang Chun pretended to hesitate for a moment before nodding in agreement. Soon, the people from the White Emperor Palace found a witness. It was a staff member called Master Bitterzen. He had a high prestige in the dark net. There had been no problems in the arena matches that he had witnessed so far. Master Bitterzen, the two of us would like to have an arena match. Please be our witness. The people from the White Emperor Palace took out the arcana truth and handed it to Master Bitterzen. Then, they explained everything clearly. Master Bitterzen put his palms together and asked, Are you willing? Fang Chun nodded in agreement. Soon, under the witness of Master Bitterzen, the two stepped into the arena. Before the two of you fight, let me explain the rules. Master Bitterzen explained the rules to both parties as usual. After both parties agreed, he announced the start of the battle. Soon, many people were attracted to the arena. Oh, Isn't that the people from the White Emperor Palace? Who is he fighting? Even Master Bitter Zen is here. I'm really curious who will win this battle. Many people came because of Master Bitter Zen's reputation. They didn't know Fong Chun at all, nor did they bother to know him. Faced with the contempt of the people from the White Emperor Palace, Fong Chun sneered inwardly. You'll cry when you lose. If it weren't for the arcana truth, he wouldn't have bothered to fight or even pay attention to the people from the White Emperor Palace. But now, his real body was in the peach blossom forest. He was in urgent need of the arcana truth to improve his knowledge of the arcana. Boom, boom, boom. Because the dark net was a virtual space, only divine consciousness could enter. Therefore, the arena match was also a battle of divine consciousness. It wasn't as noisy as a battle between real bodies. Basically, it was a battle of divine consciousness. As long as one could crack the opponent's divine consciousness, one would win. Basically, no matter how the battle was fought, it wouldn't hurt the divine consciousness, let alone the real body. Unless a top expert made a move, it was possible to destroy the divine consciousness and penetrate the real body through the shattered divine consciousness. Chapter 41-39. With Master Bitter Zen as a witness, Fong Chun was naturally assured that his opponent would not dare to play any tricks. Otherwise, he would be punished by Master Bitter Zen. Master Bitter Zen had a high reputation and would not allow his name to be tarnished. As Master Bitter Zen announced the start of the battle, the arena was immediately filled with the aura of battle. The person from White Emperor Palace emitted a white aura all over his body. His primordial spirit transformed into a phantom. His hands formed a seal, and a terrifying white dragon floated above his head. Kill! The person from White Emperor Palace roared angrily. His figure flashed, and he attacked Fong Chun. At this moment, Fong Chun did not care at all. He even wanted to try and see how powerful the newly comprehended profound mystery of fire was. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the white dragon was about to touch Fong Chun's body, the latter directly used the profound mystery of fire. His entire body was bathed in flames. After the white dragon touched the flames, it instantly let out a miserable cry. Then it was burned by the flames and quickly disappeared. Seeing this, the person from White Emperor Palace's expression changed greatly. This is the profound mystery of fire. Master Bitter Zen was also shocked. Clearly, he did not expect Fong Chun to have comprehended the profound mystery of fire. He stroked his beard, and a deep smile appeared on his face. It seems that this little guy is hiding a lot of secrets. When the two exchanged blows, Master Bitter Zen could already see the result. Sure enough, as he expected, after a few minutes, Fong Chun defeated the person from White Emperor Palace with an absolute advantage. The person from White Emperor Palace had no choice but to leave. The profound mystery of fire fell into Fong Chun's pocket. Little guy, congratulations. Master Bitter Zen put his palms together and congratulated with a smile. Thank you, Master Bitter Zen, for witnessing. Fong Chun also expressed his gratitude to Master Bitter Zen. However, at this moment, a powerful aura descended on the arena. He looked at Fong Chun and said coldly, "Can you give me your profound mystery of fire?" This scene caused all the onlookers to be somewhat stunned. At the same time, they also clearly saw the person who had come. Everyone shook their heads. This person was a famous bad guy who specialized in bullying newcomers and snatching other people's things. Of course, he took advantage of the loopholes in the rules. After all, no matter how strong a person was, they would not dare to violate the rules of the dark net. Sorry, I have a use for it. Fong Chun declined politely. However, the other party directly said, "Then do you dare to have a match with me?" Master Bitter Zen put his palms together and said, "Ku Yun, you're being a bit of a bully." Fong Chun frowned. He felt that this Ku Yun seemed very familiar. Suddenly, he slapped his head and remembered. Previously, when he obtained the Cave Mansion map from several members of the Hydra organization, they seemed to have mentioned that the big shot they found in the darknet, the expert who helped them decipher the map, was called Ku Yun. Fang Chen looked at Ku Yin seriously. He had seen the Dao realm expert before. At this moment, when he looked at his primordial spirit, he vaguely felt that the two were almost identical. He instantly concluded that this expert called Ku Yin should be the Dao realm expert who had almost destroyed the wandering dragon realm. I have a brother who wants the profound truth, but I exchanged my point for something else, and it just so happens that I don't have enough points, Ku Yin explained. It was difficult to accumulate so many points in a short time, and he was eager to get the profound truth. He just happened to see Fang Chen win one, so he wanted to come over. With Master Bitter Zen here, Ku Yin did not dare to be too presumptuous. He asked Fang Chen in a negotiating tone, "Brother, can you give me some face?" Fang Chen shook his head. His attitude was very firm. A trace of killing intent flashed in his heart. This guy relied on the fact that he was a Dao realm expert and wanted to kill him in an instant and destroy the wandering dragon realm with just a glance. He probably would not have dreamed that he would snatch the cave mansion opportunity that he was about to get. Good, very good. I hope you'll be careful in the future. After saying those words, Ku Yin turned and left. Fang Chen, who had obtained the profound truth, directly logged out of the dark net. In the peach blossom forest, Fang Chen had just tried to comprehend the profound truth of fire in the dark net. It was very powerful. Almost instantly, the white dragon formed by the people of the White Emperor Palace disintegrated from the inside. What a powerful, profound truth. Fang Chen was very curious. If he comprehended all 9,000 profound truths of fire, how strong would he be? Of course, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could comprehend all of them. He was just trying his best to comprehend them. Then he flipped open the profound truths. The explanations inside were all basic profound truth knowledge. Even so, it was still very important to Fang Chen. After half a month, he finally finished reading the profound truth. At this time, Fang Chen's understanding of the profound truth had deepened. He told the gatekeeper and began to try to comprehend the second profound truth of fire. Buzz. He came to the second peach blossom tree and used his consciousness to communicate with the peach blossom tree. He came into contact with the profound truth of fire inside and began to comprehend it. In a dangerous place in the world gap, there was a terrifying cave abode. No creatures approached it at all. At that moment, an old man in the cave abode was so angry that he almost destroyed the cave abode. Damn it! A mere supremacy trash dares to challenge me. Ku Yin? Surprisingly, this person was Ku Yin who'd been forcefully kicked out of the abode earlier. As a Dao realm expert, he could be considered to be an existence that possessed the strength to fight in the 3,000 dimensions of the Grand Dao. However, he'd been refused when he'd asked for a true enlightenment of the profound mysteries. This was not giving him any face. Previously, he was already angry because he had been forcefully kicked out of the cave abode. Now he was even angrier. He began to contact some of his friends, wanted to find out the identity of the person who had rejected him on the darknet and where he came from. Just you wait. Ku Yin, will make you regret it for the rest of your life. At the same time, White Emperor Palace, White Emperor Realm. The strongest person in the White Emperor Palace, the realm lord of the White Cloud Realm, Emperor Bai, was furious after learning about everything on the darknet. Use all your power, no matter the price. We must find out his true identity. Emperor Bai gave the order and went to find his friends, hoping to find some clues on the darknet. Although Hydra is an organization, it is too scattered. Although the darknet also has strict rules, people die for money and birds die for food. As long as there is enough profit, anyone will take the risk. Therefore, Emperor Bai believed that if he paid a high enough price, he would definitely be able to find out Fang Chen's true identity. From there, he would be able to lock onto his hiding place and kill him. At that moment, Fang Chen had no idea that because of his actions, he had attracted so many enemies. They were even willing to violate the Darknet's rules to find his hiding place. If the Dao Realm expert, Ku Yin, knew that the person he wanted to kill was the person who had kicked him out of the cave abode, what kind of expression would he have? As for Emperor Bai, if he knew where Fang Chen was hiding, he would probably not dare to come even if he had 10,000 guts. Chapter 4140. Because he had the experience of comprehending the first profound mystery of fire, Feng Chun had a deeper understanding of the profound mysteries after reading The Profound Mysteries, True Explanation. As a result, the time it took him to comprehend the second profound mystery of fire was greatly reduced. He only spent 100 million years to complete it. To a cultivator, this was just a snap of the finger. After comprehending the second profound mystery of fire, Feng Chun had an unexpected and pleasant harvest. This profound mystery of fire was called flame clone. Previously, he had seen from the profound mystery's true explanation that every profound mystery was unique. Among them, there was no lack of extremely special profound mysteries. For example, within the profound mysteries of fire, there was a profound mystery that allowed one to condense a flame clone. And it just so happened that the second profound mystery that Feng Chun had comprehended was precisely the profound mystery of flame clone. Condense. As soon as he comprehended it, he was already impatient to condense a flame clone. From the profound mystery's true explanation, he could see that there were a total of 3 steps to condensing a flame clone. The first step was to familiarize himself with the profound mysteries of flame clone, allowing it to circulate throughout his body and completely fuse with his flesh. The second step was to separate the blood essence, allowing the profound mysteries to separate from the blood essence and condense a flame giant. At this step, he was more than half successful. However, he still couldn't be careless. Only by completing the third step would he be considered to have truly condensed a flame clone. The third step was also an extremely important step. The requirement for this step was to separate the primordial spirit. Separate the primordial spirit. Feng Chen's eyes swiveled. The primordial spirit was the foundation of a cultivator. Once it was separated, there was a risk of it being destroyed. He fell into a state of hesitation. At this time, the gatekeeper appeared. He told Feng Chun that to condense a flame clone, he had to separate the primordial spirit. Moreover, for powerful people, separating the primordial spirit was a normal operation, because it was only a small part of the primordial spirit. As long as it was done well, it wouldn't affect the main primordial spirit. The reason for this was to give the flame clone a will, allowing it to have a clearer connection with the main primordial spirit. This flame clone was a true clone. No matter how far away it would still be able to communicate with it. Otherwise, it would be an incomplete flame clone. You are a spirit cultivator. Extracting the primordial spirit is even easier for you. The gatekeeper revealed a secret. It turned out that cultivators of the mind lineage had a rather unique and easier means of stripping off one's essence soul. Moreover, the gatekeeper personally taught Feng Chun how to properly peel off the primordial spirit. This lesson lasted for 3 months. 3 months later, Feng Chun was finally ready and began to condense the fire avatar. The first step was basically completed in an instant. With a thought, the profound energy spread throughout his body and fused with his flesh. Then the second step began. He separated a drop of essence blood, and then controlled the profound mysteries of flame to fuse the two together. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A flame giant could be seen with the naked eye gradually appearing in front of Feng Chun. After a while, the flame giant was completely formed. Its shape and appearance were exactly the same as Feng Chen's, except that it looked somewhat wooden. The gatekeeper said that this was because he had not yet been bestowed with a primordial spirit and was unable to control his body. Thus, he was now considered a walking corpse. The third step was also the most important step. The gatekeeper told Feng Chun to relax a little and to just use his heart force. As expected, Feng Chun did not hesitate and directly used the second layer of heart force. In an instant, it enveloped the primordial spirit and began stripping. The entire stripping process was very simple and very fast. It was so simple that Feng Chun thought that he had made a mistake in his control. 1. When the sliver of primordial spirit that was stripped off entered the flame giant instantly shrank until it was as tall as Fong Chun. Greetings. The flame giant cupped his fists towards Fong Chun with a smile on his face. Avatar. Fong Chun was stunned. How could it be so easy to condense a flame avatar? No need to be surprised. You are a cultivator of the mind lineage. Condensing a flame avatar is too easy for you. The gatekeeper said, this was just one way to use the profound mysteries of flame. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, there were many people who had comprehended the profound mysteries of flame avatars. Of course, it was not just the profound mysteries of flame avatars that could be condensed into avatars. There were other special profound mysteries that could be used to condense avatars. There were even some powerful secret techniques that could be used to condense avatars. However, the only difference was once the avatar was destroyed, the primordial spirit that was stripped off would be permanently destroyed. This would affect the growth of the main primordial spirit. If the opponent was a top powerhouse, they could even severely injure the main primordial spirit by stripping off the primordial spirit. To put it simply, profound mystery avatars were closely related to the main body. And those avatars that were condensed through special means were basically like walking corpses in terms of combat strength. Even if they were damaged, they could be condensed again. Just as Fong Chun was studying the flame avatar, the gatekeeper's words made his eyes light up. You can let the main body comprehend the profound mysteries in the peach blossom forest while the flame avatar leaves to explore the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, the gatekeeper said. The advantage of this was that the main body would be very safe. Even if the flame avatar died and the main primordial spirit was affected, it would not threaten the life of the main body. Yeah, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? Fong Chun laughed happily like a fool. In the following time, with the gatekeeper's help, he let the flame avatar leave the cave abode while his main body continued to cultivate in the peach blossom forest. Boom, boom, boom. The flame avatar suddenly appeared in the world gap. There were countless terrifying storms around it. The flame avatar took a look and then directly rushed towards the wandering dragon realm. Soon, he saw the ethereal spirit realm from afar. The ethereal spirit realm was developing very well, and there were no invaders. However, the wandering dragon realm was different. After the destructive attack of the Tao realm expert, it was almost destroyed. Fortunately, 70% of the heavenly Tao's power was damaged, allowing it to barely withstand the attack. The current wandering dragon realm could not be called a realm at all. Strictly speaking, it was like a mystic realm. It was extremely damaged, especially the heavenly Tao's power. It had been severely damaged and had fallen into a deep sleep. In such a situation, the flame avatar was helpless. Just as the flame avatar was about to enter the wandering dragon realm, a Hydra battleship suddenly came from afar. The Hydra battleship stopped in front of the flame avatar. Several people walked out of it. Among them, the fat man in the lead asked, "Boy, do you know what this realm is called?" Before the flame avatar could speak, another person said, "No matter what, we are the geniuses of the Nine Heavens realm. I really don't know what the boss is thinking. He actually sent us to such a godforsaken place to train." After hearing this person's ridicule, the flame avatar was stunned. The Nine Heavens realm, wasn't that the place the black-robed ancestor wanted him to go before he died? Chapter 41:41. Boy, we're asking you a question. Are you deaf? Seeing Fong Chun in a daze, the burly man held an axe in front of him and said fiercely, Only then did Fong Chun react. He carefully looked at the people who came down from the Hydra organization's battleship. "This is the Wandering Dragon Realm," Fong Chun replied. "The Wandering Dragon Realm? It's about to be destroyed." The burly man curled his lips, a little disdainful. The leader was a man in a brocade robe. He squinted at the dilapidated Wandering Dragon Realm in front of him, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Such a dilapidated realm is just right for us to practice. Listening to what they said, it seemed that they were specifically looking for a dilapidated realm to practice. "What are you doing?" Fong Chen asked. Who are you? What right do you have to speak here? The burly man picked up his axe and threatened Fong Chen. Get lost, don't let me see you again. After a rough estimation, the strength of these people was basically at the advanced Supreme Master level. Only the man in the brocade robe was at the ultimate Supreme Master level. What if I don't get lost? Fong Chen shrugged. His flame doppelganger had two mysteries of fire. Although it was only at the advanced Supreme Master level, it was invincible below the ultimate Supreme Master level. After weighing the overall strength of the people in front of him, he felt that he could handle them. Being challenged by Fong Chen, the burly man was a little angry. He picked up his axe and chopped at Fong Chen. Crash! However, his movements were too clumsy, and Fong Chen easily dodged. Big guy, is that all you can do? Fong Chen mocked. You're courting death. The burly man was completely furious. He waved his axe and displayed a powerful, unique skill. However, Fong Chen was stronger and firmly suppressed him. His axe could not touch Fong Chen at all. That's enough. The man in the brocade robe stopped the burly man. You are not his match. He could tell that Fong Chen had no intention of killing the burly man. He was just toying with him. Humph! If he didn't run, I would have chopped off his head with my axe, the burly man said. The finely dressed man took a step forward and looked at Fong Chen with a smile. I really didn't expect to meet such an interesting person like you in such a remote place. If I'm not wrong, you should be the sector lord of this wandering dragon domain, right? You're much smarter than that big guy. Fong Chen shrugged. The other party had already seen through him, so there was no need for him to lie. He directly admitted it. You? The burly man was infuriated by Fong Chen's mockery, but he was stopped by the others. The finely dressed man said, I have to say that your luck is really good. Your cultivation level is not as high as mine, but you became the sector lord. I envy you. Fong Chen did not speak. The finely dressed man continued. We are from the Nine Heavens realm. I think you have never heard of it. But what I want to tell you is that you should give up the wandering dragon domain and let us practice. I believe you are a smart person and know what to choose. You want to refine the wandering dragon domain? Fong Chen asked. Humph! This desolate place is worthy for us to refine? The burly man said disdainfully. We don't like the sector lord of this broken place at all. We want to refine it completely and let it disappear. We want to absorb its heavenly Tao to improve our strength. There were many powerful forces in the Nine Heavens realm, but this force had always been strong because they had a unique secret skill that could swallow the domain. Ha ha! Fong Chen smiled a very bright smile. It seemed that there was nothing to say. Boom! He attacked first. Seeing this, the burly man raised his axe and attacked. But at this moment, Fong Chen also took out the sky-splitting axe and activated his heart force, raising the power of the sky-splitting axe to the maximum. The burly man looked at him with disdain, showing off in front of an expert. However, when the two axes collided, the burly man's axe was instantly shattered. Moreover, Fong Chen's sky-splitting axe did not stop. It continued to carry a powerful force and chopped on the burly man's head. Crack! The burly man's primordial spirit was directly shattered, and he died instantly. This scene made the other people's faces change drastically. Attacked together. The finely dressed man saw that there was something wrong with Fong Chen's axe, so he did not act arrogantly and chose to attack him together. And the poor burly man was too conceited and died tragically in the end. Boom! Fong Chen unleashed all his strength, even using his heart force. He wanted to kill these people in the shortest time possible. In any case, this was the world gap. No one would know that he was the one who killed them. Crack! The sky-splitting axe, which was wrapped in heart force, was extremely powerful. Every strike of the axe could shatter a person's primordial spirit. After several consecutive strikes, all the people from the Nine Heavens realm, except for the finely dressed man, died. Boom! The finely dressed man collided with Fong Chen and quickly retreated. After stabilizing his body, he stared at him with his pitch-black eyes and asked, Who are you? The strength Fong Chen displayed was definitely not that of an ordinary high-level supremacy. It was even stronger than ordinary peak supremacies. He could almost be considered invincible among the supremacies. How could there be such a powerful monster in such a remote place? For a moment, the finely dressed man felt a little weak. He was mainly afraid of the sky-splitting axe in Fong Chen's hand. All his strength comes from that axe, the finely dressed man thought to himself. The brocade-robed man thought to himself, but he had no way to resist. Do I really have to use that weapon? There was a sealed demonic saber in his interspatial ring. When the expert from the sect gave it to him, he had warned him many times that he could only comprehend it once every 10,000 years. And each time, he could only comprehend it for a maximum of an hour. Otherwise, he would suffer a chi deviation. It had only been 8,000 years since he last comprehended it. He was hesitating whether he should take out the demonic saber. This was because in his current situation, only the demonic saber could resist Fong Chen's sky-splitting axe. However, the warning of the expert from the sect appeared in his mind. What should I do? He was weighing the pros and cons, unable to make a choice. Using the demonic saber before the stipulated time is very risky, but there are also great gains. Once I kill this person and seize his axe, I'll have profited greatly. In the end, impulse overcame reason, and the finely dressed man prepared to use the sealed demonic saber. He stared at Fong Chen and said coldly, "Boy, I admit that you are very strong, and the axe in your hand is a rare divine weapon. However, it's a pity that you have met me. I will take everything from you. Don't worry, after I kill you, I will personally refine the broken domain behind you and let you know why you died. Do you have any last words?" Chapter 41-42. The man in brocade robes threatened Fong Chen with a Nine Heavens realm. If Fong Chen insisted on attacking him, he would become the enemy of the entire Nine Heavens realm. However, Fong Chen didn't care. "You want to kill me? Do you want me to let you go?" He knew very well that if he killed them in the world gap, the experts of the Nine Heavens realm wouldn't be able to track him down. If he let them go, not to mention the wandering dragon realm, even the ethereal realm would be destroyed. Even his life would be in danger. He couldn't take the risk. Moreover, he wanted to take the opportunity to go to the Nine Heavens realm to take a look. Boom! Fong Chen activated the heaven-splitting axe once more. The terrifying axe contained a vast amount of heart force. Soon, the might of the heaven-splitting axe increased significantly. As it chopped down, the man in embroidered robes was unable to block it at all. He cried out miserably as his body smashed to the side. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a spatial storm suddenly appeared. The terrifying storm power swept across a radius of 100 miles. Fong Chen's figure quickly retreated, leaving the range of the spatial storm. However, the man in brocade robes wasn't so lucky. He had been hit by the sky-splitting axe and was seriously injured. Now that he encountered a spatial storm, he couldn't dodge at all. Rip! The pulling force of the spatial storm was too strong. The man in brocade robes panicked when he saw that he was about to be sucked into the center of the storm. Helpless, he didn't think about the consequences anymore. He took out the sealed demonic saber in his spatial ring. Boom! The moment the demonic saber appeared, he suddenly raised his hand. The demonic saber carried a monstrous demonic aura and slashed at the spatial storm. Crack! A crack appeared in the spatial storm, and the demonic saber was unharmed. This also helped the man in brocade robes quickly escape the range of the spatial storm. Hiss! Soon, the spatial storm disappeared, and the area returned to normal. However, the man in brocade robes was different. He didn't use the demonic saber at the stipulated time, causing the demonic aura to invade his body. Now he was a walking corpse, and the demonic saber was controlling his body. Kill! The man in brocade roared. Holding the demonic saber, he fought fiercely with Fong Chen. Fong Chen also sensed that this demonic saber was very special. He didn't let his guard down and immediately activated his heart force, pushing the heaven-splitting axe to its limits to resist the demonic saber. Boom! Boom! The demonic saber was clearly at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the heaven-splitting axe. This scene caused the luxuriously dressed man's pupils to shrink. Although the demonic saber was controlling his body now, he still had a trace of consciousness. He knew very well how powerful the demonic saber was. The last time he used it, an expert above the Supreme Being realm was severely injured by his saber. But now, the demonic saber was actually at a disadvantage when clashing with the heaven-splitting axe. What was going on? In other words, what level of weapon was that axe? Bang, bang, bang. In a few seconds, the demonic saber and heaven-splitting axe had clashed dozens of times. The man in embroidered clothes was a little flustered. He had violated the rules by using the demonic saber. He felt that his last bit of consciousness was blurring, but he had yet to finish off the enemy. What should he do next? Swoosh! Fang Chun held the heaven-splitting axe and fiercely slashed at the demonic saber with his powerful heart force. The terrifying shock wave almost tore the man in embroidered clothes apart. It was this swing of the axe that caused the man in embroidered clothes to be completely controlled by the demonic saber. Immediately after, the sinister and terrifying voice of the demonic saber echoed in Fang Chen's ears. I didn't expect to encounter a primordial spiritual treasure after so many years. Although the demonic saber didn't recognize the heaven-splitting axe, it knew that this saber came from the primordial world before it was destroyed. It was called a primordial spiritual treasure. However, it wasn't worried. After all, the primordial spiritual treasure was sealed and couldn't unleash its true power. If it could refine the primordial spiritual treasure, its seal would be broken. Thinking of this, the demonic saber entered a state of madness. It frantically controlled the man in embroidered clothes body to fight against Fang Chun. However, it still underestimated the power of the heaven-splitting axe and Fang Chen's special methods. After an intense battle, the heaven-splitting axe completely suppressed the demonic saber and killed the man in embroidered clothes. The latter's body was torn apart and devoured by a spatial storm. Only the demonic saber floated in the world gap. How could this be? A terrified voice sounded from the demonic saber. It wanted to escape, but it was suppressed by the heaven-splitting axe. Whoosh! Fang Chun pressed his palm down and completely controlled the demonic saber. He then sent a message to his ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, informing him that a sealed demonic saber had actually recognized the heaven-splitting axe as a primordial spiritual treasure. He didn't know what to do with it. Demonic saber? The ninth brother frowned. In the current 3,000 Great Tao realms, very few people could recognize primordial spiritual treasures. He immediately had Fang Chun send him a mental image and realized that he didn't recognize the demonic saber. This demonic saber isn't a primordial spiritual treasure. However, I'm guessing that it must have followed the experts of the primordial world in battle. That's why it knows about primordial spiritual treasures. The ninth brother, King Xiaoyao, discovered that there was a demon sealed inside the demonic saber. Once the demon broke out of the seal, it would be a great threat to his junior brother. How about this, junior brother? Give me this demonic saber. I'll refine the demon inside. After I'm done, I'll give it to you, said the ninth brother via voice transmission. All right, last time, after obtaining the heaven-splitting axe and becoming an inner disciple of the Palace of Fortune, Fang Chun had the means to enter a hunting world at any time. This time, he didn't waste any time. He directly entered the end of the abyss through the hunting world and left the demonic saber for his ninth brother. After that, he returned to the world gap and jumped onto the battleship left behind by the man in embroidered clothes. In the battleship, there were many cultivation resources that they had plundered. There were also some things that Fang Chun didn't understand. In the end, he found a book that he was more interested in. It clearly recorded the geographical location of the Nine Heavens realm and the power structure. After reading it, Fang Chun had a general understanding of the Nine Heavens realm. It turned out that the man in embroidered clothes was a core disciple of the strongest power in the Nine Heavens realm, Yinshao Palace. However, he didn't find the Almighty that the black-robed elder wanted him to find in the book. It seemed that he had to go to the Nine Heavens realm personally to see that Almighty. The Wandering Dragon world currently had the Thunderfire Beast King and 5 high-level Beast Kings guarding it. Moreover, the Golden Dragon Palace Lord was rebuilding it. Basically, there were no major problems. As for the empty spirit world, it had entered a dormant period. All the cultivators were working hard to cultivate. Fong Chen's original body was still comprehending the mysteries in the peach blossom forest. As for this fire clone, he planned to continue exploring. After all, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path was so vast. He was just a beginner. What awaited him next was a more dangerous, more exciting, and more intense journey. Chapter 41-43. The primordial world shattered and evolved into the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. However, for countless years, everyone had been searching for the original realm because there was a saying in the gap of worlds: whoever obtained the original realm would obtain the world. From this, one could see how important the original realm was. All cultivators believed that the original realm was the core of the primordial world after it shattered. It preserved many things that belonged to the primordial world, including all kinds of inheritances, techniques, and treasures. However, they did not know that the original realm was not what they imagined it to be. Compared to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the current original realm was a dilapidated scene. Moreover, it was almost destroyed by the devouring demon clan. Fortunately, a super genius like Fong Chun appeared and turned the situation around. Even so, because the original realm was too isolated, it could not come into contact with the cultivation of the outside world. Therefore, as time passed, the martial arts civilization of the original realm fell further and further behind. It was even difficult for cultivators of the supreme realm to appear. However, Fong Chun believed that as long as he was strong enough, he could lead the cultivation civilization of his hometown. It had been a long time since he left the realm of chaos. Fong Chun had been cultivating hard. Now, he had become a disciple of the Palace of Fortune and the Lord of Two Realms. He had also condensed a fire clone and let it explore the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. His original body was comprehending the mysteries of the peach blossom forest. For him, this was definitely the best way to cultivate. Even if the fire clone was killed, his original body would still be alive. Unless he encountered a supreme cultivator who could destroy his original body through the clone, then there was nothing he could do. However, Fong Chun still had an important trump card, and that was the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao. At the critical moment, he would help him once. After dealing with the core disciples of the Yunshao Palace of the Nine Heavens realm, Fong Chun sent the sealed demonic blade to the ninth brother. Then, he turned back and steered the warship into the depths of the Gap of Worlds. On the warship, he found countless cultivation resources. Of course, the most important thing was the map of the Nine Heavens realm and the division of forces. This also made him realize that the Nine Heavens realm was more powerful than the empty spirit realm and the wandering dragon realm combined. Moreover, what surprised her the most was that the Nine Heavens realm actually had a cultivator who was above the Supreme Saint level. Although it was still unclear what level the Tao realm expert from Cloud Palace was at least for now, it seemed that he was not someone Fong Chun could provoke. During the long journey, Fong Chun was not idle. He had been cultivating. However, one day, the battleship suddenly issued a warning. He immediately stopped cultivating and went to the deck. To his surprise, he discovered that there was a magnetic field of thunder in front of him. Above the endless sea, terrifying lightning constantly swooped down, turning the surrounding area into a magnetic field of lightning. Even an expert like Fong Chun would be instantly refined if he were to enter such a terrifying thunder domain magnetic field. He hurriedly controlled the battleship to avoid the Thunder Dominion's magnetic field. He wanted to circle around it, but at this moment, he saw a shocking scene. Within the Thunder Dominion's magnetic field, there seemed to be a figure bathing in terrifying thunder. Is that cultivating? Fong Chun was dumbfounded. There was actually someone cultivating under the terrifying magnetic field of the Thunder Dominion. Then, this expert must be a Tao realm expert. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Terrifying thunder pierced through the figure's body. However, there was no pain on his face. There was only joy. This process lasted for a full 15 minutes. Finally, the magnetic field of the Thunder Dominion disappeared completely. The figure also stopped cultivating. His body was covered with thunder and lightning. His eyes flashed, and lightning burst out. A Tao realm expert. Fong Chun clenched his fist, his breathing a little rapid. This was the first time he saw a Tao realm expert cultivating. It was simply terrifying. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Tao realm expert seemed to have noticed Fong Chun in the distance. He turned his head and looked at him. Suddenly, Fong Chun felt that his head was about to explode. The pain spread through his body, and he collapsed on the deck. Fortunately, the Tao realm expert quickly retracted his gaze. This allowed Fong Chun to heave a sigh of relief. However, what happened next made Fong Chun's heart jump to his throat. This was because the Tao realm expert was walking towards his battleship from the direction of the magnetic field of the Thunder Dominion. I can't be that unlucky, right? He had just come out, and his clone was going to be destroyed. However, at this point, he couldn't run away. He could only brace himself and greet the Tao realm expert. I didn't mean to disturb your cultivation. Please forgive me. Fong Chun cupped his fists and apologized. Whoosh! The Tao realm expert landed on the deck. After retracting his aura, he sat cross-legged on the deck like an ordinary person and closed his eyes to rest. Fong Chun didn't dare to act rashly. He kept guarding the Tao realm expert. 3 days later, the Tao realm expert slowly opened his eyes. The thunder and lightning on his body disappeared completely. He looked up at Fong Chun and nodded in satisfaction. I had an epiphany during my cultivation. Hence, I borrowed your deck. Thank you. Senior, you're welcome, Fong Chun said with a smile. The Tao realm expert seemed to be very gentle and had a good attitude towards Fong Chun. It's fate that we met. I owe you a favor. Tell me, what do you want? Fong Chun shook his head. Since the Tao realm expert was being polite to him, he shouldn't take him seriously. He immediately rejected. Senior, you're thinking too much. Even without my battleship, you can still cultivate in the world gap. This is just a small matter. How would I dare to ask for a favor from you? Little guy, you're neither arrogant nor rash. Not bad. The Tao realm expert seemed to be very satisfied with Fong Chun's answer. He didn't say anything else and asked, Where are you going? Senior, I'm going to the Nine Heavens realm. Oh, after hearing the words Nine Heavens realm, the Tao realm expert smiled and said, I didn't expect our destination to be the same. Great, let's go together. I couldn't ask for more. Fong Chun was secretly delighted. It was a huge gain to be able to travel with a Tao realm expert. Indeed, along the way, although the Tao realm expert didn't chat much with Fong Chun, the few pointers he gave Fong Chun benefited greatly. In particular, after learning that Fong Chun was a cultivator of the mind lineage, the Tao realm expert expressed his joy. I really didn't expect to encounter a cultivator of the mind lineage in this vast world gap, said the Tao realm expert. Then, he opened his palm and released a wisp of heart force. Fong Chun was stunned. He didn't expect the Tao realm expert to also be a cultivator of the mind lineage. Senior, are you also a cultivator of the mind lineage? Fong Chun was somewhat puzzled. Then why did he temper his body in the Lightning Dominion's magnetic field? That's right. I'm also a cultivator of the mind lineage. Previously, when I temper my body in the Lightning Dominion's magnetic field, I was actually tempering my heart force. Your realm is too low now, so you don't understand. You will in the future. Chapter 41-44. The Nine Heavens realm was very far from the Wandering Dragon realm. Fong Chun and the Tao realm cultivator in the Thunder region took 100 years to see the edge of the Nine Heavens realm. That ball in front is the Nine Heavens realm. The Tao realm cultivator stood up and stood on the deck. He pointed at the ball in front of them. The Nine Heavens realm was the sum of the Wandering Dragon realm and the Empty Spirit realm. It looked like a ball from a distance. When we enter the Nine Heavens realm, we'll be separated. The Tao realm cultivator reminded Fong Chun that the Nine Heavens realm was full of strong cultivators. There were countless supreme cultivators like him. He shouldn't provoke those big forces, especially the Yunshao Palace. Hearing this, Fong Chun smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't want to provoke them, but they provoked him. He had no choice but to fight back. The death of the Yunshao Palace disciple must have been reported to the headquarters of the Yunshao Palace. However, They couldn't be sure who the murderer was. As long as he hid well, the Yunshao Palace wouldn't find him. He had to destroy the battleship before entering the Nine Heavens realm. Otherwise, he would be killed. After a few more days, the two finally arrived at the edge of the Nine Heavens realm. The Dao realm cultivator said goodbye to Feng Chun and jumped into the Nine Heavens realm. Feng Chun destroyed the core control center of the battleship without hesitation and abandoned it in the world gap. In the end, he used the sky opening axe to enter the Nine Heavens realm. Boom! The moment he entered the Nine Heavens realm, there was a huge explosion in the world gap outside the Nine Heavens realm. The terrifying explosion even spread to the Nine Heavens realm. Many strong cultivators were alarmed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Many strong cultivators came to the edge of the Nine Heavens realm one by one and looked at the explosion in the world gap. Is it the explosion of the space storm? It's hard to say. The explosion wasn't too strong, but the area was quite wide. Many strong cultivators were discussing. They were guessing whether it was done by a strong cultivator on purpose or a natural disaster. This concerned the survival of the Nine Heavens realm, so they had to be careful. Soon, the strong cultivators of the Yunshao Palace arrived. At first, they thought it was a natural disaster, but when they sensed the familiar aura at the center of the explosion, their expressions changed. Then, they went to the center of the explosion and found some parts of the battleship. As expected, the Cloudy Palace elite's guess was correct. The destroyed battleship belonged to Cloudy Palace's core disciple, Yuncheng. Yuncheng's battleship was destroyed. What happened? The Yunshao Palace experts immediately contacted the sect and asked them to check if Yuncheng's life tablet had shattered. Sure enough, a few seconds later, news came from Cloud Palace that Yuncheng's life slip had shattered. This way, it could be confirmed that Yuncheng was dead. As for how he died, it was still unclear. The cultivators of Cloud Palace immediately gave the order to seal off the news. They began to send cultivators to the center of the explosion to search for broken parts. They wanted to find clues from within. Damn it! How did Yuncheng die? An angry roar came from within Cloudy Palace. This person was the Yunshao Palace Grand Elder and also Yuncheng's grandfather. He valued his grandson the most as he had a chance to inherit his position and even become a Dao realm expert. However, he had perished in the world gap. Investigate. We must get to the bottom of this. Cloudy Palace's great elder bared his teeth. Compared to the commotion on Cloud Palace's side, the entire Nine Heavens realm was much calmer. The moment Feng Chun entered the Nine Heavens realm, a mighty expert silently descended and took him away. When he regained consciousness, he discovered that he had appeared in a mysterious valley. He looked around and didn't find anyone. At that moment, a voice sounded. Did Black Robe send you here? As soon as that was said, Feng Chun instantly determined that the mighty expert who had taken him away was the expert that Patriarch Black Robe had mentioned. Junior Feng Chun greets Senior. Feng Chun turned his head and saw the white-haired elder behind him. He cupped his fists and greeted him. Then, the white-haired elder sat cross-legged on a blue stone and explained the events of the past to Feng Chun in detail. It turned out that Black Robe and the white-haired elder were sworn brothers back then. They roamed the world gap together and obtained many opportunities. However, they also encountered great danger. During their last adventure, they encountered the greatest crisis in history. In the end, Black Robe was severely injured in order to save him. After that, the white-haired elder had been frantically searching for a famous doctor to save his brother, Black Robe. However, Black Robe's injuries were too severe. There was no medicine to treat him. Patriarch Black Robe knew the situation, so he chose to return to his hometown. Before he left, he promised the white-haired elder that he would send a successor to find him in the future. He didn't expect that this wait would last hundreds of millions of years. I've let Black Robe down. The white-haired elder smiled bitterly. Since you came here, you must have obtained Black Robe's legacy. Then, I will fulfill my promise and give you what Black Robe left with me. However, the white-haired elder paused for a moment and sized up Feng Chun. What Black Robe left behind is very important. With your current strength, it will be very difficult for you to control it. I plan to give it to you when you reach the peak of the supremacy realm. I will temporarily keep it for you." At the same time, the white-haired elder also said that he would personally guide Fang Chun and create a good opportunity for him to hone his skills. It just so happens that the Nine Heavens realm is holding a supreme battle. Anyone can participate. "Why don't you give it a try?" said the white-haired elder. "Supreme battle?" Fang Chun was puzzled. The white-haired elder explained. The so-called supreme battle was a battle that anyone below the Tao realm could participate in. The final winner would have a chance to obtain the recognition of Yinshao Palace and enter the cloud pool to cultivate. Moreover, the white-haired elder also told Fang Chun that the cloud pool was a place that all cultivators dreamed of. Supreme realm warriors could easily break through if they entered to cultivate. In other words, the fastest way to reach the peak of the supremacy realm was to obtain first place in the supreme battle and enter the cloud pool to cultivate. Fang Chun was a little hesitant. What if he was discovered to have killed a disciple of Yinshao Palace? "Why? You don't dare?" asked the white-haired elder as he looked at Fang Chun. "Senior, it's not that I don't dare, but on the way to the Nine Heavens realm, I was forced to kill a disciple of Yinshao Palace," said Fang Chun. Hearing that, the white-haired elder laughed out loud. "No matter how capable they are, they won't discover that you killed a disciple of Yinshao Palace in the World Gap. And even if they discover you, don't you have me?" At the same time, the white-haired elder also guessed that the warship that exploded outside the Nine Heavens realm was probably Fang Chun's masterpiece. "I have to say that you are quite bold. You actually dared to do such a thing outside the Nine Heavens realm. However, I like your character." Chapter 41-45. All Supremes could participate in the supreme battle of the Nine Heavens realm. However, they couldn't sign up as individuals. They had to sign up as a sect. This meant that if Fang Chun wanted to participate, he had to join a sect temporarily. For the white-haired old man, this was simple. The next day, he took Fang Chun to a small sect not far from where he lived in seclusion. When he saw the sect leader, he went straight to the point. "Sect leader Wang, I'm here to ask you for a spot in the supreme battle." Hearing this, sect leader Wang patted his chest and promised to give him spot. "Senior, how can I refuse?" Sect leader Wang said with a smile. Others didn't know, but he knew that the white-haired old man in front of him was a famous cultivator in the Nine Heavens realm. He was called the White-Robed Ancestor. Billions of years ago, he had reached the limit of the supreme realm. At that time, he defeated all the Supremes in the Nine Heavens realm. Eventually, he became famous, but then he chose to live in seclusion. After so many years, he must have reached the Tao realm. At least sect leader Wang couldn't see through the old man's real strength. Giving such a strong cultivator a spot in the supreme battle was not a big deal. Besides, the white-robed ancestor would owe him a favor. This was definitely the most important thing. "Well, this little friend is from the same branch as an old friend. I'll leave him to you. When the supreme battle is over, I'll take him back," said the white-haired old man. Fang Chun greets sect leader Wang. Fang Chun saluted him with his fists. "Okay, no problem." After the white-haired old man left, sect leader Wang carefully looked at Fang Chun. A young man who could be valued by the white-robed ancestor must be extraordinary. He thought for a moment and said, "Little friend, I'll have to trouble you to stay here for the time being. The supreme battle will start in a month, but you have to prepare in advance. Our Cloud Mountain sect is a small sect. We only have 5 spots in total. Before you came, we had already decided. Now that we've forced you to take a spot, the person you replaced will not be convinced. He will definitely come to make trouble for you." "Thank you for your reminder, sect leader Wang. I understand." Fang Chun nodded. "If he finds trouble with you, tell me immediately. I'll deal with it." That night, the Cloud Mountain sect was shaken by the news. The spot that originally belonged to the 5 great disciples of the Cloud Mountain sect had been given to an outsider. This made the 5 great disciples very angry, especially the disciple who had been replaced. He was so angry that he went directly to Fang Chun's courtyard and threatened to challenge him. "Brat, get out here." The person who roared was the disciple who had been replaced by Fang Chun. His name was Lin Yunlong, and he was a peak supreme master. He was only one step away from becoming an ultimate supreme master. Not only was he a disciple of the Cloud Mountain sect, he was also one of the elders. After all, in a small sect like this, a cultivator at this level would be considered a big shot. Soon, Lin Yunlong's voice attracted countless spectators. Most of them were weak disciples. They also wanted to know who had snatched Lin Yunlong's spot. "What's wrong? You don't dare to come out? Are you going to be a coward?" Lin Yunlong did not care about the sect's rules at all and directly mocked Fang Chun. The other 4 disciples also came one after another. They grinned and said, "Lin Yunlong, he's already snatched your spot. Why are you still shouting here? Can't you just barge in?" Under the jeering of the other 4 people, Lin Yunlong's rage reached its peak. With a bang, he directly smashed the door of Fang Chen's courtyard and barged into the courtyard. Dong! However, as soon as he entered the courtyard, he felt a terrifying aura. He jumped and left the courtyard again. At this moment, under the gaze of the crowd, Fang Chun walked out and looked at Lin Yunlong. "You are Lin Yunlong." "Yes, it's me. You snatched my spot. I want to challenge you," Lin Yunlong said angrily. Fang Chun nodded. Sect leader Wang had told him that he could deal with this kind of situation. However, Fang Chun did not think so. Only absolute strength could deter the crowd. Although only Lin Yunlong had expressed his dissatisfaction and wanted to challenge him, it was obvious that the other 4 disciples and the crowd were full of disdain. This was disdain for outsiders and also disdain for snatching the spot. The rule of the supreme battle is that the strong are respected. "I am stronger than you, so it is normal for me to take your spot," Fang Chun said calmly. He was not angry. "Oomph." Lin Yunlong snorted. "Who do you think you are? Do you only know how to talk?" Fang Chun shrugged. "Since you think you are stronger than me, let's compete. If you lose, your spot will be mine. Don't bother me anymore." "What if you lose?" Lin Yunlong asked. "If I lose, I will give you the spot and apologize to you in front of everyone. I will never step into the Cloud Mountain sect again," Fang Chun said. As soon as he said that, the crowd cheered. They could almost see Fang Chun kowtowing and apologizing in front of everyone. This guy is still too young. How dare he look down on Lin Yunlong? Yeah, Lin Yunlong is strong. He can even fight against an extreme supreme. It's over. I think this guy is going to be killed by Lin Yunlong. Boom! Lin Yunlong did not say anything and attacked directly. In an instant, an intense battle began. The 4 disciples curled their lips. They did not believe that Fang Chun could defeat Lin Yunlong. Even the elders who were watching secretly shook their heads. "Sect leader, this battle will prove that your decision is wrong. Yes, if Lin Yunlong wins, I hope you can return the spot to him." Facing the doubts of the elders, sect leader Wang grinned. "I believe in the eyes of the white-robed old ancestor." Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yunlong realized that no matter what methods he used, they were easily countered by his opponent. What was worse was that he could not block his opponent's attacks. After taking 3 consecutive attacks from Fang Chun, Lin Yunlong's internal organs were injured. He could only endure it. His throat moved slightly. A mouthful of blood was already at his throat. In the end, he forced it back down. "No, I have to use my ultimate move." In the next moment, Lin Yunlong used his ultimate move. Everyone's eyes lit up. Was the battle about to end? Indeed, as they thought, the battle was about to end. However, the one who fell was not Fang Chun, but Lin Yunlong, whom they trusted greatly. Boom! A dazzling light shone on the ground. In the explosion, Lin Yunlong's body fell heavily to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. What had happened just now? Why had Lin Yunlong been defeated so thoroughly? Chapter 41-46. Lin Yunlong, the outstanding genius disciple of the Cloud Mountain sect, used his ultimate move and thought that he could easily defeat Fang Chun. However, he was defeated in the end. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Fang Chun with their mouths agape. They could not imagine that the young man in front of them could defeat Lin Yunlong so easily. How could this be? After a short silence, the crowd was in an uproar. Countless people cried out involuntarily. "Impossible! It's absolutely impossible. Cheating, he must have cheated. Senior brother Lin can't be defeated." For a moment, Lin Yunlong's supporters could not accept the fact that he was defeated. They kept shouting to express their dissatisfaction. Even Lin Yunlong's eyes were full of unwillingness. He quickly got up from the ground and glared at Fang Chun. He said coldly, what's the point of sneak attack? If you have the ability, defeat me directly." Sure enough, Fang Chun was used to finding excuses for failure. Throughout his journey, countless geniuses had fallen at his feet. Thus, Lin Yunlong was not the only one to fall to the list. After all, he was the one who took Lin Yunlong's spot. If he wanted to convince everyone, he had to show enough strength. So, after Lin Yunlong expressed his dissatisfaction, Fang Chun took the initiative to attack. He even used his strongest, ultimate sword technique. A terrifying finger beam shot out and turned into a dense sword light in the sky. When the sword light gathered together, everyone was dumbfounded. It was unbelievable that someone could cultivate their swordsmanship to such an extent. Pucci, Lin Yunlong had just activated the power in his body and wanted to attack when he was shocked to find that the dense sword light had completely locked onto him. No matter how he tried to dodge, he could not escape. In the end, he had no choice but to face the sword light head-on. The result was obvious. The sword light pierced through his body, and he was defeated in seconds. Pucci, Lin Yunlong's body fell to the ground. Although there were many bloody holes in his body, Fang Chun did not have the intention to kill him. When the sword light hit him, it changed its course and avoided the vital parts. Lin Yunlong looked miserable, but in fact he was only slightly injured. At this moment, Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back like a god of war. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Wasn't this outsider a little too powerful? Under everyone's gazes, Lin Yunlong stood up with difficulty and bowed deeply to Fang Chun, thanking him for not killing him. Then, he turned around and left. Looking at his lonely back, the crowd sighed. Even senior brother Lin, who was so talented, had been defeated. No wonder the higher-ups of the sect were willing to give him a place. The other disciples who were secretly observing also fell into silence after watching. If their positions were switched and they fought against Fang Chun, would they be able to win? This was a question worth pondering. The commotion caused by the battle had attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the sect. However, by the time they arrived, the battle had already ended and Lin Yunlong had already left. What happened? The higher-ups of the sect scolded coldly. They had warned Fang Chun before that the people whose places were taken by him would definitely come to make trouble. Sure enough, they came to make trouble. They prayed that Fang Chun was not injured. Otherwise, they would not be able to explain it to the white-robed ancestor. When they saw that Fang Chun was safe and sound, they were a little stunned. "Are you okay?" The higher-ups of the sect asked. Fang Chun shook his head. "I'm fine." The higher-ups of the sect heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that Lin Yunlong had been scared away by their arrival. However, when they heard from the onlookers that Fang Chun had defeated Lin Yunlong twice in such a short time and made him bow, all the higher-ups were stunned. "You mean he defeated Lin Yunlong?" Obviously, the higher-ups did not expect that Fang Chun could defeat Lin Yunlong so easily. They tried hard to calm the shock in their hearts and looked at Fang Chun with burning eyes. As expected of the younger generation sent by the white-robed ancestor, he was indeed extraordinary. Being able to defeat Lin Yunlong so easily meant that he was at least at the top of the Supremes. "All right, let's disperse." In the end, the higher-ups asked the crowd to disperse. They all came to Fang Chun's courtyard to ask about the specific situation. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked them. The white-robed ancestor did not embarrass him by ascending him to the Cloud Mountain sect. Of course, he did not care about the younger generation of the Cloud Mountain sect. His target was the Supremes of the Cloud Palace. "Fang Chun, we didn't know much about you before and didn't ask much about you. Now it seems that we have underestimated your strength." The Cloud Mountain sect master sighed. "Yes, if the white-robed ancestor didn't send you here, we wouldn't have given you a place. I'd like to ask, how strong is your real combat strength?" Several elders also asked curiously. They also wanted to know how strong Fong Chen's real combat strength was, since he could defeat Lin Yunlong in seconds. Facing the question of the higher-ups of the Cloud Mountain sect, Fong Chen spread his hands and did not hide anything. He smiled and said, "If I use my full strength, no disciple of the Cloud Mountain sect can defeat me." As soon as these words came out, the higher-ups of the Cloud Mountain sect were stunned and looked at Fong Chen, dumbfounded. "If I use my trump card, there shouldn't be many supremes of the Nine Heavens realm who could defeat me." The higher-ups of the Cloud Mountain sect were completely dumbfounded. Without using his trump card, he could easily defeat the disciples of the Cloud Mountain sect. And if he used his trump card, there shouldn't be many supremes of the Nine Heavens realm who can defeat him. Wasn't this too exaggerated? At the same time, they were incomparably excited. They had picked up a treasure this time. If Fong Chen could go further in the Supreme Being battle, the Cloud Mountain sect would benefit greatly, and they would be able to obtain even more cultivation resources. Ha ha! I didn't expect the white-robed ancestor to send us such a monstrous genius. The patriarch of the Cloud Mountain sect was overjoyed. "Fong Chen, you have to hide your strength. Don't let others know. Only at the critical moment can you give the enemy a fatal blow." The great elder reminded him. "That's right. The Nine Heavens realm is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. You have to be careful." The other elders also said, "Thank you for your concern. I will." Fong Chen said. In the Cloud Mountain sect, the news that Fong Chen defeated Lin Yunlong spread quickly. Everyone was stunned. Many people came to ask Lin Yunlong what had happened. Some people who had a good relationship with Lin Yunlong wanted to know the inside story. Lin Yunlong didn't say much. He only said that Fong Chen was very strong. As for how strong, he didn't say. However, from his expression, one could see how helpless he was. After this battle, Fong Chen had gained a firm foothold in the Cloud Mountain sect. Before the Supreme's battle, he had been cultivating in seclusion, until one day, the patriarch of the Cloud Mountain sect woke him up and told him that the Supreme's battle was coming. They had to go to the Cloud Palace to participate in the competition. Chapter 41-47. The organizer of the Supreme battle was Yunshao Palace, the most powerful force in the Nine Heavens realm. There was still half a month before the Supreme battle, but the forces of the Nine Heavens realm had already started to head to Yunshao Palace. The Cloud Mountain sect, where Fong Chen was also ready to depart. On this day, Fong Chen came out of seclusion. He exuded a terrifying aura, and his strength had improved. Even the other experts who were participating in the Supreme battle seemed to feel great pressure. Originally, they had planned to depart today, but suddenly, an uninvited guest came, causing their plan to be delayed. "Haha, Cloud Mountain sect leader, how have you been?" A sinister laugh came from outside the gate. Suddenly, the faces of the senior members of the Cloud Mountain sect turned solemn. They already knew who the visitor was. As expected, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe led a group of Supreme Being disciples into the Cloud Mountain sect in a carefree manner. Fong Chen immediately sensed the monstrous demonic aura of the black-robed man. He also sensed that the man seemed to be hostile to the Cloud Mountain sect. "Black Demon, why are you here?" The Cloud Mountain sect leader asked coldly. "We are going to participate in the Supreme battle. We have no time to deal with you." The other senior members also scolded the black-robed man, telling him not to mess around and to wait until the Supreme battle was over. However, the black-robed man obviously came prepared. He smiled sinisterly and looked at Fong Chen and the other four. He said disdainfully, "Are these the people you have chosen to participate in the Supreme battle? Aren't they too weak?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man slammed his palm. Suddenly, a monstrous demonic aura rushed toward Fong Chen and the others. But at the critical moment, the Cloud Mountain sect leader intervened and dissolved the black-robed man's attack. He said angrily, "Black Demon, what do you want?" The black-robed man shrugged and said, "Every power wants to participate in the Supreme battle. Unfortunately, due to certain reasons, our sect was implicated and didn't have the right to participate. So, I could only search elsewhere. Didn't I find you here?" The Cloud Mountain sect leader was furious. "What? Do you really think that the Cloud Mountain sect is afraid of you if you want to snatch a spot from us? Everyone in the Cloud Mountain sect released their auras and glared at the black-robed man. However, the latter seemed to have predicted this. The bulky man behind him took a step forward and glanced disdainfully at Fang Chun and his crew. Weaklings like you dare to take part in the Nine Heaven Supremes battle? Aren't you ashamed? It seemed that today's battle was unavoidable. If you want me to leave, that's fine too. Let the younger generation spar with each other. If my side wins 3 out of the 5 battles, then the Cloud Mountain sect's quota will be given to us. You're not qualified to go to the Cloud Mountain Palace. At this point, there was no other way. If they did not get rid of the black-robed man, he would definitely endlessly harass the Cloud Mountain sect. By then, they would miss the opening of the Supreme Battle. One had to know. The entire Cloud Mountain sect had put in a lot of effort to prepare for the Supreme Being battle. They hoped that their disciples would be able to shine brightly in the Supreme Being battle. All right, I promise you, Sect Leader Wang said coldly. However, I hope that you will keep your promise. Otherwise, I don't mind starting a war. The black-robed man shrugged. Don't worry. If we lose, I swear on the great Tao that I will never step into the Cloud Mountain sect again. Hearing this, Sect Leader Wang's angry expression finally eased a little. Then, the group of people came to the square. The rules were simple. There were no rules. Unless one side admitted defeat, they had to fight until the end. On the black-robed man's side, the bulky disciple appeared and kept provoking. The Cloud Mountain sect's disciple appeared and crushed the bulky disciple with absolute strength. They won the first battle smoothly. You guys are just SOSO. Sect Leader Wang shook his head. Then, the second battle was the same. The Cloud Mountain sect won easily again. Out of the 5 battles, they had won 2 in a row. Sect Leader Wang did not believe that they would lose the next 3 battles. Black Demon, your disciple seems to be weak. Sect Leader Wang sneered. That was just a warm-up. I purposely let you win 2 battles. The black-robed man waved his hand and sent out his 3rd disciple. Originally, they thought that they would be able to win the 3rd battle smoothly. However, the black-robed man's disciple was so strong that it exceeded everyone's expectations. With just 1 punch, he defeated the Cloud Mountain sect's disciple. It's just a loss. Sect Leader Wang did not think much of it. However, the 4th battle was also a 1-punch defeat. At this moment, Sect Leader Wang could not sit still anymore. Did they purposely let them win the first 2 battles? Did the next 3 disciples all have such strong strength? Thinking of this, Sect Leader Wang turned his head and looked at the black-robed man. The latter had a satisfied smile on his face, as if victory was in his hands. The black-robed man's last disciple did not have a name. However, everyone called him Lang, because when he fought, he was as fierce as a wolf. He was also their strongest trump card. On the other hand, the Cloud Mountain sect's disciple was Fang Chun. Although he had defeated Lin Yunlong, the crowd did not think that he would win. You should admit defeat, Lang said coldly. Fang Chun shrugged his shoulders. Why not you? You'll die a horrible death. Lang's lips curled up, revealing a creepy smile. At the same time, a wolf howl could be heard from his nostrils. When the black-robed man's disciples saw this scene, they joked. Lang was angry. That guy will be torn to pieces. Sect Leader, what should we do? The upper echelons of the Cloud Mountain sect panicked. They had previously said that if they lost, they would have to give up their spot to the black-robed man. In the 3rd and 4th battle, the black-robed man's disciples showed fighting strength that was not weaker than an extreme supremacy. They were too strong. Even Sect Leader Wang might not be able to win against them. As for the 5th battle, Lang gave off an extremely shocking feeling. It was as if he was born to fight. The ferocious aura on his body was terrifying. For a moment, the pressure was on Fang Chun. The other 4 disciples were cheering for Fang Chun. Even Sect Leader Wang secretly transmitted a message to Fang Chun, telling him to be careful. After all, this was a battle that concerned the fate of the entire Cloud Mountain sect. However, Fang Chun's reply made Sect Leader Wang even more shocked. Sect Leader Wang, don't worry. My opponent is just a show-off. I can handle it. Moreover, I will definitely win this battle. Fang Chun transmitted a message. Although the Cloud Mountain sect gave him a spot because of the white-robed old ancestor, he was still the one who benefited from it. This battle would be considered as returning a favor to sect leader Wang. Roar! Lang howled toward the sky. The aura on his body was constantly rising. The square was silent. No one dared to make sound. Their eyes were fixed on Lang in the arena. However, facing such a dangerous situation, Fang Chun stretched his body. You're just so. Chapter 41-48. 5 matches, 3 wins, and 2 losses to fight for a spot in the Supreme Battle. In fact, the Cloud Mountain sect could totally ignore such an unreasonable request. However, the Black Demon came prepared. If they didn't agree, he would definitely continue to harass them. The Cloud Mountain sect would be delayed and miss the Supreme Battle. Therefore, they had no choice but to do so. No one would have thought that the Cloud Mountain sect would win the first and second matches so easily. However, the Black Devil's disciples seemed to have changed completely in the 3rd and 4th matches. Their methods were incomparably brutal, and they easily defeated the Cloud Mountain sect's disciples. The moment Fang Chun stepped onto the arena, the higher-ups of the Cloud Mountain sect were all nervous. After all, no one would feel at ease leaving the fate of the Cloud Mountain sect in the hands of a stranger who had just arrived a few days ago. However, there was no other way. Now that they were forced to do something beyond their abilities, they could only place all their hopes on Fang Chun. However, after Fang Chun sent a message to the Cloud Mountain sect master, the latter went from being worried to being calm and even had a trace of anticipation. The people brought by the white-robed ancestor shouldn't be too bad, right? Since he was so confident, could it be that he really had a trump card? In the arena, no matter how terrifying Lang's aura was, Fang Chun was indifferent. He even provoked Lang verbally. You're just so. This casual sentence caused everyone on the Black Demon's side to be instantly enraged. Even Lang, who was in the arena, glared at Fang Chun with bloodshot eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, Brat, you will regret this. Lang didn't want to waste any more time. He wanted to kill Fang Chun as soon as possible. Boom! A wolf's howl sounded. Lang was very fast, as if he was a real wolf. He appeared behind Fang Chun like a ghost and slammed his palm, wanting to smash Fang Chun's head. However, when his palm was about to touch Fang Chun's head, he suddenly found something strange. Bang! His palm struck empty air, and everyone was stunned. That was an illusion. Just as Lang was in a daze, Fang Chun's figure flashed. He leaped up and arrived behind Lang. Giving him a taste of his own medicine, Fang Chun slammed his palm onto Lang's head. Ah! A miserable shriek came out from the wolf's mouth as its body fell to the ground. The Black Demon stood up and clenched his fists. He was furious. However, the higher-ups of the Cloud Mountain sect were not to be trifled with. This was a formal competition. They would not allow anyone to break the rules. At the same time, Sect Master Wang was also watching the Black Demon vigilantly. If he made any strange movements, he would immediately protect Fang Chun. You're courting death. After the wolf rapidly increased in strength, its eyes turned scarlet as it glared at Fang Chun. It unleashed its strongest attack and attacked again. However, to everyone's shock, they discovered no matter how ferocious the wolf's attack was, Fang Chun was able to withstand it without batting an eyelid. Moreover, every time he counterattacked, he was able to effectively hit the wolf's vital point. Just like that, Wolf attacked 5 times. His abdomen was almost pierced through. After the final collision, his body curled up on the stage, losing all combat strength. Just this. Fang Chun's disdainful voice echoed in the square. The people of the Cloud Mountain sect were cheering. On the other hand, the people of the Black Demon sect were extremely solemn. A few people brought the injured wolf back. After the Black Demon sect checked his body, he was furious. It was just a friendly exchange. Don't you think you are too cruel? Fang Chun did not say anything. Instead, Sect Master Wang stood up. What? Who was the one who said that as long as he did not admit defeat, he would fight to the end? I don't think I heard him admit defeat. That's right. Can't you afford to play? If you want to go back in your words, the Cloud Mountain sect will accompany you to the end. Many elders also glared at the black demon. For a moment, the black demon was in a dilemma. After weighing the pros and cons, he swung his sleeves and left. This is not over. After the black demon and the others left, everyone's eyes fell on Feng Chun. Obviously, they did not expect Feng Chun to be so strong. Sorry, I was biased against you. It was my fault. A few disciples came forward and apologized to Feng Chun. Although Feng Chun had defeated Lin Yunlong, they were still biased against him. They thought that it was too much for an outsider to snatch the quota of the Cloud Mountain sect. However, after experiencing what had happened, their hearts were filled with respect for Feng Chun. Moreover, if Feng Chun had not turned the tide, the Cloud Mountain sect would have lost this round. Once they lost, the quota of the supreme battle would be gone, and the future of the Cloud Mountain sect would be gone. Feng Chun, you did well. Sect Master Wang also came forward and praised him generously. Deep in his heart, he was grateful to the white-robed old ancestor. The latter had given them a treasure. According to the strength that Feng Chun had displayed, they guessed that Feng Chun's combat strength should be comparable to an extreme supreme or even stronger. He might be able to make it to the top 10 in this supreme battle. Ha ha ha! The Cloud Mountain sect will depend on you for this supreme battle. I hope you can make it to the top 10. The higher the ranking of the disciples, the better the rewards they would receive from the sect. They only dared to think about the top 10. As for the top 5, top 3, or even first place, they did not dare to think about it. After all, the supreme realm of the Cloud Mountain sect was the top in the Nine Heavens realm. However, Feng Chun did not care. He participated in this supreme battle to train himself and break through to the extreme supreme realm as soon as possible. Then, he could get the treasure that the white-robed old ancestor had left for the white-robed old ancestor. Moreover, the supreme realm was not his goal. His goal was the Tao realm, or even a higher realm. I will work hard, Feng Chun said with a smile. At the foot of the Cloud Mountain sect, the black demon was furious and almost went berserk. Lang had already woken up, but he was too injured to walk. Master, I am sorry. Lang apologized weakly. You're a bunch of good-for-nothings. The black demon scolded. He thought that he could win the 3 battles, but who knew that someone would come out of nowhere? Master, we know the Cloud Mountain sect very well. That person should not be a disciple of the Cloud Mountain sect. Someone said. The black demon waved his hand. So what? We still lost. Then what should we do next? A disciple asked. What can we do? Carry out the second plan. Gather other people and kill the people of the Cloud Mountain sect on the way to the Cloud Mountain Palace. The black demon's face was ferocious, revealing a sinister expression. After that, he led the group of disciples and left quietly. The black demon's challenge was just a small interlude. After that, the Cloud Mountain sect regained its peace. Sect leader Wang personally led the 5 disciples who participated in the supreme battle and left the sect for the Cloud Mountain Palace. Chapter 41-49. The Nine Heavens realm was divided and extremely chaotic. However, there was a giant force that no one dared to compete with. That was the Yunshao Palace. It was strange that the Yunshao Palace had not started a war for many years. They also turned a blind eye to the chaotic situation in the Nine Heavens realm. Even so, no one dared to act rashly in front of the Yunshao Palace. This time, the Sky Cloud Palace's Battle of the Supremes made countless factions overjoyed, as the rewards were simply too generous. Moreover, there was a chance to become a subordinate force of the Yunshao Palace and get the support of the Yunshao Palace. This was the dream of all forces. The Black Demon's sect was a small one. There were not many disciples in the sect, but they colluded with some members of the Hydra organization and kept killing and robbing other people's cultivation resources. They were kings in the chaos. Now, they were eyeing the Cloud Mountain sect. Although the Black Demon lost the battle between the disciples, they would not give up. They gathered a large number of people and intercepted them on the only way to the Yunshao Palace. The Cloud Mountain sect and the Yunshao Palace crossed the entire Nine Heavens realm. The distance was too far. Just the space teleportation formation alone had to be changed 3 times. Moreover, the third space teleportation formation could only take them to a small city at the foot of the Yunxiao Palace. After that, they had to walk to the Yunxiao Palace. The Black Demon was ready to intercept them outside the small city. After half a month, Fang Chun and sect leader Wang finally arrived at the small city at the foot of the Yunxiao Palace. "Let's stay here tonight and leave early tomorrow morning," said sect leader Wang. However, Fang Chun reminded him, "Sect leader Wang, I suggest that we travel through the night. The Black Devil lost in the previous spar, so he won't let it go so easily. He might intercept us outside the city, so we have to catch him off guard." Hearing this, sect leader Wang nodded. He had not thought of this. "Okay, then let's go." After that, the Cloud Mountain sect disguised themselves and quietly left the city under the cover of the night. Early the next morning, the Black Demon led people to ambush outside the city. According to the information they had received, the Cloud Mountain sect should be out of the city early in the morning. "Why are they not here yet?" asked the Black Demon impatiently. "Sect Master, I'll go ask around." A disciple quickly went to find out the news. After a while, he ran back, panting, and reported to the Black Demon, "Master, it's not good. The people of the Cloud Mountain sect went to the Cloud Palace overnight. I'm afraid they are already at the top of the mountain." Hearing this, the Black Demon went berserk. Damn it, he was so angry that he happened to see a sect passing by. He immediately gave the order to seize all the cultivation resources of this sect and then left. The news quickly reached sect leader Wang's ears. He sighed with emotion. Fortunately, he had listened to Fang Chen's suggestion and traveled through the night to catch Black Demon off guard. He did not give Black Demon a chance to attack him. "This Black Demon," sect leader Wang said coldly. At this moment, the group had already arrived at the entrance of Cloudy Palace. "Who are you?" the guard asked. "We are from the Cloud Mountain sect. We are here to participate in the supreme battle." Sect leader Wang took out his sect leader token to prove his identity. Then the guards let him in. One of the guards even led them to the resting area. After passing rows of independent courtyards, the guard led them to a huge square. Looking carefully, the square was divided into countless areas. Each area was a sect's resting area. "This is your resting area. Don't wander around if you have nothing to do," the guard reminded them. After the guard left, Fang Chun curled his lips. A small sect had no right to speak. The resting area was a public area. A large sect's resting area was an independent courtyard. He sighed. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak and the strong were respected. No matter where you were, as long as your fist was strong, others would fear you and respect you. However, he did not have any other thoughts. Anyway, he just wanted to participate in the supreme battle to train himself and improve his cultivation as soon as possible. As for other things, he did not care at all. Moreover, he did not plan to develop in the Nine Heavens realm for long. He just followed the wishes of the black-robed ancestor and came here to take what belonged to him. In the Void Cavern, in the Peach Blossom Forest, after an unknown period of time, Fang Chen's real body was sitting cross-legged in the Peach Blossom Forest. He was motionless, allowing the wind and rain to blow and the peach blossoms to fall on his shoulders. He was still as majestic as a mountain. Looking at this scene, the guard could not help but sigh with emotion. This young man's character is not bad. He can actually cultivate peacefully in such a place, the guard said. Voila! At a certain moment, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, his whole body was covered in flames. The guard was overjoyed. This was the scene of comprehending the profound mysteries. As expected, the flames on Fang Chen's body disappeared quickly. He returned to normal. Looking at the guard, he smiled and said, "Finally, I have comprehended the third profound mystery of fire." Amazing. As time passed, the guard spent more and more time with Fang Chun. He understood him more and more. He admired Fang Chun for having such perseverance. Of course, the most important thing was that he was very talented. In such a short period of time, he had comprehended 3 profound mysteries of fire. His future was limitless. 3 profound mysteries of fire have made my fire clone stronger. It's just that I'm still one step away from reaching the limit of the supreme realm. Fang Chen whispered. He could sense all the thoughts and actions of the fire clone in the Nine Heavens realm. Currently, the fire clone was in a safe situation. He hoped that he could use this supreme battle to break through and get the item in the hands of the white-robed old ancestor. Thanks to the enlightenment of profound mysteries. Fang Chen grinned. Back then, he had won the truth of profound mysteries in the wager. It had been a great help to him. He had just broken through and was ready to enter the darknet. Buzz. With a thought, Fang Chen's consciousness entered the darknet. His code name in the darknet was the code name of the former disciple of the White Emperor Palace, Blood Mountain. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the people of the White Emperor Palace knew that Blood Mountain was online. This time, the people of the White Emperor Palace found someone stronger to get back at him. However, they were rejected by Fang Chen. I refuse. Fang Chen was not a fool. The person they found was obviously stronger than him. How could he accept the challenge? Besides, the rules of the darknet were very restrictive. As long as he did not agree, no one would dare to force him. Under the angry eyes of the people of the White Emperor Palace, Fang Chen went for a stroll. What should we do? Someone asked. Investigate. Find out his real identity at all costs. The people of the White Emperor Palace were furious. Use all your points. Points were good things in the darknet. They could be exchanged for countless treasures and were the only hard currency. Investigating a person's identity required a lot of points. But now, the people of the White Emperor Palace had no choice but to take revenge. Chapter 4150. Fang Chen used the identity of Blood Mountain to wander around the dark net and inquire about the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Occasionally, he would hear that a sector lord of a certain realm had broken through. He also heard that a Heavenly Path realm expert's cave inheritance had appeared somewhere. Many people want to fight for it, and there were many casualties. In short, the darknet should be the fastest way to get information. Suddenly, Fang Chen passed by a park and heard 2 people chatting. He didn't pay much attention at first, but when he heard the words Yinshao Palace, his expression changed slightly. Then, he stopped and heard them talking about the supreme battle of the Nine Heavens realm. Have you heard? The supreme battle of the Nine Heavens realm has started, the man in white said with a smile. Of course I have. Although I'm not from the Nine Heavens realm, I'm not far from the Nine Heavens realm, the man in black said calmly. The man in white shook his head. Others may not know, but do you think I don't know? You are the strongest supreme realm expert in the 3 dragon realms. Why, don't you want to try? The 2 of them had a good relationship in reality. They were good brothers who had gone through life and death together. The man in black was the strongest supreme realm expert in the 3 dragon realms next door to the Nine Heavens realm. Many years ago, he had stepped into the supreme realm. All these years, he and his good brothers have been exploring various life-forbidden zones, looking for opportunities to break through. But they all ended in failure. Not interested. The man in black shook his head. His words were full of disdain for the supreme battle of the Nine Heavens realm. I say, old black, sometimes you are too conceited. The 3 dragon realms is about the same size as the Nine Heavens realm. You are the strongest supreme realm expert in the 3 dragon realms. Maybe there will be an opponent in the Nine Heavens realm? The man in white continued. What if you meet an opponent who can force you to use all your strength? Maybe you can break through to the Tao realm smoothly? Hearing that, the man in black's expression changed, and he nodded in agreement. In that case, let's try. I hope the supreme realm experts of the Nine Heavens realm won't disappoint me, the man in black said. After hearing that, Fang Chen took the initiative to go forward and befriend the 2. Are you 2 going to participate in the supreme battle of the Nine Heavens realm? Fang Chen's appearance surprised the 2 people. Then, the man in white clothes asked, What? Don't tell me you're from the Nine Heavens realm too? The black-clothed man coldly looked at Fang Chen, ready to attack at any time. Fang Chen shrugged. Don't misunderstand. I was just passing by and heard that the 2 of you were going to participate in the supreme battle, so I came over to say hello. After that, Fang Chen told them who he was. He told them he was also in the continent of the nine heavens, and he was going to participate in the battle of the Supremes. I look forward to meeting the two of you in the Supreme Battle, Fang Chun said with a smile. The black-robed man shook his head. You're too weak. The man in white nodded. It's best if we don't meet. Otherwise, you'll be crippled by me. However, Fang Chun could sense that the two of them didn't have much hostility toward him. They didn't know each other, so they didn't have any right to speak. After chatting for a while, they left. Fang Chun looked at their backs and grinned. The strongest Supremes in the three dragon realms? He was looking forward to meeting the strongest Supremes in the three dragon realms. After his heart force reached the second level, he had been stuck at the bottleneck. Maybe this was an opportunity. Fang Chun's original body was either comprehending the mystery in the peach blossom forest or asking for information on the dark net. He gradually learned some of the history of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The Fire Clone followed the Cloud Mountain sect to participate in the supreme battle of the Nine Heavens realm. The strongest force in the Nine Heavens realm, the Cloud Palace, was overcrowded these days. However, small forces like the Cloud Mountain sect could only rest in the open-air square. Those courtyards were for the major forces to rest. From time to time, disciples of major forces would enter the courtyard, attracting the envy of many cultivators in the square. Look, is that fast blade Mu Qinglin? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the square. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the voice. Even Fang Chun turned his head to look. What came into view was a burly man in purple. The most eye-catching thing about him was the rusty saber on his back. Fast blade Mu Qinglin, Fang Chun whispered. A disciple of the Cloud Mountain sect explained to him in detail. It is said that this swift blade, Mu Qinglin, has stepped into the ultimate supremacy realm a long time ago. Do you see the rusty saber on his back? Fang Chun nodded. The disciple continued. It is said that in the past 100 years, no one in the supreme supremacy realm could force Mu Qinglin to use the saber. So, the saber was rusty? Of course not. Fang Chun could see that the rusty saber was just an illusion. No one dared to underestimate the saber. That was Mu Qinglin's real trump card. Mu Qinglin stopped and glanced at the disciples in the square with his cold eyes. Finally, he retracted his gaze and entered the courtyard indifferently. It could be seen from his eyes that he did not treat these people as opponents at all. This Mu Qinglin is said to be a popular candidate for the top 3 this time. I was lucky enough to see Mu Qinglin use the fast blade technique. No one can defeat him. It's amazing. If I can fight with Mu Qinglin, I'm willing to die. In the square, everyone was talking about fast blade Mu Qinglin. Soon, another genius arrived. It was a woman in a red dress. Although she was young, she had a good figure and gave people the feeling of a noble lady. Every step she took, she exuded an infinite charm that made people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. However, only Fang Chun was not confused by the charm. His eyes were clear from the beginning to the end. The lady in the red dress let out a soft cry of surprise. Clearly, she was surprised that there was someone who could resist her charming aura. Interesting. Unfortunately, the other party was only a disciple of a weak sect and was not worthy of her attention. She just glanced at him and turned to enter the courtyard. That was close. So this is the Lady of Charms, Qin Qing. Everyone gasped as they recovered from the effects of the charms. If they had fallen into the charm during the battle, they would have died. Charming woman, Qin Qing? Fang Chun muttered this name. His intuition told him that Qin Qing's strength should be much stronger than that so-called quick blade, Mu Qinglin. He did not know why, but he always felt that Qin Qing was hiding an extremely terrifying aura. He even guessed that Qin Qing might not be from the Nine Heavens realm, but from a more powerful realm. Then, Fang Chun saw some old acquaintances. To be exact, they were 2 people he had just met on the darknet. One of them was called Wang Xian, known as the strongest supreme being in the 3 dragon realms, and the other was his good brother by long. Chapter 4151. The Yunxiao Palace had been bustling recently. All the top forces of the Nine Heavens realm had gathered here, especially the battles between the top geniuses. Many people were looking forward to it. On the square, every time a genius walked over, they would discuss among themselves. Fang Chun was also among the crowd, observing each potential opponent. Mu Chunlin, suddenly, the strongest supreme being of the three-dragon world, Wang Xian, stepped forward with a long spear in his hand. Standing in the middle of the square, he looked at Mu Qinglin and shouted, "I heard that no one has forced you to use your saber in the past 100 years." Boom! Suddenly, the man in the purple robe stood up. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. His eyes were glowing with a deadly light as he stared at Wang Xian and said, "What? Do you want to try?" Geniuses were all prideful, and Mu Qinglin was no exception. He had always been a loner, and his personality was relatively cold. He never took the initiative to interact with others. As long as he encountered something unhappy, he would use his fists to speak. Obviously, Wang Xian's tone had made him extremely unhappy, so he immediately retorted, "Your saber is rusty. Can you still use it?" Wang Xian's battle-intense sword. He pointed his long spear at the sky, not afraid of Mu Qinglin at all. Beside him, White Dragon was also cheering for his good brother. Quick Blade Mu Qinglin, my good brother Wang Xian, is the strongest supreme being in the three dragon realms. I wonder if your rusty blade can withstand a spear? The woman in the red dress, Qin Qing, who was not far away, also stopped in her tracks and looked at the two of them with interest. Wang Xian. Qin Qing's eyes flickered. Her beautiful body was emitting a charming aura that was irresistible. However, at that moment, everyone's attention was focused on Mu Qinglin. They were all waiting for his response. Boom! Mu Qinglin's body flashed and turned into a gust of wind. In an instant, he was in front of Wang Xian. He then activated the strength in his body and threw out a punch. The punch was extremely powerful. It was enough to kill a mid-level supreme being. Even a high-level supreme being would be severely injured if he took it head-on. Mu Qinglin has made his move. He didn't use his saber? Such a powerful force. I don't even have the courage to face him. The crowd in the square was in an uproar. Facing the strongest honorable of the three dragon realms, Mu Qinglin did not draw his saber. Instead, he spoke with his fists. Boom! Boom! He threw out 3 punches in a row. The power of each punch was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. Fortunately, Cloud Palace had powerful restrictions. Their power fluctuations were unable to spread out. Crack! However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Wang Xian did not use his spear when Mu Qinglin did not draw his saber. He used his own physical strength to resist Mu Qinglin's 3 punches. Wang. When the terrifying fist aura dissipated, Wang Xian stood calmly in the square. The spear in his hand emitted a terrifying sound. He was unharmed. Even his clothes showed no signs of being torn. Seeing this, Mu Qinglin withdrew his fists and stopped attacking. He nodded at Wang Xian and said, "You are very strong, worthy of me drawing my blade." In the past 100 years, no one had been able to force Mu Qinglin to draw his blade. But now, he had personally admitted that Wang Xian was qualified to make him draw his blade. The crowd went into an uproar, waiting for the scene of Mu Qinglin drawing his saber. Heavens! Is Mu Qinglin finally going to draw his blade after 100 years? How fast is his saber? Even Fang Chun was a little curious as to how much power was contained in Mu Qinglin's rusty battle saber. However, he felt that even if Mu Qinglin drew his blade, he would not be Wang Xian's match. Let's call it a day. When the supreme battle officially begins, I will show you the power of my blade if we meet. After saying that, Mu Qinglin's figure flashed and returned to the courtyard. Everyone looked at each other. They were at daggers drawn just a moment ago. Why did they suddenly stop fighting? Mu Qinglin does not want to draw his blade. Obviously, he does not want to expose his trump card in advance. It's a pity that we can't see Mu Qinglin draw his blade in advance. However, isn't Wang Xian from 3 Dragon Realms too strong? He can actually force Mu Qinglin to such an extent? Looks like this supreme battle is destined to be exciting. How is it? Seeing that Mu Qinglin had left, Wang Xian did not continue to pursue him. He put away his spear and walked by Long's side. The latter asked, "He's a strong opponent, but the final winner is me." Wang Xian said, This was the pride that belonged to the strongest person in 3 dragon realms. I've long heard of the strongest person in 3 dragon realms, Wang Xian. Today, I see that you really live up to your reputation. Suddenly, a bell-like voice rang out. Everyone turned around and saw that it was the woman in a red dress. She was known as the charming woman, Qin Qing. She walked towards Wang Xian with light steps. Every step she took could make people lose control and fall into a frenzy. The seductive aura on her body had already reached an extremely high level. Very few people could resist it, and Bai Long was no exception. He was completely captivated. However, at the crucial moment, Wang Xian pushed him and woke him up. The charming woman, Qin Qing? Wang Xian looked at Qin Qing and said, as expected of the charming woman, your charm is really hard to guard against. Qin Qing shook her head. This supreme battle is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Before you, there were also people who could ignore my charm. While speaking, Qin Qing glanced at Fang Chun from the corner of her eyes. But everyone ignored him directly. What a joke. Even if someone could ignore Qin Qing's charm, they should be at the level of Mu Qinglin. For everyone, Fang Chun was now a newcomer in their eyes. I hope I can experience your charm in the supreme battle, Wang Xian said with a smile. Qin Qing and Wang Xian chatted for a while and then left. Wang Xian and his good friend Bai Long went back to their courtyard to rest. The many supreme warriors in the square were not worthy of their attention at all. Who do you think will get first place in this supreme battle? Getting first place meant that they were the strongest in the 9 heavens realm. Even Wang Xian had come to participate in the battle. This time, the first place would be different from the past. Once first place was obtained, it would definitely be the strongest supreme warrior in the neighboring realms. Wang Xian is very strong, but I don't think he can get first place. I think Mu Qinglin has a hidden killer move. Everyone was talking one after another, and they were all discussing. Only Fang Chun was thinking about how to win against Wang Xian. Mu Qinglin gave him a deep and unfathomable feeling, and Qin Qing gave him a wonderful feeling. Only Wang Xian gave him a much stronger sense of oppression in the real world than in the dark net. He was regarded as the strongest opponent in this supreme battle. However, it was useless to think so much now. Although Fang Chun had not reached the level of supreme warrior, he could fight against people of a higher level. And he also had a killer move, which was the sky-splitting axe. It was just that he did not want to expose it until the critical moment. Moreover, his heart force could also turn the situation around at the critical moment. Chapter 41:52. There were 3,000 worlds of the Great Path in the vast world gap. Every world had its own unique resources. Those who could become the master of a world were almost all geniuses. Fang Chun was the master of 2 worlds. His luck had reached an extremely high level. His original body was comprehending occult mysteries in the cave residence of a Tao realm expert, while his fire doppelganger was training in the mortal world. Today, his original body had comprehended something, so he directly entered the dark net. Whoosh! As soon as he entered the dark net, he happened to meet Wang Xian, the strongest supreme master in the 3 dragon fields. Brother Wang. After a while, Fang Chun and Wang Xian had become very familiar with each other. They greeted each other naturally. Brother Blood Mountain. Wang Xian also smiled when he saw Fang Chun. Brother Wang, you're smiling so happily. Did something good happen? Fang Chun asked. You don't say. There is something good, Wang Xian said. Not long ago, I heard that there was going to be a supreme battle in the 9 heavens realm. I didn't want to participate, but my brother Bai Long said that if I met a worthy opponent, I could gain some experience, so I went. Speaking of this, Wang Xian smiled and said, You don't say. I met a few good opponents in the Yunshao Palace in the 9 heavens realm. Oh, congratulations, Brother Wang, Fang Chun said. He already knew who Wang Xian was talking about. It was none other than Mu Qinglin, the charming woman Qin Qing, and the others. By the way, do you have any plans recently? Wang Xian suddenly asked. Fang Chun shook his head. Wang Xian continued. The dark net recently opened a new mystery land. Anyone can form a team to participate. Each team can have a maximum of 5 people. I'm going to explore it. Do you want to join my team? Oh, Fong Chun was a little surprised. Although the dark net was virtual and everyone here was in a mental state, the experience gained here could also benefit the real body. So this was the biggest reason why the dark net was so popular. The dark net would often open up new secret realms to temper cultivators. They would place some heavenly treasures inside for people to fight for. It just so happened that Fong Chun had reached a bottleneck in his comprehension of profound mysteries. He wanted to give it a try. "Thank you, Brother Wang." Fong Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. Wang Xian waved his hand. "You're too polite. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet the team members." With that, Wang Xian pulled Fong Chun to an illusory courtyard. There were 3 illusory figures waiting inside. When they saw Wang Xian, they all stood up. Fong Chun also knew one of them. It was Wang Xian's good brother, White Dragon. "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Blood Mountain, the last member of our team." Wang Xian introduced him to the 3 of them. "Brother Blood Mountain." White Dragon grinned. However, the other 2 frowned slightly. They seemed to be dissatisfied with Fong Chun. "Brother Wang, it said that there are several strong teams in this new secret realm. Shouldn't we review them when we recruit?" The burly man said. "Yeah, what if the people we recruit drag us down?" The other person also said. One had to pay enough points to enter the secret realms in the dark net. Once one failed, he would be forced to leave the secret realm and get nothing. The 2 men did not know Fong Chun and did not know his background. Therefore, they were dissatisfied with him. "You too, Brother Blood Mountain is very strong." After all, Wang Xian was the strongest supreme master in the 3-dragon realm. His perception was very strong. Although he had not fought with Fong Chun, his intuition told him that this person was extraordinary. The most important thing in a team is harmony. Brother Blood Mountain was personally invited by Wang Xian. "Please give him face," White Dragon said. Fong Chun smiled bitterly. No matter where he went, he would be looked down upon. However, he was used to it. However, he could not put Wang Xian in a difficult position. Therefore, he took the initiative to stand up. Looking at the 2 men, he asked, "Since you 2 don't believe in my strength, should I show it to you?" "Humph, the most important thing is to know your own strength," the burly man said. However, before he could finish, Fong Chun waved his hand and said, "Blood Mountain, please." Seeing this, the 2 men were a little surprised. Was he challenging them? Wang Xian and White Dragon wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The burly man sneered. "All right, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man's figure flashed. His illusory figure carried a terrifying power and rushed towards Fong Chun. "Too weak." Fong Chun shook his head. If it was before, it might be difficult for him to face the burly man. However, it was different now. He had comprehended several occult of fire. In addition to his heart power, he could defeat the burly man in a second. Boom! As the 3 men were stunned, Fong Chun made a shocking move. He took the burly man's attack head-on. "Brother Blood Mountain, be careful," White Dragon reminded. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated in the minds of the 3 men. When the dust settled, the 3 men were dumbfounded. The one who fell on the ground was not Fong Chun, but the burly man. The person who had previously questioned Fong Chun's strength stuttered, unable to speak. As for White Dragon and Wang Xian, their eyes lit up. They gave Fong Chun a thumbs up. "Brother Blood Mountain, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to hide your strength." White Dragon patted Fong Chun's shoulder. The burly man was very strong. He had defeated an ultimate supreme before. However, he was defeated by Fong Chun in a second. What did this mean? It meant Fong Chun's combat strength had reached the ultimate level. Wang Xian even wanted to spar with Fong Chun. However, he was refused by Fong Chun. "Brother Wang, proper business is more important. Besides, there will always be time for us to spar." In fact, in the real world, in the Yunshao Palace of the 9 Heavens realm, the 2 men would definitely meet in the upcoming supreme battle. It would be fun to have a good fight in the real world. "Well, I forgot myself," Wang Xian said. Then he turned to look at the 2 men and asked, "Now, Brother Blood Mountain, are you qualified to join our team?" The burly man got up from the ground and gave Fong Chun a thumbs up. Brother, I, Lu Chang, admire you. I hope you don't take the previous misunderstanding to heart. The other man also approved of Fong Chen. Ha! With Brother Blood Mountain, our team's strength will reach a higher level. Maybe our team can reach the top 3 in this trip to the new secret land, White Dragon said. Be ambitious, not only to reach the top 3, but if there's a chance, it would be best if we can win the first place. The first time the new secret land opened, the top 3 would be rewarded handsomely. If they won the first place, they would be able to enter and leave the secret land unconditionally for the next year. No one could resist this temptation. Chapter 4153. Darknet. Every time a new secret realm opened, there would be many teams trying to explore it because the top few teams could obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. This was a huge temptation for cultivators. Fong Chen's strength was successfully recognized by the team. Now, Wang Xian's team was ready to set off at any time. What should we call our team? Bai Long suddenly asked. Every team had their own name, but their team didn't have one yet. Before entering the new secret realm, they needed to register. I think we should call ourselves the Supreme Team. The burly man, Lu Cheng, grinned. Wang Xian was the strongest Supreme in the 3 dragon fields, so it was reasonable for the team to be called the Supreme Team. Wang Xian shrugged, then thought for a moment and said, let's call our team the Assassin Team. Good, that's a good name. Soon, the team name was finalized. The 5 members were very satisfied with the name Assassin Team. Soon, Bai Long finished the registration. The next day, on the square of the dark net, a loud bell suddenly rang. Fong Chun and the others knew that the new secret realm was about to open. They came to the square. Humph! As soon as he arrived at the plaza, Fong Chun felt a burning gaze directed at him. He turned around and saw that it was the people from the White Emperor Palace in the White Cloud Realm. He didn't expect that they would also form a team to enter the new mystic realm. Is that guy the one who killed the disciples of White Emperor Palace? The person beside him asked. Humph, he's really lucky to be with Wang Xian. This is going to be difficult. Someone recognized Wang Xian and said in a low voice. Wang Xian's battle strength was recognized in the dark net. He was extremely powerful, and ordinary people didn't dare to provoke him. So what? They'll be separated when they enter the new secret realm. We'll find him alone and kill him. The person from White Emperor Palace said coldly. Brother Blood Mountain. Bai Long also noticed Fong Chen's strange behavior. He followed his gaze and saw the fierce eyes of the people from White Emperor Palace. Nothing. Fong Chen shrugged. Wang Xian told him not to worry. As long as he was here, the people from White Emperor Palace wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Secret realm, open. Suddenly, an ancient voice came from the square. Then, a huge whirlpool appeared in the void. One after another, illusory figures rushed into the whirlpool. Let's go as well. Wang Xian led the team of assassins into the whirlpool. Seeing this, the White Emperor Palace's group also followed closely behind and entered the vortex. After a while, the square was empty. Voila! Space distorted and Fong Chun felt a flash of white light. Then, he appeared in an illusory world. Everything here was different from the outside world. Even the smell of blood lingered in the air. Is this the newly opened secret realm? Fong Chen asked. This secret realm should have been opened by an expert of the Tao of Slaughter. Wang Xian spoke. He could clearly sense the lingering scent of blood in the air. It was simply too powerful. The person who opened up the mystic realm was at least a Tao realm expert, or even a heavenly Tao realm expert. How strong is the Hydra organization? This was the question in Fong Chen's heart. Logically speaking, the Hydra organization was only suspected to be an interstellar bandit group active in the World Gap. However, as he gained a deeper understanding, he realized that the Hydra organization was not simple. Just the establishment of the dark net was not something an ordinary person could do. Furthermore, not only did the Hydra organization establish the dark net, but they also allowed their members to enter it to train. They even opened up new secret realms from time to help their members train. What's the purpose of doing this? Fong Chun thought to himself. However, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to reach the core of the matter. He couldn't even come into contact with the upper echelons of the Hydra organization, let alone understand the organization situation. Forget it. Anyway, it's not harmful to me for now. I can still train. Fangchen shrugged and stopped thinking. After all, the dark net also provided countless information to its members. As long as one had enough points, they could obtain anything they wanted. They could even issue assassination missions. Of course, the prerequisite was points. Points were very difficult to obtain in the dark net. Let's go quickly. Wang Xian's voice sounded. Immediately, the 5 members of the assassin team quickly moved forward and left the wasteland. Not long after they left, the White Emperor Palace's team also appeared. They looked around and found no traces. Then, they found a direction and chased after it. Remember, don't fight in the secret realm. Otherwise, you'll be surrounded by others, Wang Xian reminded them. Now that the 5 of them were gathered together, they had nothing to fear. However, if they were separated, they would be in danger. At the same time that the Darknet's secret realm opened, Fangchen's flame clone also officially participated in the supreme battle at the Cloud Palace. Because Wang Xian and other experts had the right to advance directly, they did not need to participate in the tedious elimination rounds. However, Fangchen was different. He was not famous, and his entry came from the Cloud Mountain sect. He had to participate in the elimination rounds one by one. Only by reaching the end could he enter the finals. The Flame Clone's first battle was against a high-level Supreme Master, who was easily defeated by Fangchen. Although this scene attracted the attention of some people, more people felt that it was only because their fighting styles clashed. Fangchen's performance could only be considered commendable, and there was nothing outstanding about it. Those big shots chatted and did not pay attention to Fangchen at all. He was still invisible. However, there was one person who was secretly paying attention to Fangchen. Qin Qing, the charming woman. Fangchen was one of the few people who could resist her charm. Qin Qing thought that Fangchen must have hidden his strength in this battle. There seems to be no such person in the Nine Heavens realm. Qin Qing tried her best to recall the memories in her mind. She wanted to know who this person was. However, in the end, she did not have any information about Fangchen. I hope to fight with you, Qin Qing muttered to herself. Qin Qing muttered to herself. If the two of them were to meet, it was unknown whether or not the other party would be able to resist her full power of charm. However, Qin Qing was very confident in herself. In the following days, Fangchen fought more and more fiercely. However, every victory gave people the feeling that it was just a fluke. Therefore, no one paid attention to him. In just 3 days, he had slaughtered his way through the qualifiers and easily obtained a spot in the knockout round. As for the Cloud Mountain sect, there were only 3 people left, including Fangchen. 2 of them had already been eliminated. However, for Assistant Wang, this was already a huge surprise. He could completely accept it. Don't feel any pressure in the elimination round. Do what you can. Chapter 41-54. The Nine Heavens realm was much bigger than the empty spirit world. The number of cultivators here was also huge. Countless Supremes participated in the Supreme battle. After a few days of selection, most of the cultivators were eliminated. The remaining cultivators entered the knockout stage. Everyone knew that. After entering the knockout stage, there were no weak opponents. One couldn't underestimate their opponents. Otherwise, they might be defeated. Fangchen naturally understood this principle. He had never underestimated his opponents. He had been carefully observing the fighting habits of every potential opponent, as well as their fighting techniques and secret techniques. This information was extremely important. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy to be victorious. Because of the rules of the knockout stage, Fangchen's battle officially started on the 3rd day. His opponent was a genius disciple from a small sect. His name was Wang Zhan, and he was the biggest dark horse in this year's Supreme battle. His cultivation was only at the high-level Supremes, but his fighting strength was at the peak of the Supreme realm. In the selection, there was almost no one who could force him to use his full strength. Moreover, he kept a low profile, hovering on the edge of advancing to the knockout stage. Now, he was facing Wang Zhan in the first round of the knockout stage. This gave sect leader Wang a headache. Be careful. This Wang Zhan is very strong and ruthless. If you can't defeat him, just admit defeat. Don't fight him head-on. Sect leader Wang reminded. He was also afraid that Fang Chun would be crippled by Wang Zhan. After all, this guy was sent by the white-robed old ancestor. If something happened to him, he would be responsible. Brother, you're a little unlucky. You're facing a freak like Wang Zhan in the first round of the knockout stage. Yeah, I've heard of this guy before. He kills people like flies. The remaining 2 disciples of the Cloud Mountain sect patted Fang Chen's shoulder and comforted him. Is he strong? Fang Chen shrugged. Why did everyone think that he would be defeated by Wang Zhan? Shouldn't Wang Zhan be the one worried? Of course he's strong. The disciple of the Cloud Mountain sect was about to introduce Wang Zhan to Fang Chen, but the latter's words made him swallow his words. Stronger than Wang Xian? Fang Chen asked seriously. Brother, there was no way to chat. Who was Wang Xian? He was the strongest supremes in the 3 dragon worlds. He was also a popular candidate for the supreme battle. Although Wang Zhan was strong, he couldn't be compared to Wang Xian. Seeing this, Fang Chen shook his head. How could Wang Zhan's Wang? However, the crowd didn't care about what he was thinking. The moment he and Wang Zhan looked at each other, everyone came to the conclusion that Wang Zhan would definitely win. On the stage, Wang Zhan looked at Fang Chen calmly. The corners of his lips curled up as a look of disdain appeared on his face. Kid, I'll give you a chance. If Wang Zhan, Wang Zhan Zhanlin. Zhan 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 Zhan. 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 Zhan, good, very good. Wang Zhan also didn't expect that the other party would dare to speak to him in such a manner. He was so angry that he couldn't help but say the word good 3 times. Then, Wang Zhan took out his axe. His whole body was emitting a terrifying bloody aura like a violent lion. Die. Wang Zhan used his strongest technique. He didn't give Fang Chen any chance. He wanted to end the battle quickly. This guy doesn't know how high the sky is. That's right. Wang Zhan kindly reminded him to admit defeat. He actually dared to speak such arrogant words. He is simply courting death. He won't have a good ending if he angers Wang Zhan. The crowd whispered among themselves. They all thought that Fang Chen was doomed. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. On the stage, the upper echelons of the Cloudy Palace and the leaders of the various sects didn't pay much attention to the battle. Their attention was attracted by the battle of geniuses on the stage. There was only one person who had been paying attention to Fang Chen from the beginning to the end. That was the Lady of Charm, Qin Qing. Wang Zhan is doomed. The moment Fang Chen made his move, Qin Qing already knew that Wang Zhan would definitely lose. That was the truth. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, Fang Chen blocked Wang Zhan's axe with his bare hands. Then he used his other fist to fiercely smash Wang Zhan's head with a powerful force. Immediately, Wang Zhan let out a miserable shriek and was directly sent flying out of the stage. Bang! Wang Zhan's burly body fell to the ground, creating a crater. He lost his ability to fight. On the other hand, Fang Chen was unharmed. He stood calmly on the stage. Boom! The onlookers were in an uproar. Everyone cried out in alarm. What had just happened? Why had Wang Zhan been defeated by a single punch? Oh my god! Wang Zhan was defeated. How could this be? Who is that guy? He's too strong. He defeated the number 1 dark horse. Those who thought that Fang Chen would lose felt their faces burning. They felt like they had been slapped in the face. At the same time, their hearts were trembling. This disciple of the Cloud Mountain sect was too strong. Finally, some of the upper echelons on the stage shifted their attention to Fang Chen. Not bad. After a long time, one of them said that word. This kind of evaluation was a great honor for the contestants, but it didn't matter to Fang Chen. You're too monstrous. After Fang Chen walked down from the arena, 2 disciples of the Cloud Mountain sect surrounded him and shouted excitedly. Amazing. You're the first person to convince me, said the other. Sect leader Wang let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was even more curious. How strong was Fang Chen? In the crowd, the charming Qin Qing had a resplendent smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she looked at Fang Chen. What a strange guy. The fact that Fong Chun was able to resist her charm was enough to show how extraordinary he was. It was just that the crowd was ignorant and didn't know about it. However, Qin Qing, was extremely interested in Fong Chun. Wang Xian, who was next to Qin Qing, frowned. He felt that there was something familiar about Fong Chun, as if he had seen him somewhere before. But soon he shook his head. His real body had been cultivating in the three dragon worlds. His clone had just arrived in the Nine Heavens realm. It was impossible for him to know Fong Chun. However, he would never have dreamed that Fong Chun would be here. The person in front of him was Xue Feng from the assassin team. The elimination round continued as usual. However, the assassin team was facing their first crisis in the new mysterious territory of the Darknet. The 5 members of the assassin team had successfully gathered and moved to a safe place as fast as possible. However, the White Emperor Palace's team had found traces and followed them. Wang Xian, we don't want to be your enemy. We only want him, said the leader, pointing at Fong Chun. Chapter 4155. Although White Cloud Field was not a strong field in the 3,000 worlds of the Great Path, it had accumulated a lot of power over the years. Especially in the Darknet, there were many strong cultivators who worked for White Cloud Field. Among them, the White Emperor Palace was the leader. Currently, the White Cloud Realms team had directly locked onto the location of the Assassins team. They had surrounded them in a corner, but because Wang Xian's strength was too strong, they were unwilling to become enemies with him. Thus, they only wanted to bring Fong Chun away. Wang Xian, the White Imperial Palace doesn't want to be your enemy. We just want to take him away. If you cooperate, the White Imperial Palace will give you a great gift, said the leader of the White Cloud Boundaries group, while smiling. Fong Chun's face was solemn, and he was ready to attack. But before Wang Xian could speak, his good brother Bai Long waved his hand and rejected the White Cloud Field team's request. Brother Xiefeng is a member of our assassin team. We have no reason to cooperate with you. Banish him. Bai Long's attitude was firm. Wang Xian nodded. Since we are a team, we will not give up anyone. If White Emperor Palace wants to touch Brother Xiefeng, I will not agree. The other two also stepped forward, emitting a terrifying aura. They stood in front of Fong Chun and glared at the White Cloud Field team. The leader of the White Cloud Field team shrugged and sneered. So, there is no room for discussion? Wang Xian was silent, but his attitude showed everything. The leader of the White Cloud Field team continued. Wang Xian, are you determined to be enemies with White Emperor Palace? Your clone is participating in the supreme battle in Nine Heavens Realm. Aren't you afraid that White Emperor Palace will find you? Even though the distance between the White Cloud Realm and the Nine Heavens Realm was very far, Emperor Bai could easily get there. Are you threatening me? As expected, Wang Xian's pitch-black eyes flickered coldly when he heard the words as he said in a sinister tone. The leader of the White Cloud Field team said, I am not threatening you, but this person offended White Emperor Palace. Emperor Bai said that we must capture this person at all costs. Boom! Wang Xian did not speak, but his actions proved his determination. He was not afraid of White Emperor Palace's threat. So what if they found his clone? Unless a Dao realm expert made a move, he was not afraid of anyone in the Supreme Being realm. Even those who had just entered the Dao realm might not be able to keep him here. Crack! Wang Xian's hands clenched into fists. In the next instant, a fiery light was emitted from his fists. With a speed invisible to the naked eye, he punched towards the captain of the White Cloud Realm. Upon seeing this, Wang Xian's face warped in shock. He hurriedly circulated his strength to defend himself, but there was still a gap between his strength and Wang Xian's. Thus, he was sent flying by the latter's overwhelming strength. Thud, thud, thud. When the other members of the White Cloud Jia team saw this, they couldn't care less. They attacked together, tried to encircle Wang Xian. Unfortunately, they underestimated the overall strength of the assassin team. When Fong Chun and the other 3 attacked together, they instantly turned the situation around and put the White Cloud Jia team at a disadvantage. Wang Xian, are you crazy? The eyes of the captain of the White Cloud Jia team were scarlet red. He bared his teeth and shouted madly. However, Wang Xian didn't care at all. Since they had attacked, then they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was very fierce and fast. In the blink of an eye, the other members of the White Cloud Jie team were defeated. Only the captain was left. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the captain of the White Cloud Jie team couldn't care less. He directly betrayed his 4 teammates and used them to block and successfully escaped. However, the 4 of them weren't so lucky. They were instantly killed by Fang Chun and the others. Fang Chun still wanted to chase after them. He wanted to get rid of them completely, but he was stopped by Wang Xian. There's no need to chase after them. He's just a clown, Wang Xian said domineeringly. Brother Fang, when did you offend the White Emperor Palace? The burly man, Lu Qing, asked. Although the White Cloud Jie isn't strong, the White Emperor Palace can't be underestimated. Especially the ancient monster White Emperor. He has lived for too long. We need to be careful, another person said. Fang Chen shrugged helplessly. The people of the White Emperor Palace accidentally broke into the chaotic world and wanted to refine it. He naturally wouldn't agree. In the end, the people of the White Emperor Palace were killed by him. He couldn't expose the chaotic world, could he? He just gave a simple excuse. The members of the team didn't ask for details. Wang Xian and Bai Long looked at Fang Chen. They patted their chests and said, Brother Blood Mountain, don't worry. You don't need to worry about the revenge of the White Emperor Palace in the Darknet. We're here. As long as they don't know your real identity and locate you in the real world, there won't be any danger, Wang Xian said. Many people in the Darknet hid their identities. As long as they didn't actively expose their identities, no one could find them, unless it was the high-level experts of the Hydra organization. However, for those experts, they were like ants. They wouldn't care at all. Fang Chen nodded. He was calm. This was just a small episode on his cultivation path. His original body was still comprehending the mystery in the peach blossom forest. His consciousness was in the new secret land of the Darknet, exploring with the assassins. As for the fire clone, it was in the Nine Heavens realm to participate in the supreme battle. As the supreme battle went on, Fang Chen's name gradually became famous. Many experts began to pay attention to him and even began to dig into his background. Sect leader Wang of the Cloud Mountain sect was full of smiles. The higher Fang Chen's ranking was, the more benefits it would bring to the Cloud Mountain sect. At the same time, he was very grateful to the white-robed ancestor. He didn't expect the white-robed ancestor to send him such an excellent disciple. It was a surprise. The white-robed ancestor, who was hiding in the dark, stroked his beard and looked at Fang Chen with a smile. He's worthy of being a member of the black-robed ancestor. Interesting. The white-robed ancestor murmured to himself. With Fang Chen's current strength, it wasn't a problem for him to enter the top 10 of the supreme battle. The white-robed ancestor was very curious. If Fang Chen fought with Wang Xian, who would win? However, no matter what Fang Chen's result was, the white-robed ancestor would give him the thing left by the black-robed ancestor after the supreme battle. As for what would happen in the future, it would depend on his luck. Young man, I hope you won't disappoint the black-robed ancestor. The white-robed ancestor looked sad when he mentioned the black-robed ancestor. Obviously, he knew very well that the thing he was guarding was exchanged with the black-robed ancestor's life. Moreover, he also thought of the scene where they once fought side by side. Alas, my good brother, maybe it won't be long before I come to accompany you. The white-robed ancestor sighed. They were in such a dangerous situation back then. It was only because of the black-robed ancestor that the white-robed ancestor survived until now. But recently, he felt that the danger of death was approaching again. His intuition told him that maybe it wouldn't be long before he did that thing. Chapter 4156. In the new mystery land of the Darknet. The assassin team was very strong, especially Wang Xian, who was known as the strongest supreme being in the 3 dragon realms. After killing the 4 members of the team from the White Cloud realm, they had broken through all obstacles and entered the hinterland of the new mystery land. The closer they got to the hinterland, the more oppressive the atmosphere in the air was. The teams they met were also very strong. Not long ago, their team encountered a mysterious team. After a round of battle, The mysterious team was actually able to withstand the frenzied attacks of the members of the team of assassins without being defeated. Because the commotion caused by the battle was too great, it attracted the attention of many other teams. Thus, the team of assassins directly left and did not continue to fight. This also told them that they couldn't let their guard down. Otherwise, they would bring disaster to themselves. After arriving at a secluded place, Wang Xian recalled, "I remember that the leader of the team, just now, was from the Demon Mountain. There were only a few supreme beings in the Dark Net who were famous. Wang Xian was known as the strongest supreme being in the 3 dragon realms, but he could only be ranked in the top 100 on the supreme list of the Dark Net. The burly man, Mo Shan, was ranked 80th, which was 20 places higher than him. Of course, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were endless. Many hidden experts couldn't join the Hydra organization, nor could they enter the Dark Net. Therefore, the ranking on the Dark Net was limited to the members of the Hydra organization. People like Fang Chun, who killed the members of the Hydra organization and used their identity information to enter the Dark Net, were very few. However, even the Dark Net included many geniuses in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Being able to be ranked in the top 100 of the Supreme Being realm was enough to prove Wang Xian's strength. Top 100? Fang Chun's side. Wang Xian was ranked in the top 100 and was known as the strongest supreme being in the 3 dragon realms. He was almost invincible in the 9 heavens realm. From this point, it could be seen that the realms they were in were considered remote peripheral realms in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. According to Ninth Senior Brother, the Carefree King, any one of those core realms could shatter an ordinary realm with a single punch. Moreover, some people were born as supremes. After cultivating for 10,000 years, they could step into the Tao realm. There were even special Tao clans. Those clans were the top forces in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. People from their factions could touch the threshold of the Tao realm the moment they were born. This was extremely terrifying. Of course, compared to the primordial world before it shattered, this was nothing. However, the primordial world had been shattered in the end. It was nearly impossible for cultivators to restore the primordial world to its former glory. The Ninth Brother had once said that if there was any force that could restore the glory of the Hongmeng world, it would be the Palace of Fortune. Other than that, no other force could do it. Moreover, after so many years, even he wasn't sure how many people from the Palace of Fortune were still alive. There's still a long way to go. The more Fang Chan learned about the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, the more emotional he felt. If the cultivators of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path knew that the Chaos Realm was the original realm that they had been chasing in their dreams, it would inevitably cause a great commotion. It might even bring disaster to the Chaos Realm. Therefore, he had to work hard to increase his strength. One day, he would be able to stand at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. Only then would he have the strength to protect the Chaos Realm. Of course, it was too difficult to reach this step. However, Fang Chun would not give up. This was just the beginning. Buzz. Just as the members of the assassin squad were chatting, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in the open space not far away. It attracted the attention of Wang Xian and the others. What's that? Wang Xian was the first to rush to the light. After a few seconds, another dazzling light flashed out from the soil. Seeing this, Wang Xian raised his hand and blasted the soil away. A luminous pearl came into view. What is this? Bailong also came over and asked. Lu Cheng and the other person were confused. This was just an ordinary luminous pearl. It wasn't worth anything. However, Wang Xian's expression was unusually serious. This was because when he held the pearl, he felt the power within the pearl pulsing. This is the blood demon pearl. What? Bailong exclaimed. This new secret realm was indeed impressive. They had just entered and already found the precious blood demon pearl. That's right. This is the blood demon pearl. Wang Xian exerted a little force and injected his power. Suddenly, a scarlet color appeared inside the pearl. In the blink of an eye, the pearl turned blood red and revealed its true appearance. The blood demon pearl was an extremely special pearl. It contained the power of the blood demon. After a supreme realm warrior swallowed it, their strength would increase greatly. In fact, it was similar to a disguised elixir. Fang Chen also knew about the blood demon pearl. If one wanted to buy it on the darknet, they would need a lot of points. There's more over there. Suddenly, Bai Long screamed. Immediately after, Lu Cheng and the other person kept finding blood demon pearls in the soil. Soon, the members of the assassin squad discovered that there was something strange about the soil. There were countless blood demon pearls below. They excitedly collected the blood demon pearls with excited smiles on their faces. After a while, Fang Chen picked up hundreds of blood demon pearls. If this was the darknet, taking out so many blood demon pearls at once would definitely cause a commotion. However, the 5 members of the assassin squad had each obtained hundreds of blood demon pearls. It was simply terrifying. Hurry up. The abnormality here might attract other squads, Wang Xian said. Then, the 5 members of the assassin squad quickly dug out the blood demon pearls from the soil. They had a great harvest. However, as time passed, more and more blood demon pearls were dug out. The smell of blood in the air became thicker. Finally, after a few hours, several squads were attracted. When they found the blood demon pearls everywhere, their eyes widened. Oh my God, there's actually such a place in the new secret realm. The blood demon pearls here are all mine. None of you can touch them. My Heavenly King squad was the first to arrive. The members of the squads didn't care about anything else and started a fight for this piece of land. The 5 members of the assassin squad quietly left under Wang Xian's lead. The other squads were arguing fiercely and didn't have the time to care about them. Why do we leave? Bai Long was unwilling. Why give up so many blood demon pearls? A man's wealth is his own ruin. Fang Chen explained, if we don't leave, more and more squads will arrive. By then, we'll be the target of public criticism because we were the first to arrive and collected a large number of blood demon pearls. No matter how strong their overall strength was, they couldn't fight against the siege of so many squads. Brother Blood Mountain is right, Wang Xian said. One shouldn't be too greedy. However, what they didn't expect was that even though they left carefully, they were still targeted. Chapter 4157. This area was very special. Blood demon pearls could be seen everywhere on the ground. Some of the teams that had just arrived immediately went into a frenzy. They frantically snatched the blood demon pearls. As the first team to arrive here, the 5 members of the assassin squad had already quietly shifted their positions and left. Each of them had an average of over 100 blood demon pearls. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Even after they had gone far away, they could still hear countless murderous cries behind them. It was obvious that these were the fights between the teams. Bai Long and the others were glad that they had listened to Fang Chen and left immediately. Otherwise, they would definitely be surrounded and beaten up. At that time, they might even lose their lives, let alone over 100 blood demon pearls. Phew! After a long time, Wang Xian confirmed that there was no danger. The members of the assassin team stopped and sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Let's rest here for a while before continuing our exploration, Wang Xian said. However, no matter how careful they were still targeted. They were targeted by an extremely powerful team. Their leader was Wang Xian's sworn enemy. He was also an expert of the Supreme Realm. It was said that he had touched the threshold of the Tao realm not long ago. His ranking in the Darknet had shot up to the top 50. In the dark, the black-clothed man sneered. He looked at Wang Xian and the others as if they were his prey. Blood demon pearls. He had followed them from a place where blood demon pearls were everywhere. He knew very well that these 5 people had at least 500 blood demon pearls on them. As long as he killed them, he could easily obtain the blood demon pearls without having to fight with the other teams. Although the black-clothed man was not afraid of anyone, he would still be exhausted if he was ganged up on by the others. Moreover, it would affect his subsequent fights. Whoosh! Suddenly, when the 5 team members were resting, the black-clothed man silently appeared. Wang Xian stood up immediately. When he saw that it was the black-clothed man, his face became extremely solemn. It's you? Wang Xian frowned. Wang Xian, how long has it been since we last fought? The black-clothed man asked with a smile. 3 years, Wang Xian said. 3 years ago, the two of them fought and ended in a draw. The man in black shrugged. Hee hee, you don't seem to have made any progress in the past 3 years. I've already touched the threshold of the Tao realm. I'm ranked in the top 50 of the dark net. It's time to settle our grudges. Fang Chun was startled. He did not expect that the black-clothed man in front of him had actually touched the threshold of the Tao realm. Their situation seemed to be somewhat dangerous. He had personally seen a Tao realm expert who could destroy a world region with one gaze. That was just too terrifying, and they weren't on the same level at all. You guys go first. Wang Xian was very loyal. He let Fang Chun and the others go first while he stayed behind to cover the rear. Haha, can all of you leave if I don't agree? The black-clothed man laughed in disdain and said, Wang Xian, aren't you too naive? Do you think you're still a match for me? The black-robed man was confident that he had touched the threshold of the Tao realm. Moreover, the top 50 of the darknet and the top 100 were two different concepts. You're known as the strongest honorable in the 3 dragon realms. That's just because the honorables in the 3 dragon realms are weaker. With me here, none of you will be able to leave today. The black-robed man suddenly changed the topic and said, However, if you guys hand over the blood demon pearls obediently, I can let you guys go. In fact, the black-robed man had his own considerations when he gave such a condition. Although he had touched the threshold of the Tao realm and his combat power was obviously stronger than Wang Xian's, if Wang Xian really went all out, it would consume a lot of his energy. Everyone wanted to explore a new mystery realm. The black-robed man was no exception. He did not want to waste too much energy on dealing with Wang Xian and cause him to be unable to fight for the subsequent opportunities. If he could get more than 500 blood demon pearls without losing a single soldier, that would naturally be the best. Wang Xian seemed to understand the black-robed man's thoughts. He sneered and released a terrifying power to fight with the black-robed man. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Fang Chun and the others to leave quickly. No, we can't leave you behind. His good brother, Bai Long, joined the battle without hesitation. Seeing this, Fang Chun and the other two were not afraid and joined the battle as well. In an instant, the 5 assassins of the assassin team surrounded the black-robed man. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing this, the black-robed man's face turned extremely gloomy. He formed a complicated seal with his hands and directly used his strongest power. There was also a trace of special power that was separated from heaven and earth for him to use. Is it the power of the Tao realm? Fang Chun muttered to himself. He had seen a Tao realm expert fight before and naturally knew about it. A Tao realm expert could extract power from heaven and earth for his own use. This kind of power was very special and destructive. An ordinary honorable would not be able to resist it at all. As expected, when the black-robed man's fist landed on the burly man, Lu Cheng, the latter screamed and flew out, losing his combat power. The other person hurriedly left the battle circle and helped Lu Cheng up. Let's go. Lu Cheng had no combat power left. He would only be waiting for death if he stayed, so he had to be sent away. Wang Xian and the other two continued to increase their strength and encircle the black-robed man. You're courting death. The black-robed man aimed at Fang Chun and punched again. The power of the Tao realm directly penetrated Fang Chun's body. However, to everyone's surprise, he was not sent flying. Instead, he absorbed the power of the Tao realm into his body. Humph! Even the gods can't save you. Even the black-robed man could not fully control the power of the Tao realm. He had only touched the threshold of the Tao realm and could barely use a trace of it. This stupid guy in front of him actually absorbed the power of the Tao realm into his body. He was definitely going to die. Brother Blood Mountain. Wang Xian and Bai Long also shouted loudly. However, Fang Chun did not seem to hear them. The expected explosion of the power of the Tao realm did not happen. Instead, after the power of the Tao realm entered his body, it became extremely docile. In the end, it was suppressed by his heart power and then absorbed and refined. This is Fang Chun was stunned. His heart power could actually suppress the power of the pseudo-Tao realm? Whoosh! Soon, a smile appeared on his face. How much more of this power of yours do you have? As he spoke, he walked towards the black-robed man step by step. The power of the pseudo-Tao realm could actually help the growth of his heart power. Fang Chun was overjoyed. Wang Xian and Bai Long were confused. This guy was too abnormal, wasn't he? However, they did not have time to be shocked. The two of them quickly followed and fought side by side with Fang Chun. How could this be? The black-robed man thought that Fang Chun was putting on an act. He continued to activate the power of the pseudo-Tao realm, wanting to kill the three of them. Chapter 41:58. The black-robed man could not figure out what was going on. How can advanced supreme being withstand his pseudo-Tao realm power? One should know, reaching the threshold of the Tao realm and comprehending the power of the pseudo-Tao realm was already considered very powerful among the ultimate supremes. After all, it had the word Tao in it. Even if it was the power of the pseudo-Tao realm, its power was not something that an ordinary supremes could withstand. Therefore, when Fang Chun easily withstood the pseudo-Tao realm power and was unharmed, the black-robed man was completely stunned. Brothers Xue Feng, Bai Long, and Wang Xian were shocked. Both of them were ultimate supreme beings, but they could not withstand the pseudo-Tao realm power. They did not expect Xue Feng to be able to withstand it. I'm fine. Soon, Fang Chun looked up and smiled. Heart power could not only absorb the pseudo-Tao realm power, but it could also strengthen himself. This made Fang Chun eager to try. He wanted to see if his heart power would increase if he absorbed more pseudo-Tao realm power. One should know, in the 3,000 realms of the great Tao, cultivators of the spirit lineage were extremely rare. It was even more difficult to increase one's heart power. Even in the Palace of Fortune before the primordial world was destroyed, it was not easy to increase one's heart power. Now that he finally found a way, Fang Chun would not miss it. Humph. After a short shock, the black-robed man steadied himself. He did not believe that his pseudo-Tao realm power could be blocked by Xue Feng indefinitely. I like to see how much you can block. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man opened his arms and frantically activated the power in his body. Pseudo-Tao realm power constantly peeled out from the space and bombarded Fang Chun's body. To everyone's surprise, not only did Fang Chun not dodge, he even took the initiative to absorb it. Seeing this, Wang Xian was completely stunned. What kind of freak was Xue Feng? Lu Cheng was scared. Fortunately, Xue Feng did not stoop to their level. Otherwise, they would have been seriously injured or even killed by Xue Feng. Sick. Lu Cheng could not help but complain. Boom, boom. A deafening sound reverberated across the horizon as the terrifying fake Tao realm energy crazily bombarded Fang Chun's body. The latter felt as though he was bathing in sunlight, as his entire body felt incomparably comfortable. The heart power within his body rapidly absorbed the fake Tao realm energy. No, that's impossible. The black-robed man had gone completely mad. There is actually someone in the Supreme Being realm who could absorb the power of the pseudo-Tao realm without any limit and remain unharmed. This was simply a fantasy story. He refused to believe it. However, no matter how hard he rubbed his eyes, the truth was the truth. No. After around 15 minutes, the black-clothed man was completely exhausted and could no longer utilize the pseudo-Tao realm energy. At this moment, Fang Chun had also completely absorbed the last trace of the pseudo-Tao realm energy. He stretched his body and slowly opened his eyes with a smile on his face. In just 15 minutes, his heart force had already reached the limit of the second layer. He was only one step away from the third layer. This was definitely an unexpected harvest. That's great. This feeling was very satisfying. You're the demon. When the black-robed man saw Fang Chun, his heart was filled with horror as he frantically retreated. Even the power of the pseudo-Tao realm could not suppress him. The outcome was already decided. He even opened his mouth and asked Fang Chun to let him go. Today's matter is a misunderstanding. Let's end it here. Blood Mount, all right? I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the dark net in the future, feel free to look for me. However, Fang Chun did not give him any chance at all as he killed the black-robed man with a punch. "You'll regret this." The black-robed man roared furiously, his face ferocious. However, the last trace of his will collapsed and completely disappeared in the dark net. At the same time, in a secret palace in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao, a black-robed man suddenly woke up from his meditation. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were scarlet as he roared furiously. "Damn it, I won't let you go." However, after he said this, his throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely pale. The result of 100 years of hard work is completely gone. I must avenge this. Although the dark net was a virtual space where only one's will could enter, and even if one's will was destroyed in the dark net, it would not cause any danger to the real body in the real world. However, if one's will was destroyed, it would have a certain impact on the cultivation of the real body. The black-robed man was an obvious example. His will in the dark net was destroyed by Fang Chun and affected his real body in the real world, causing his 100 years of hard work to go to waste. However, no matter how furious he was, he still could not find any clues about Blood Mountain in the real world. This was the advantage of the dark net. As long as you did not want to expose your identity, ordinary people would not be able to find your location in the real world. Therefore, that was why Fang Chun had dared to disperse his will without any hesitation. In the new secret realm of the dark net, Wang Xian and the others were stunned, and it took them a long time to recover. They quickly came to Fang Chun and looked at him curiously. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Fang Chun touched his nose and said a little awkwardly. It was a little scary to be stared at by 4 big men. "Brother Blood Mountain, you're really good at hiding your strength," Lu Chang said. "You didn't use your full strength when fighting with me previously. I, Lu Chang, am grateful for your mercy." The other person also cupped his fist and thanked him. If it were not for Fang Chun's mercy, the two of them would have ended up like the black-robed man. "We are members of the same team," Fang Chun said. "Brother Blood Mountain, are you really just an advanced Supreme Master?" Bai Long suspected that Fang Chun had a treasure that could shield him from detection and forced him to pretend to be an advanced Supreme Master. "Brother Blood Mountain, you can even resist the power of the pseudo-Tao realm." "I, Wang Xian, admire you," Wang Xian said. Wang Xian said. He admired Fang Chun from the bottom of his heart. The latter was actually able to absorb the power of the pseudo-Tao realm. Didn't this mean that even if he encountered an expert who had touched the threshold of the Tao realm, he would be able to fight and even suppress them? In this way, the overall strength of the assassin team would become stronger. "I'm just lucky," Fang Chun grinned and said modestly. If it weren't for heart force, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the power of the pseudo-Tao realm. "Brother Blood Mountain, you're too modest," Wang Xian said. At least, after this battle, Wang Xian had already regarded Blood Mountain as an expert at the level of an extreme Supreme Master. Blood Mountain was ranked in the top 50 or even the top 30 on the Supreme list. "I'm curious, Wang Xian, if you fight with Brother Blood Mountain, who will win?" Bai Long asked. Wang Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Blood Mountain could withstand the power of the pseudo-Tao realm. This alone was not something he could compare to. Brother Wang Xian is the strongest in the 3 dragon worlds. "How can I compare to him?" Fang Chun said. In fact, he also wanted to fight with Wang Xian, but now wasn't the time. Soon, his clone in the 9 heavens realm would fight. Chapter 41-59. For Fang Chun, the current stage was very fulfilling, and he gained new things all the time. First of all, although his original body was trapped in the cave residence of the Tao realm cultivator, he was able to stay in the peach blossom forest and study the mysteries. As time passed, his attainments in the mysteries became higher and higher, and his strength became stronger and stronger. Even the gatekeeper was amazed. Fang Chun was the most talented cultivator he had seen in so many years. He was really curious. What kind of achievements would he achieve in the future? Would he be able to surpass his master? Of course, this was a story for later. As for his fire clone, it was still in the 9 heavens realm. In order to obtain the things left behind by the black-robed ancestor, it had accepted the white-robed ancestor's test and participated in the supreme battle of the Nine Heavens realm. At present, Fang Chun had an overwhelming advantage. He had overcome all difficulties and finally reached the final stage. At the same time, Wang Xian, the charming Lady Qin Qing, and the fast-blade Mu Chunlin had also reached the final stage. In the process of the battle, they had displayed extraordinary talent and attracted the attention of many cultivators. It was even said that Wang Xian's talent had attracted the attention of the Yunshao Palace Lord. He announced to the public that he would personally watch the final battle. Meanwhile, the consciousness in the dark net followed the other members of the assassin team into the new illusory secret realm, constantly exploring and looking for opportunities. Ever since Fang Chun had displayed great strength, Wang Xian had been amazed. He even thought that Fang Chun's strength was not weaker than his. He had wanted to spar with Fang Chun several times, but he had been rejected by the latter. They were in the same team, and there was no need to hurt each other. Moreover, Fang Chun did not want to expose his strength of the heart. After all, in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were very few cultivators of the mind bloodline, and the threshold was very high. He was also lucky to have met the ninth brother, which allowed him to awaken his strength of the heart and embark on the path of cultivation of the mind bloodline. Now, his strength of the heart had reached a bottleneck and could not break through. This made Fang Chun very distressed. But the battle with the black-robed man made Fang Chun understand that his strength of the heart seemed to be able to absorb the power of the pseudo-Tao realm, and it had improved a lot. He seemed to feel that the bottleneck had loosened a little. If he could absorb a little more power of the pseudo-Tao realm, his strength of the heart would really reach the third level. Thinking of this, Fang Chun was secretly delighted. He even wondered if his strength of the heart could absorb the power of the Tao realm. However, he quickly tossed this thought to the back of his head. After all, the true power of the Tao state was a powerful force that only Tao realm experts could possess. Although there was only a difference of one level between the Tao realm and the sovereign realm, the difference between the two was huge. The power of the Tao realm was too powerful. It was simply not something that ordinary people could withstand. Fang Chun naturally wouldn't try it blindly. Moreover, the strongest person in this new secret realm was only at the supreme stage. It was almost impossible for him to encounter the true power of the Tao realm. Brother Xiefeng is too low-key. Bai Long pursed his lips. With Xiefeng's current strength, he could definitely rank in the top 50 of the sovereign leaderboard, or even higher. But he had never competed for the leaderboard. If news of his battle with the black-robed man were to spread, Xiefeng's name would definitely cause a storm in the dark net. However, Bai Long and the others knew that Xiefeng was very low-key. They naturally would not spread the news. I feel that Brother Xiefeng's strength can at least rank in the top 30. This was Wang Xian's affirmation. He was in the top 100 of the sovereign leaderboard, but there was still a big gap between him and the top 50. For example, the black-robed man had only touched the threshold of the Tao realm and comprehended a trace of the power of the pseudo-Tao realm. But Wang Xian was helpless, and his life was even in danger. On the other hand, Fang Chun could not only withstand the power of the pseudo-Tao realm, but also kill the black-robed man. Wang Xian was ashamed of his abilities. Unknowingly, the core of the assassin team had shifted from Wang Xian to Xiefeng. The other two also acknowledged Xiefeng. Let's not talk about this anymore. What should we do next? Asked Fang Chun. Our team's strength has skyrocketed because of you, Brother Xiefeng. In that case, let's take a gamble. Wang Xian pondered for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. He wanted to lead the assassin team back to the special area and continue to plunder the blood demon pearls. Okay. Soon, they reached a consensus and turned around to leave. At the same time, in the continent of the Nine Heavens, in the Yunshao Palace, the supreme cultivator battle had reached its climax. Most of the contestants had been eliminated. Those who were still alive were peerless geniuses of the supreme layer. Wang Xian was the one who had the highest chance of winning. After all, he was the strongest supreme realm of the three dragon fields. No one had ever forced him to use his full strength. Now, there were only 12 people left. Wang Xian defeated his opponents easily every time he fought. Bai Long was unexpectedly eliminated in the top 12. His opponent even provoked him, thinking that the people of the three dragon fields were just SOSO. This completely enraged Bai Long. He wanted to argue with him, but Wang Xian stopped him. Pan Mo, right? Wang Xian asked with a smile, looking at the man who had defeated Bai Long and provoked him. Wang Xian, I know you. You're the strongest person in the Three Dragons realm. I hope that you won't encounter me in the battle of the top 12. Otherwise, I'll let you know how powerful I am. After saying that, Pan Mo turned around and left. This scene attracted everyone's attention. They were also curious. Could Pan Mo force Wang Xian to use his full strength? That Pan Mo is a dark horse. He's very strong. Yeah, I didn't expect the Nine Heavens realm to have such a supreme realm expert. I think Pan Mo can defeat Wang Xian. All kinds of discussions reverberated in the square. Wang Xian did not respond. Everything would be decided in the arena. On the other side, Fang Chen's advancement into the top 12 had also exceeded everyone's expectations. However, there was only one person who believed that Fang Chen had been hiding his strength from the start and that he was not as simple as he appeared to be. That was the goddess of the supreme battle, Qin Qing, the charming lady. You really hid your strength. In the distance, Qin Qing, who was wearing a red dress, was sitting on a stone bench. Her beautiful eyes twinkled, revealing a meaningful smile. Just as the crowd was discussing, the strong cultivator of the Yunshao Palace announced the results of the draw for the top 12. When the participants were announced, the crowd was disappointed that Pan Mo was not matched with Wang Xian. Looks like we have to wait for the next round to see Pan Mo and Wang Xian's battle. Of course, some people were guessing who would be eliminated. The one who was most likely to be eliminated was Fang Chen. That guy called Fang Chen is the weakest among the top 12. He'll definitely be eliminated. That's right. The Cloud Mountain sect is really lucky to have cultivated such an outstanding disciple. The Cloud Mountain sect can brag for the rest of their lives if their disciple enters the top 12. Chapter 4160. Out of everyone's expectation, Fang Chen's opponent was Pan Mo. Everyone shook their heads, thinking that Fang Chen would definitely lose. What a joke! Even the popular Bai Long was defeated by Pan Mo. He even boasted that he would defeat Wang Xian. How could a mere Fang Chen resist him? This guy is really unlucky. I said before that he entered the top 12 by luck. Now the truth has been revealed. He's done for since he met Pan Mo. There was a lot of discussion in the square. There were a total of 6 battles, and 5 of them were quickly decided. The final victors were Wang Xian, Qin Qing, Swift Saber Mu Qinglin, and 2 other geniuses, making a total of 5. The last place in the top 6 would definitely belong to Pan Mo. Brother, beat that ugly guy. Bai Long was unwilling to be eliminated by Pan Mo, so he cheered for Fang Chen. On the stage, Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. Pan Mo, who was opposite him, had an arrogant look on his face. He raised his thumb and then pointed it down. His attitude was extremely bad. Admit defeat. In front of everyone, Pan Mo directly asked Fang Chen to admit defeat, otherwise I'll kill you. At this moment, Pan Mo bared his ugly fangs, threatening Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head. There's only one place left in the top 6, but I also want to enter the top 6. What should I do? As soon as he said that, the square burst into laughter. What a joke. This guy actually wants to enter the top 6 after meeting Pan Mo. Is he stupid? In response, Pan Mo's lips curled up, revealing a cold and mocking smile. With just you? Yes, with just me. Since the start of the sovereign battle, he had been concealing his strength. Now, it was time for him to reveal his true strength. Furthermore, not long ago, his true body had comprehended another type of profound mystery of fire, allowing his attainments in the Tao of Fire to grow stronger and stronger. Furthermore, it had also increased the strength of his fire clone by quite a bit. This was absolutely great news for Fang Chen. Therefore, he was full of confidence in himself. Moreover, he had watched Pan Mo's previous battle. Although Pan Mo's combat strength was indeed very strong, he would definitely be the final victor. This is the most arrogant person I have ever seen. You will pay the price for your arrogance. And that price was death. In the next moment, Pan Mo instantly burst out and directly displayed his strongest form. His whole body was like a sharp blade, carrying infinite power as he rushed towards Fang Chun. However, the latter easily neutralized his strongest attack. This was the first time that the onlookers realized that Fang Chun was not as simple as he seemed. Is it a coincidence? Was it a coincidence that Fang Chun had dodged Pan Mo's attack? Or did he have the ability to dodge it? However, before the onlookers could argue, the next scene made everyone dumbfounded. Pan Mo launched another attack. This time, Fang Chun did not dodge. Instead, he used his strong physique to resist Pan Mo's attack. At the moment when he resisted Pan Mo's attack, he launched a counterattack. A long sword appeared out of nowhere and pierced Pan Mo's chest without any obstruction. Poochie! Pan Mo's chest exploded. His whole body was covered in blood. He looked very miserable as he weakly fell to the ground, blood flowing out. Pan Mo's heart was in turmoil. Could it be that this person had been hiding his strength all along? In the square, everyone was stunned. They were tongue-tied and dumbfounded. Was this still the Cloud Mountain sect's disciple that they said relied on luck to enter the top 12? This was simply a humanoid fighter. In all of Pan Mo's previous battles, he had obtained overwhelming victories. However, in the face of Fang Chun, he could not even fight back and directly lost his combat strength. Boom! In the end, Pan Mo was still unwilling to give up. He did not want to lose, so he took advantage of Fang Chun's distraction to ignite his blood essence and launch a fatal attack. However, the latter was already prepared. The long sword in his hand rotated, and with a trace of heart force, he directly killed Pan Mo Poochie. Pan Mo's body fell to the ground. His primordial spirit was completely shattered. There was no chance of survival. This scene made the entire Cloud Palace fall into silence. Even the sect leader on the high platform was stunned. It turned out that Fang Chun was the strongest dark horse in this genius battle. Ha ha ha, too strong. Bai Longjin laughed. He did not expect this guy to be so strong. He really killed that bastard Pan Mo. Wang Xian was also quite shocked. He wondered if he could win if he fought against Yi Futian. For a moment, Wang Xian was restless. He wanted to spar with Fang Chun. However, he did not know that Xue Feng in the assassination team was Fang Chun's consciousness. Of course, he would know soon. After a short silence, the crowd came back to their senses and praised Fang Chun. The elder in charge of the competition also announced that Fang Chun had entered the top 6. At this point, the top 6 of the Supreme Battle were all born. Congratulations. The Lady of Charm, Qin Qing, walked lightly to Fang Chun under everyone's gaze. She opened her red lips and said with a smile. As a Lady of Charm, her every move was seductive. However, Fang Chun was not moved. He just politely thanked her. I knew it. You were hiding your strength. Qin Qing's impressive figure was displayed in front of everyone. Everyone was drooling. Only Fang Chun was like a woodman. After saying that, Qin Qing left. Bai Longjin ran over and gave Fang Chun a thumbs up. Brother, you are too strong. Not only did you kill Pan Mo, but you're also not moved by Qin Qing. I'm really curious where you came from. Fastblade Mu Qinglin also looked at Fang Chun for the first time and re-evaluated him. The other 5 contestants in the top 6 all regarded Fang Chun as a strong opponent. Damn it, the leader of Pan Mo's sect was furious. However, due to the rules of the Supreme Battle, he could not take revenge on Fang Chun. However, he remembered the Cloud Mountain sect. Humph, just you wait. This is not over. After the top 6 were born, everyone would rest for a day before the final battle. All the forces were looking for information about Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun was brought back by the Cloud Mountain sect master and locked himself in. The white-robed ancestor, who was secretly watching the competition, stroked his beard. He was very satisfied with Fang Chun's performance. As expected of the black-robed man, the white-robed ancestor side. In terms of eyesight, he had never won against his good brother, the black-robed ancestor. Although the black-robed ancestor had fallen, he still sent such an outstanding genius to him. It was simply too exciting. With such potential, It is only a matter of time before he enters the Tao realm. The white-robed ancestor muttered to himself. Only when one entered the Tao realm would he be qualified to come into contact with the upper world of the 3,000 worlds of the great Tao. He would also be qualified to pursue the illusory peak of martial arts. Chapter 4161. Pan Mo's death could only be said to be his own fault. Sometimes being high-profile wasn't a good thing. Many experts were actually very low-key. Everyone knew that the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. However, Pan Mo thought that he was superior and didn't put Fang Chun in his eyes at all. After defeating Bai Long, he had fallen into a state of arrogance and thought that he could challenge Wang Xian. However, who would have thought that he would die in the hands of the opponent he looked down on before he could even fight Wang Xian? It could be said that Pan Mo had tragically become Fang Chun's stepping stone. After this battle, everyone regarded Fang Chun as a strong opponent and thought that he was qualified to compete with Wang Xian. The charming Lady Qin Qing's eyes flickered as if she was thinking about how strong Fang Chun was. He didn't seem to have revealed his full strength after killing Pan Mo. She was getting more and more curious about Fang Chun's identity. She was even looking forward to it. Would he be able to enter the final battle? Of course, apart from her, there was another person who was paying attention to Fang Chun as well. That person was none other than Mu Qinglin, who initially thought he was the most popular candidate to win the competition. However, before the start of the competition, Wang Xian had appeared out of nowhere, and now he had another enemy. Humph! No matter how strong you are, the final first place will be mine. Fast Blade Mu Qinglin clenched his fists as his battle-intent soared. He was extremely confident. After the top 6 were determined, there was no need to draw lots anymore. Instead, they would fight in a cycle. After all, it was related to whether one could enter the top 5. Hence, this method was the best. In other words, each person would have to fight against the other 5 to determine the final ranking. If they won all 5 battles, they would definitely be the undisputed first place. The first to go up was Wang Xian. He stood with his hands behind his back with a confident smile on his face. Standing in the arena, he gave people a terrifying feeling as if a mountain was pressing on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. The first to go up was a burly man. He was a genius disciple of Top Force. After so many years of seclusion, he was waiting for this opportunity to soar into the sky. Wang Xian, I challenge you. Everyone thought that Wang Xian was the strongest, so he directly challenged Wang Xian. Boom! A sea of blood suddenly appeared around this person. Then, his body merged with the sea of blood as if he was immortal and indestructible. Everyone cried out in alarm. This was an extremely powerful domain power. As long as the sea of blood was not destroyed, he would be in an undefeatable position. I wonder how Wang Xian will react. Many people were guessing if Wang Xian could break through the sea of blood. Blood sea. Wang Xian's lips curled up, revealing a strange smile. Since this was his first battle, he would show the world his true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xian spread out his hands, and an extremely terrifying power burst out. In the next instant, he charged straight into the blood sea with an incomparably powerful force. Rip! Even though the corrosive power in the blood sea was very strong, it was unable to harm Wang Xian in the slightest. The burly man's expression changed when he saw this. He wanted to gather all the power of the blood sea to give Wang Xian a fatal blow. However, Wang Xian did not give him the chance. A dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, with a speed invisible to the naked eye, he tore apart the sea of blood. Boom! The sea of blood was torn apart, and the force repelled it, forming an explosive shockwave. The burly man did not even have time to react before he was sent flying. How could this be? He fell to the ground in a daze. This was the blood sea domain that he was proud of, but it was easily broken by Wang Xian. Everyone was in an uproar. Being able to be in the top 6 was enough to show how strong the burly man was. However, he was unable to fight back in the face of Wang Xian. The strongest honorable in the 3-dragon world had become so powerful. This kind of strength was simply despairing. I lost. In the end, the burly man lowered his head and admitted defeat. Wang Xian's first battle had shown the world an extremely powerful force, causing the subsequent challengers to be somewhat fearful. As expected, Wang Xian won the second battle with an overwhelming victory. In the third battle, Wang Xian fought against Fast Blade Mu Chenglin. The two of them were evenly matched, but in the end, Wang Xian defeated Fast Blade Mu Chenglin. In the fourth round, Wang Xian fought against the Lady of Charm, Qin Qing. Qin Qing immediately used her charm technique, but it was ineffective against Wang Xian. Wang Xian was immune to it. Seeing this, Qin Qing smiled bitterly and admitted defeat. In this way, Wang Xian had won all four battles. Everyone thought that it was only a matter of time before Wang Xian became the champion. As for the fifth battle, no one was optimistic about Fang Chen at all. They even guessed that Fang Chen would admit defeat in advance. However, the next scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Not only did Fang Chen not admit defeat, but he even prepared a fight with Wang Xian. Boom! The battle between the two was earth-shattering. From the beginning, they were evenly matched. However, as the battle went on, Wang Xian gradually felt that he was being suppressed. He was filled with shock as he stared at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open. Who's this guy? How can he suppress me? Wang Xian did not believe it and continued to use his strongest power. However, it was useless. In the end, Wang Xian took a few steps back in the final collision, while Fang Chen remained motionless. After stabilizing his body, Wang Xian's expression kept changing. He could not accept his defeat. However, at this moment, a familiar voice entered Wang Xian's ears. "Brother Wang Xian, as I said, we will fight." Fang Chen transmitted his voice to Wang Xian, revealing his identity. At this moment, Wang Xian suddenly realized that this person was Xue Feng, a member of the assassin team in the darknet. Suddenly, Wang Xian was relieved. He was not ashamed that he lost to Xue Feng. After all, Xue Feng had a super strong ability to resist and absorb the power of the pseudo-Dao realm. This was something that Wang Xian could not do at all. "I've lost." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xian did not choose to continue the battle. Instead, he clasped his fist and said to Fang Chen. As soon as he said that, the entire square was in an uproar. Everyone was puzzled. He could have continued the battle. Why did Wang Xian suddenly admit defeat? Even his good brother Bai Long was puzzled. He rushed to Wang Xian's side and asked. Wang Xian did not explain much and only transmitted his voice to him. "Xue Feng." At the same time, in the new secret realm of the darknet, the members of the assassin team were collecting the blood demon pearls. Suddenly, Wang Xian and Bai Long stopped and stared at Fang Chen. "Brother Xue Feng, you already knew, didn't you?" Fang Chen shrugged. Bai Long complained, "Damn you, Xue Feng. Wang Xian participated in the supreme battle this time to be the champion. I didn't expect to be intercepted by you halfway. However, I have to say that you were really tolerant. You actually pretended not to know us when you saw us." Chapter 4162. At that moment, Wang Xian finally understood why Xue Feng didn't want to spar with him in the new secret territory of the darknet. Xue Feng even told him that there would be opportunities to spar in the future. He didn't expect that Xue Feng had been with him all this time in the real world. If Xue Feng hadn't taken the initiative to reveal his identity, he would still be in the dark. If Wang Xian had been defeated by someone else, he would have definitely been unwilling to accept it and would have challenged him again. However, when he knew that his opponent was Xue Feng, he decisively admitted defeat. What a joke! He knew Xue Feng's strength very well. If Xue Feng had used his full strength, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. In the end, Wang Xian's 5 battles ended with a proud record of 4 wins and 1 loss. However, regardless of how beautiful his battle accomplishments were, the crowd's gazes were not focused on Wang Xian. Instead, they were staring at Fang Chen with stupefied expressions. This disciple from the Cloud Mountain sect had been hiding his strength all this time. At that moment, he had defeated Wang Xian, who was the favorite to win the championship. Everyone was dumbfounded, including sect leader Wang of the Cloud Mountain sect. His heart was in turmoil. He would never have dreamed that the disciple sent by the white-robed old ancestor would be so powerful. On the other hand, Quick Blade, Mu Qinglin, and the others had gloomy expressions on their faces. They were pondering in their minds. If they were to fight against Fang Chun, what were their chances of winning? What should they do? Qin Qing's beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. Her guess was correct. Fang Chun was able to resist her charm and wasn't affected at all. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to do so. Even Mu Qinglin, the Swift Blade, wouldn't be able to do so. It turned out that her intuition was right. Fang Chun had been hiding his strength. At that moment, after Fang Chun's strength had been fully released, those who had thought that he was the weakest of the top 6 felt their faces burning as if they had been slapped a few times. After a short moment of silence, the crowd began to discuss Fang Chun crazily. They couldn't wait to find out more about his background. The leaders of the Cloud Palace were also very shocked. They had never thought that there would be such a monstrous supreme cultivator in the Nine Heavens realm who had defeated Wang Xian. Many experts were very interested in Fang Chun. In the following matches, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Apart from Fang Chun, the other 4 had all been defeated by Wang Xian. And Fang Chun had defeated Wang Xian. This was enough to prove that Fang Chun's strength was above theirs. However, Fastblade Mu Qinglin was not convinced. He believed that Fang Chun had defeated Wang Xian using some special means. As long as his blade was fast enough, he would definitely be able to defeat Wang Xian. Therefore, for the rest of the round-robin matches, no one else had the intention to make a move, but Quick Blade Mu Qinglin stood out. I want to challenge you. He didn't believe in the supernatural. He had an unrivaled belief in himself, believing that he was the most powerful supreme being. Even though he lost to Wang Xian, he didn't lose heart. Boom! Quick Saber Mu Qinglin immediately made his move as soon as he arrived. He reached out his hand and pulled out the rusty saber on his back. Will Fast Blade Mu Qinglin win? Everyone had the same question in their minds. Fast Blade Mu Qinglin was proud of his fast blade. He was unrivaled in the world with his fast blade. Over the years, no one had forced him to pull out the rusty saber. Now that the saber was out of its sheath, it released an extremely terrifying sharpness, even though it was rusty. Kill! Quick Blade Mu Qinglin shouted in a low voice. His entire body merged with heaven and earth. The rusty saber in his hand was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the void was filled with saber shadows. What a terrifying saber! Everyone cried out in surprise. Mu Qinglin's blade technique was too strong. Was such a fast blade technique really executed by a supreme being? Some people even suspected that Mu Qinglin's saber technique was close to the Tao realm. However, these were just the crowd's astonishment and speculation. In the face of the overwhelming saber shadows, Fang Chen's counterattack was relatively simple. A long sword appeared in his hand. He flicked his wrist, and the long sword danced in the void. Rays of dazzling sword light swept across the entire arena. This was a duel between the saber and the sword. Buzz! All the ultimate force in his body was injected into the long sword. Crack! The saber light and the sword shadow clashed with each other, producing a deafening sound. Fang Chen realized that if he didn't use his heart force, it would be difficult to completely block Mu Qinglin's fast saber. Therefore, when the sword shadow showed signs of collapsing, Fang Chen didn't hesitate to use his heart force. The second level of heart force quietly penetrated the long sword. In the next moment, the power of his sword technique suddenly increased. In an extremely terrifying way, it completely devoured the saber light in the sky. Rumble! Although the saber light was struggling, the devouring power was too strong. I'd like to see if your devouring speed is faster than my saber. Mu Qinglin snorted coldly. His wrist continued to move, and the rusty saber slashed at the void at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Every time he slashed, the void would be filled with saber light. However, gradually, the speed of his saber couldn't keep up with Fang Chen's devouring speed. Hiss! Hiss! In just 3 breaths' time, the saber light in the sky was almost completely devoured by Fang Chen. At this moment, Mu Qinglin's entire body was drenched in sweat. His strength was completely drained. His body staggered and fell directly onto the arena. Crack! After the last saber light in the sky was devoured, the rusty saber in Mu Qinglin's hand broke into 2 pieces with a crack. This scene shocked everyone. The rusty saber that fast saber Mu Qinglin was so proud of was actually broken. What did this mean? It meant that Mu Qinglin was defeated in an extremely humiliating way in the battle with Fang Chun. Moreover, he didn't have the power to fight back, and even his battle partner was killed. It could be said that fast saber Mu Qinglin was completely defeated by Fang Chun in this battle. There was no dispute about it. There was dead silence in the square. Everyone stared at Fang Chun with their eyes wide open. Even the higher-ups of Yinshao Palace on the high platform were stunned. It was so quiet that they could hear people's breathing. And all of this was caused by Fang Chun. In the clouds, the white-robed ancestor, who had been watching the battle from afar, could not help but tremble. Soon after, tears welled up in his eyes. Black Robe, you did it. You really did it. Did you see it? Below the arena, Fang Chun put away his long sword and glanced at Mu Qinglin. Without saying anything, he walked down the arena. Qin Qing, the Lady of Charm, was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Although she knew from the beginning that Fang Chun had hidden his strength, she didn't expect him to be so strong. Wang Xian and Mu Qinglin had been defeated consecutively. The other two didn't even have the courage to challenge Fang Chun. Qin Qing, the Lady of Charm, clearly expressed that she was no match for Fang Chun. Then, in this supreme battle held by the Nine Heavens realm, the final winner was known to everyone. Chapter 4163. Zhu Yan was a prodigy of the younger generation in the Great Tooth Palace. Ever since he cultivated the supreme fist technique, the immortal blood shark fist, he had been heavily groomed by the Great Tooth Palace and was recognized as the next successor of the Great Tooth Palace. Every Great Tooth Palace master was basically the leader of the Sea Demon clan. Therefore, Zhu Yan would definitely become the leader of the Sea Demon clan in the future. However, Ancestor Demonwell's appearance made Zhu Yan the leader ahead of time. However, Megalodon was excited and cheered. He was willing to assist Zhu Yan. After all, Zhu Yan was also a descendant of his bloodline. What excited the Megalodon the most was that the ancient powerhouse of the Sea Demon clan, Ancestor Demonic Whale, was actually still alive. Furthermore, he had taken Zhu Yan as his disciple. This was what he valued the most. Although the sea monster race was currently under the rule of the Megatooth Shark, he was well aware that not only was Ancestor Demon Whale tyrannical in strength, but he also had great prestige. As long as he raised his arms and shouted, the sea monster race would definitely submit to him. But now, it seemed that Ancestor Demon Whale had no such intentions. He had accepted Giant Flame as his disciple because he wanted him to handle the trivial matters of the sea monster race. Mr. Liu, you are truly the savior of the Siren clan. The Megalodon was truly grateful to Liu Chun from the bottom of his heart. Old Ancestor Demonic Whale was also very grateful to his savior. However, he had just regained his freedom and needed to find a quiet place to quickly recover his strength. All right, the enemies of the Great Tooth Palace have been destroyed by me. You guys can go and take care of other matters. Find me a quiet place. Old Master Devil Whale said. Liu Chun suddenly had an idea. It just so happened that he was in trouble and needed Elder Magic Whale's help. Elder Magic Whale used to be Venerable Windsmouth. So wasn't Sky Ridge the best place for Elder Magic Whale to cultivate? Patriarch Devil Whale, Liu Chun said. I have a place that is very suitable for you. Oh, where's this place? Patriarch Demon Whale asked in surprise. The Megalodon Shark and Giant Flame were also curious. What other place would be more suitable for Patriarch Demonic Whale to recover than the deep sea? However, neither Liu Chun nor Ancestor Demon Whale spoke a word. They only exchanged a glance. Both Megatooth Shark and Giant Flame understood that the two of them were secretly communicating with each other. They did not want them to hear their conversation. All right, I'll go with you. Soon, Patriarch Demon Whale nodded his head. He then turned to the Megalodon and said, You are the strongest member of the Sea Demon tribe right now, but you have yet to undergo your tribulation. You're still too weak. Here are my cultivation manuals. Take a look at them and quickly undergo your tribulation. After he finished speaking, old ancestor Demon Whale tossed a scroll to Megalodon. The latter was pleasantly surprised. Old ancestor, don't worry. I will definitely work hard. Patriarch Demon Whale then turned to his disciple and said, Brother Lu, there are a few top forces on the continent. Soon, a full-scale war will break out. You should reorganize the Sea Demon clan and be on standby. Don't worry, Master. The entire Sea Demon clan is on standby. After that, Lu Chun took Patriarch Demonic Whale back to the Celestial Fairy Island from the deep sea. Then, they took the teleportation formation back to the Void Gate. Along the way, Lu Chun explained the current situation on the Gale continent to Ancestor Devil Whale. The Palace of Darkness has betrayed their ancestral teachings, and now those rats from the sacred race dare to show their faces. Patriarch Demon Whale was furious when he heard that these two forces were not only participating in the Genius Battle, but also publicly declaring war against the Sky Dragon Palace. In his era, the Palace of Darkness had just been established, and the sacred race was extremely weak. They could be destroyed at any time. He didn't expect that after so many years, they would actually come out. You don't have to worry about these two clowns, but you have to be careful of the Yin-Yang sect and the Shin sect. They have a very deep foundation. It is said that in the history of the Yin-Yang sect, there was a super expert who cultivated the Yin-Yang Tao to the extreme. Maybe he left behind some terrifying means. Patriarch Demon Whale said. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. The extreme of the Yin-Yang Tao wasn't that the divine spirit? However, in his memory, there was no memory of the divine spirit of the Yin-Yang Tao. You have to be even more careful of the Shin sect. They are spread all over the universe. Their headquarters, the Shin Palace, is the strongest force in the universe. It was founded by the Shin Emperor, the leader of the human race. It is very terrifying. When talking about the Shin sect, there was a hint of fear in Patriarch Demon Whale's voice. I know, Lu Chen said softly. No one knew the Shin Palace better than him, and no one knew the Shin Emperor better than him. However, until now, he still didn't know if his good brother, the Shin Emperor, was involved in his bizarre death. However, he believed that one day he would find out. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the Void Gate. The sky was already turning white, but with Patriarch Demon Whale covering their aura, no one noticed them. After coming out of the teleportation array, Lu Chun immediately called the Void Sword Saint. Soon the Vice Sect Master came to the mountain where the entrance to the Heavenly Ridge was located. According to the orders of the Patriarch, the entrance to the Heavenly Ridge was opened. Crash! Patriarch Demon Whale jumped into the Heavenly Ridge, but Lu Chun didn't follow him. Mr. Lu, aren't you going in? The Vice Sect Master asked. I'm not going in. Then, Lu Chun returned to Tianlong Court. The Vice Sect Master looked at Lu Chen's disappearing figure and then looked at the Heavenly Ridge entrance that was about to close. Previously, the Heavenly Ridge shook violently and was forcibly cut off by 1 kilometer. If this happened in normal times, it would definitely be a big event that would shake the entire Gale continent. But now, with the Void Sword Saint's advance notice, although the Vice Sect Master was shocked, he didn't show it. Moreover, he forcibly used the Mountain Protection Array to cover up the shaking of the Heavenly Ridge and explained it to the higher-ups of the Void Gate. What are you doing? The Vice Sect Master muttered to himself. Who was the person who just entered the Heavenly Ridge? Why couldn't he sense any aura from him? But why was he so oppressive that he couldn't breathe? The Vice Sect Master couldn't understand the situation of the Gale continent. He felt that the sky had changed and a torrent was coming. Several times, he went to see the Void Sword Saint and asked for guidance from the Patriarch, but the latter didn't tell him. He just asked him to be in charge of the Genius Battle. Buzz. Not long after, the Heavenly Ridge shook slightly again. The Vice Sect Master could clearly feel that there was a joyful aura coming from inside the Heavenly Ridge, as if an old friend had reunited after a long time. He was even more confused and perplexed. In the end, he shook his head and returned to the palace to prepare for the Genius Battle. In Tianlong Court, Lu Chan sat on a stone bench and closed his eyes slightly. It was as if he could imagine the scene when the Gale Sage's remnant consciousness saw ancestor demon whale. There is nothing happier than reuniting with an old friend after a long time. However, ancestor demonic whale would probably cry. After all, he had followed Wind Sage to conquer the world. Now that he had regained his freedom, his old master had only left behind a wisp of remnant consciousness that could dissipate at any time. Sigh. In the void, there seemed to be a sigh that had existed since time immemorial. Chapter 4164. The supreme battle of the Nine Heavens realm came to an end with Feng Chen's victory. This was something that no one had expected before the start of the competition. Wang Xian, the favorite to win the championship, had actually lost to Feng Chen. Even Mu Qinglin's rusty battle had been shattered by Feng Chen. Not to mention, the Lady of Charm, Qin Qing, had tried her best but failed to charm Feng Chen. This scene was extremely visually stunning. Until this moment, everyone's heart was somewhat absent-minded. In the Supreme Being battle, where experts were as numerous as trees in the forest, no one had expected that in the end, it would be seized by a disciple from a remote small sect. This was simply unbelievable. Everyone was trying to find out more about Feng Chen, but it was only limited to the fact that he was a disciple of the Cloud Mountain sect. The charming Lady Qin Qing, the strongest honorable Wang Xian of the three dragon realms, and his good brother, the White Dragon, all congratulated Feng Chen for taking first place. Although they had lost, they were not unhappy. After all, it was a reward for them to be able to fight with a top cultivator. Grandmaster Wang of the Cloud Mountain sect was completely dumbfounded. He would never have dreamt that Feng Chen would be able to take first place. This was just too ridiculous. This, sect leader Wang rubbed his eyes hard. He could not believe what he was seeing. His heart was beating wildly. The white-robed old ancestor had sent him such an excellent disciple. Feng Chen won the first place. Did that mean that the Cloud Mountain sect would get more resources from the Nine Heavens Palace? They might become a top force second only to the Nine Heavens Palace? Thinking of this, sect leader Wang's heart was burning. The others were also cheering. On the high platform, the high-level cultivators of the Cloud Mountain sect were also curious about Feng Chen. Some of them even said that they wanted to take Feng Chen as their disciple. They promised that they could help him reach the Tao realm within 100 years. Of course, some cultivators also said that they would fight for all the resources for him if he could cultivate under them. Finally, unexpectedly, the leader of the Cloud Mountain sect of the Nine Heavens realm also appeared. As soon as he appeared, he gave people a very oppressive feeling. That was the aura of the Tao realm. Everyone exclaimed. Even a Tao realm expert appeared. Wasn't that just too shocking? The Cloudy Cloud Palace Master was wearing a black robe and emitted a cold and terrifying aura. Everyone thought that he was a Tao realm expert, but in reality, he was only half a step into the Tao realm. He was stronger than those who had comprehended the power of the fake Tao realm, but weaker than the real Tao realm experts. He could temporarily release some true Tao state power, but he couldn't maintain it for a long time. Therefore, it was known as the half-step Tao realm. He was the leader of the Cloud Palace, the strongest cultivator of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Even though he wasn't the leader of the continent of the Nine Clouds, he was recognized as such. Are you willing to become my disciple? Yin Shao Palace's leader looked down at Feng Chen and made a promise. I can promise you that within 10,000 years, you'll become the ruler of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Ruler of the continent of the Nine Heavens. Didn't that mean that Yin Shao Palace was raising Feng Chen as a successor? And he wanted him to become the ruler of the continent of the Nine Heavens? Every ruler of the 3,000 worlds of the Great Path had their own unique power. As long as the world was not destroyed, they would never die. Being the ruler of the continent of the Nine Clouds was a supreme status symbol. Yin Shao Palace was actually willing to give it to someone else. Are you willing? Everyone thought that Feng Chen would agree without hesitation when faced with Palace Master Yin Zhao's question. However, to everyone's surprise, he shook his head and refused. Sorry, I don't want to join any forces for the time being. As soon as he said this, the square was in an uproar. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this true? He refused the invitation of a Tao realm expert and gave up the chance to become the ruler of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Was this guy crazy? Qin Qing's beautiful eyes flickered, feeling bewildered in her heart. She increasingly felt that Fang Chun was extraordinary. Wang Xian even gave Fang Chun a thumbs up. To be able to resist such a great temptation, it truly wasn't easy. Humph! Yun Shao Palace, who was half a step away from the Tao realm, was rejected in public for the first time. His face was cold, and he was very angry. The elders of Yun Shao Palace all scolded Fang Chun. Kid, don't think that you can look down on others just because you got first place in the supreme battle. Humph! In the eyes of the palace master, you're just an ant. How dare you reject the palace master's invitation? You're courting death. Many elders changed their attitude and scolded Fang Chun fiercely. If it weren't for the attention of the other forces, they would have already killed him. Fang Chun raised his head and looked at Yun Shao Palace in silence. You can leave. After a long while, Yun Shao Palace's body flashed and disappeared. A cold voice came from the void. Sect leader Wang heaved a sigh of relief, but he was also worried about Fang Chun. After offending Yun Shao Palace, it would be difficult for him to do anything in the Nine Clouds realm. The others also shook their heads. Was such a good seedling going to die before he grew up? Qin Qing, the Lady of Charm, walked to Fang Chun and whispered, "Mr. Fang, if you're in danger, you can come to the southern region to find me." "Thank you." Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked her. Wang Xian and Bai Long walked over and wanted to invite Fang Chun to the Three-Dragon World, but they were rejected. "All right then, if you're in danger, just come to the Three-Dragon World." After that, the two left. Fang Chun's purpose of participating in the supreme battle was not only to train himself, but also to get the things left behind by the black-robed ancestor. Now, he had completed his training beyond expectations and got first place in the supreme battle. It was time to meet the black-robed ancestor. After the supreme battle ended, all the forces left one after another. There was supposed to be a reward ceremony, but because Fang Chun had offended Yun Shao Palace, his first place was taken away. He was not qualified to receive the reward, so he could only leave with the Cloud Mountain sect. Sect leader Wang, you go first. Their target is me. They won't do anything to you. Fang Chun transmitted his voice. Sect leader Wang glanced at Fang Chun and thought of the black-robed ancestor. Finally, he nodded and left. As expected, after the Cloud Mountain sect left, Yun Shao Palace soon received news that Fang Chun had not left the mountain. Keep a close eye on him. If he dares to leave Yun Shao Palace, kill him. This was an order from the higher-ups of Yun Shao Palace. They also sent experts to monitor Fang Chun's every move. However, even so, on a dark and windy night, Fang Chun mysteriously disappeared. When this news reached the ears of the upper echelons of Cloudy Palace, all of them were furious. They immediately gave the order to find him even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. At this moment, Fang Chun had been taken away by the black-robed ancestor. Chapter 4165. However, no one would have thought that the leader of Yun Shao Palace would disregard his dignity and ambush Fang Chun to kill him. In a dark void, the white-robed old man brought Fang Chun away from the Cloudy Palace's sphere of influence. He thought that the danger had been averted, but suddenly, under the silent night sky, a terrifying smell of blood filled the air. Immediately after, the white-robed old man cursed inwardly. In the next instant, his body shifted a meter in the air. Crack! The space where he had been standing was torn apart, and a spatial storm appeared. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Furthermore, he already knew who it was that had arrived. Umph! The leader of Yun Shao Palace, the strongest cultivator of the 9 Heavens realm, dares to ambush me, said the white-robed old man gloomily. At the same time, he protected Fang Chun behind him. Cloudy Palace's usual strategy was to kill geniuses they could not obtain while they were still in the cradle. They absolutely could not allow them to grow. However, the white-robed patriarch never expected that Cloudy Palace Lord would personally step in. Ha! In the darkness, a tall and sturdy figure walked out. He was covered with horrible power and his eyes were scarlet. He looked like a Shuro war god, giving people a very oppressive feeling. "I didn't expect him to be one of your men," said the white-robed old man. Obviously, the leader of Yunshao Palace and the white-robed old man knew each other, but he didn't expect that the winner of the supreme battle would be one of the white-robed old man's men. "Leader of Yunshao Palace, what do you mean?" asked the white-robed old man. "Do you want to kill anyone who doesn't join the Yunshao Palace?" Palace Master Yunshao shrugged. "White-robed patriarch, you know my character. Under normal circumstances, I won't easily make a move. Although he took first place in the supreme battle and rejected my invitation in front of everyone, with his status, he doesn't have the qualifications for me to personally make a move." After a pause, the leader of Yunshao Palace continued. "The reason why I came to kill him personally is because I sensed a trace of Yun Cheng's qi on him." Boom! A horrible qi filled the sky and was especially oppressive in the darkness. Yun Cheng was a core disciple of the Cloud Palace. He used to drive a 9-headed snake battleship to travel. Not long ago, his battleship was destroyed outside the continent of the 9 clouds. Yun Cheng was nowhere to be found. In the end, people learned that Yun Cheng was dead. Since then, Cloud Palace had been secretly investigating this matter, but they had not been able to find any clues. To his surprise, after the 9 Heavens Supremacy battle had ended, when Palace leader Yunshao personally invited Fang Chun to join the 9 Heavens Supremacy battle, he had sensed a vague aura from the man, which belonged to Yunqing. Even though the other party had tried everything to erase that aura, as the master of Cloud Palace, no one could deceive his eyes. Therefore, he had left a trace of his aura on Fang Chun, so that he could keep an eye on him at all times. Fang Chun, who was hiding behind the white-robed patriarch, was also taken aback. Had the matter of him killing a disciple of Cloudy Palace been exposed? He curled his lips and felt helpless. He had already used his heart force to erase the aura of a disciple of Cloudy Palace from his body. Unexpectedly, Cloud Palace Master still caught a trace of it. It seemed that he could not be careless when facing a strong cultivator in the future. "Anyone who kills a disciple of Cloudy Palace will not leave alive," Cloud Palace Master said lightly. The white-robed ancestor waved his sleeve, and vast power revolved around him. He took a step forward and blocked the palace lord's attack. He said firmly, "As long as I'm here, you won't be able to kill him. Then try." As soon as he said that, Cloud Palace Master's figure flashed, and he began a fierce battle with the white-robed patriarch. Fang Chun was also afraid of being affected by a battle of this level. Moreover, the white-robed patriarch's voice sounded in his ear, telling him to leave quickly. Whoosh! Fang Chun also knew that he would only be a burden to the white-robed patriarch if he stayed, so he turned and fled without hesitation. "You can't leave." Cloud Palace Master's angry roar came from behind him. However, the good news was that the white-robed patriarch had successfully blocked Cloud Palace Master so that he could not divert his attention to track Yi Futian. The bad news was that it would not be long before Yi Futian's information was made public. Then, the entire 9 Heavens realm and the affiliated forces of Cloud Palace would probably kill him. At that time, the situation would be extremely dangerous. However, there was no other way now. He could only take one step at a time. 9 Heavens Realm, 9 Heavens Peak. Although this towering peak was named after the 9 Heavens, it was covered with ice and snow all year round. Very few people would come here. It was even called a life forbidden zone, because the cultivators who came here basically never returned. Over time, it became a forbidden place for many cultivators in the 9 Heavens realm. No one dared to come here. Even Cloud Palace Master had never come here. Of course, he did not come to 9 Heavens Peak because he was afraid that it was a life forbidden zone. There was a more important reason. Everyone thought that it was a simple life forbidden zone. In fact, as the Cloud Palace Master, he knew very well that there were 2 powerful cultivators cultivating on this peak. Although they were not from the 9 Heavens realm, they had lived here in seclusion for hundreds of millions of years. No one dared to disturb them. It was covered in ice and snow all year round because of their cultivation. Today, at the top of 9 Heavens Peak, 2 old men were drinking tea. Suddenly, One of the old men raised his head and glanced in the southeast direction. Then he frowned slightly. The other old man asked, "Why do you still care about the supreme battle?" The first old man shook his head. "We two old men have been cultivating here in seclusion for so many years. Why would I care about ordinary things? Do you remember what I told you when I came back?" The other old man asked, "You said that on the way back, you met a young man and borrowed his battleship. Then you miraculously broke through?" The first old man nodded. "That's right. Right now, Cloud Palace Master wants to kill that young man." Hearing that, the other old man was a little surprised. But soon, he said, "Owing someone a favor is karma. We must repay it. Otherwise, karma will affect our cultivation." After entering the Tao realm, cultivators care more about karma. Before entering the Nine Heavens realm, the previous Tao realm cultivator had promised Fong Chun that he owed him a favor. Now, Fong Chun was being hunted. He could not sit still. "That white-robed old man can't stop Cloud Palace Master," the other old man said. "It won't be long before that young man is attacked from the back." One could imagine the consequences of offending Cloud Palace in the Nine Heavens realm. Of course, Fong Chun was an exception. After all, even a Tao realm cultivator owed him a favor. That day, on Nine Heavens Peak, the ice and snow suddenly stopped. Then, two rays of light shone on the ground. People called it a miracle. Chapter 4166. The Nine Heavens realm was much bigger than the empty spirit world, and its overall strength was more powerful. Even so, cultivators of the Tao realm were like gods here. After all, except for the core region of the 3,000 worlds of the Great Path, it was already very powerful to have cultivators of the Tao realm in the peripheral regions. The current Lord of the Nine Heavens realm was the current Yun Shao Palace leader. He was the strongest cultivator of the Nine Heavens realm, but he had not entered the Tao realm. He had only touched the threshold of the Tao realm, so he was half a step away from the Tao realm. And the two cultivators of the Tao realm on the Nine Heavens Peak, who were cultivating in seclusion, caused a stir in the Nine Heavens realm. People called it a miracle. However, they did not know that the miracle was created for Fong Chun. At this moment, far away from the Cloudy Palace, the Cloudy Palace Master was engaged in an intense battle with the white-robed ancestor. Both of them were equally matched, but the Cloudy Palace Master had the advantage of being young and having an endless supply of energy. The white-robed ancestor was different. He was already old, and his energy was somewhat depleted. In a prolonged battle, he was definitely inferior to the Cloudy Palace Master. The Yun Shao Palace leader also knew this, so he was not worried at all. He even sent a message to the Yun Shao Palace, asking them to issue a reward. Soon, the Yun Shao Palace leader knew the news, and the Yun Shao Palace elder directly issued a reward to the entire Nine Heavens realm. Anyone who could kill Fong Chun could become the Yun Shao Palace leader's disciple. When the news came out, the entire Nine Heavens realm was completely shocked. Everyone was rushing to the place where Fong Chun was. After all, he only had the small Yinshan sect behind him. Without a strong backer, others were not afraid at all. If one could become the Yun Shao Palace leader's disciple, he would have the opportunity to inherit the position of Yun Shao Palace leader in the future, and also have the opportunity to become the Lord of the Nine Heavens realm. This temptation was too great, and no one could refuse. So, it could be seen that experts from all directions were surging toward the area. As time went by, the battle between the two top cultivators had entered a white-hot stage, but the white-robed ancestor was obviously at a disadvantage. "White-robed ancestor, you will definitely lose." The palace lord sneered. He was trying to persuade the white-robed ancestor to admit defeat. After all, he would have to pay a high price to defeat the white-robed ancestor. It would be best if the white-robed ancestor lost without a fight. As long as I'm here, you can forget about touching him. The white-robed patriarch's attitude was unyielding. Even if he died, he would protect Fong Chun. He also sent a voice transmission to Fong Chun, telling him to flee. Do you think he can escape? Palace leader Yin Shao didn't feel angry about Fong Chun's departure at all. He laughed wildly and pointed to the sky in the distance. "If I'm not wrong, everyone in the Nine Heavens realm is hunting him down. In the realm of the nine heavens, if you offended the leader of the cloudy clouds palace, even the gods couldn't save you, unless a Tao realm expert appeared. You. Sure enough, Palace Master Yun Zhao's words completely infuriated the white-robed ancestor. The latter's attacks became even fiercer, but they were a little chaotic. Clearly, the white-robed ancestor's heart was in a mess. At that moment, Fong Chun, who was running away quickly, encountered the first group of people. Over there. Suddenly, someone from the small group shouted loudly. Immediately, the 5 members of the small group all ran toward Fong Chen's location. Furthermore, they surrounded him in an encirclement. I advise you to mind your own business, Fong Chun said coldly. Boy, you offended the Cloudy Clouds Palace, and you still want to escape. That's right, the Cloudy Clouds Palace has already issued a bounty. As long as we can kill you, we can become the direct disciple of the leader of the Cloudy Clouds Palace. Hearing that, Fong Chen's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. It seemed that the Cloudy Clouds Palace was determined to kill him. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Facing these rotten fish and shrimps, Fong Chun was naturally fearless. He was worried about the other top forces of the Nine Heavens realm. Once everyone surrounded him, his situation would be very dangerous. Now, he didn't know how the white-robed ancestor was. He was very worried. Kill. The 5 members of the group didn't give Fong Chun any chance and directly launched the fiercest attack. However, Fong Chun burst out with the strongest power of the first place in the supreme battle. He held the long sword in his hand and constantly waved it in the void. Wherever the long sword passed, the sword light flashed and a corpse fell to the ground. Poochie. In just 5 moves, the 5 members of the group were all killed. The last person stared at him with his eyes wide open, unwilling to accept his death. Go! After killing the 5 members of the group, Fong Chun didn't stop and directly fled. Not long after he left, another group of people appeared. If Fong Chun was here, he would definitely recognize that it was the sect of Mu Chunlin. They were here to avenge Mu Chunlin. Senior Brother Dao, there are traces of fighting here, and 5 disciples of the Small Knife sect, one of them said. The man who was referred to as Senior Brother Dao walked up to the 5 corpses and inspected them. Following this, his lips curled upward as he wore a disdainful expression. Humph, these idiots of the Tiny Saber sect, do they really think they could defeat Fong Chun? No matter what, Fong Chun was the first place in the supreme battle. His strength was almost invincible in the supreme realm. Even the sect of Mu Chunlin didn't dare to be careless. They sent several peak supreme realm experts to encircle Fong Chun. However, the funny thing was that the 5 people of the Small Knife sect wanted to attack Fong Chun. They were simply courting death. What should we do? Another disciple asked. Senior Brother Dao pondered for a moment and said, Don't worry, he can't escape. Now that all the forces in the Nine Heavens realm are looking for him, we just need to wait and reap the benefits. The group that collided with Fong Chun first would inevitably suffer great losses. They just needed to wait for Fong Chun and the other groups to suffer losses and then clean up the mess. Senior Brother Dao, won't the other groups beat us to it? Senior Brother Dao shook his head. I know Fong Chen's strength very well. It's extremely difficult to kill him. The 2 Tao realm experts on the Nine Heavens peaks stood with their hands behind their backs, looking into the distance. Although they were very far away, they could see the scene of Fong Chun escaping. It was as if they had seen everything. This little guy's survival skills are comparable to those of the Tao realm. The Tao realm elder in gray exclaimed. The Tao realm expert bathed in lightning nodded and said, I've been in contact with him. This little guy is a cultivator of the mind bloodline. His spiritual will is very strong. Even if all the supreme realm experts in the Nine Heavens realm join forces, they can't do anything to him. The 2 didn't intend to rush to attack. Instead, they watched Fong Chen's means of avoiding the encirclement. As long as Palace Master Yun Xiao didn't attack Fong Chun, they believed that the latter was absolutely safe. This was also a trial for him. Sharpening himself in life and death, blood and fire, the harvest was definitely huge. Chapter 4167. Cultivators of the mind lineage were more common before the primordial world shattered. However, ever since the primordial world shattered, the 3,000 realms of the great Tao evolved. The cultivation system collapsed, and many ancient cultivation methods were completely lost. This also created a fault era in the river of time and space. This era was known as the Dark Era. After the Dark Era, cultivators gradually discovered some brand new cultivation systems and combined them with the ancient missing cultivation systems to perfect the current cultivation system. In short, the mind lineage was considered a cultivation system before the primordial world shattered. Therefore, it was very rare in the current 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. One of the two Tao realm elders on Nine Firmament's Peak was a mind lineage cultivator and had once ridden on Fong Chen's battleship. Therefore, they had crossed paths. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the tenacity of a spirit cultivator was. Fong Chen had been surrounded and intercepted by many experts. He had seen all of Fong Chen's actions, but he had not been in a hurry to rescue him. Instead, he had let Fong Chen undergo the harshest tempering. As long as Cloudy Sky Palace Master did not take action, no one could threaten Fong Chen's life. Old Lei, are you cherishing talent? On Nine Firmament's Peak, the purple-haired elder asked with a chuckle. The two Tao realm experts were living in seclusion here. The purple-haired elder knew his good friend better than anyone else. It was not as simple as a favor, but because they were both mind lineage cultivators and cherished talent. That was why he paid so much attention to him. The Tao realm expert called Old Lei was the one who had once bathed in lightning. He was also the Tao realm expert who owed Fong Chen a favor. Hearing the purple-haired old man's words, Old Lei smiled and didn't say anything. However, at this moment, they realized that something had happened to Fong Chen. As time passed, many top experts surrounded Fong Chen. In the beginning, he could still escape easily. However, as time went on, his energy consumption increased. There were a few times when he even wanted to take out the sky-splitting axe, but in the end, he restrained himself. After all, if the heaven-splitting axe was exposed, it would bring about a fatal disaster. No one could guarantee that there was no Tao realm expert spying on him. Whoosh! Fong Chen had already pushed his heart force to its limits. He was like a running cheetah, moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye as he darted through the forest. From time to time, powerful attacks would come flying at him from behind. Fortunately, Fong Chen was prepared and was able to dodge them all. However, at a certain moment, Fong Chen was completely immersed in a battle with a certain utmost exalted. Suddenly, a terrifying power descended from the sky. When he raised his head, he was actually pressed down by a towering mountain that reached into the clouds. Kill! Someone shouted, and immediately, countless people surrounded the mountain. The strong cultivator who carried the mountain was the second elder of Cloud Palace. He had already touched the threshold of the Tao realm and could be ranked in the top 5 in Cloud Palace. This time, he had lifted the mountain in order to suppress Fong Chen. Not good. Fong Chen cursed inwardly. He didn't expect the strong cultivators of Cloud Palace to come so quickly. Right now, he couldn't care less. Without any hesitation, he activated all of his heart force. As his heart force circulated at high speed, Fong Chen gradually entered an ethereal state. It was just like when he had first comprehended heart force. Seeing this scene, Old Lei, who was far away on the 9th cloud peak, brightened his eyes. Is he about to break through to the 3rd level? Old Lei was both happy and shocked. Fong Chen's potential in the Tao of the heart was much stronger than he had imagined. If he could condense his heart force to the 3rd level at such a young age, he would definitely be able to step into the Tao realm in the future. Boom, boom, boom. Being pressed down by the mountain, Fong Chen's body couldn't move for a short period of time. However, the heart force in his body seemed to be burning as he burrowed into the mountain. Under the command of the second elder of Cloud Palace, many strong cultivators surrounded the mountain and used all their strength to attack it. Everyone attacked the mountain directly. If he hides inside, he will definitely die. Following the order of the second elder of Cloud Palace, dazzling attacks continuously bombarded the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the towering mountain was razed to the ground. At this moment, Fang Chen's body was also revealed to everyone. However, what puzzled everyone was that even after experiencing such a powerful attack, Fang Chen's body was completely unharmed. Furthermore, it was as if there was an extremely powerful force that was protecting his body. Continue attacking. The second elder of Cloud Palace sneered, thinking that he was putting on an act to scare them. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, all the attacks once again landed on Fang Chen's body. Everyone thought that his body would directly explode. However, a miracle occurred. Buzz! Fang Chen's eyes suddenly opened. The heart force in his body rose steadily and directly burned. Boom, boom, boom. He could clearly feel that his willpower had undergone a great change. Moreover, the strength of his heart force had also increased to a level that shocked him. This is the third level of heart force. After a brief moment of shock, it was ecstasy. Fang Chen directly jumped up. He had been bitterly cultivating and had been unable to break through. He did not expect that under such heavy pressure, he would succeed. Boom! However, before he could think, a violent attack rushed toward him. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face instantly darkened. He spread out his hands and formed a complicated seal. The third level of heart force completely erupted. This was the first time Fang Chen had fully activated his heart force. It was also the strongest power he could erupt with so far. Boom! When the heart force collided with the berserk energy, it instantly swallowed up the chaotic energy like a wave, drowning everyone. Some of the weaker people could not withstand the impact of the heart force. They let out miserable screams and instantly turned into white bones. Not good. The second elder of Cloud Palace also realized that something was wrong. He shouted and hastily retreated. However, it was already too late. He could ignore the others, but Fang Chen did not intend to let the second elder of Cloud Palace leave. He fully activated his heart force and fiercely fought with the second elder of Cloud Palace. The battlefield was bitter, with miserable screams occasionally echoing out. The third level of heart force was truly too powerful. Just a single attack was enough to kill the majority of people. A small number of people were also heavily injured and withdrew from the battlefield. This battle shocked everyone, but it also caused them to feel despair. No one had expected that Fang Chen could explode with such power at this critical moment. Everyone even suspected that he had been hiding his strength in the supreme battle. Thinking of this, everyone was filled with regret. On Nine Firmament Peak, the eyes of Old Lei and the purple-haired elder also lit up. Chapter 4168. When Fang Chen's heart force reached the third level, the eyes of the two Dao Realm cultivators on Jiuxiao Peak also lit up. After all, in the current cultivation environment, there were very few cultivators of the Mind bloodline, and it was even rarer to be able to cultivate heart force to the third level. However, Fang Chen had done it. As expected, only under pressure can he unleash his full potential. The purple-haired elder said with a smile as he stroked his beard. He liked Fang Chen more and more, and even wanted to cherish his talent. Unfortunately, Old Lei had beaten him to it. Moreover, Old Lei was also a cultivator of the Mind bloodline, so he was in a favorable position. Yes, such a young talent could be considered outstanding in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Old Lei sighed. Even though there were countless top sects in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and countless monstrous geniuses cultivated by them, it was not easy for Fang Chen to reach this step with his own efforts. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Fang Chen was killing in all directions. No one below the Supreme Realm was his match. He activated his heart force, and as long as someone got close to him, they would be killed mercilessly. Over time, the Supreme Realm cultivators who participated in the encirclement began to feel fear. How can this be? Has he broken through? Damn it, we've lost too many people. Everyone began to hesitate, and even began to feel fear. They could not help but retreat. As a result, they lost all will to fight, and the encirclement disappeared instantly. Even though they were still surrounding Fang Chun, no one dared to make the first move. For a moment, it was a stalemate. "Kill him!" Yun Shao Palace's second elder roared and said, "Whoever can kill him will not only become the Palace Lord's personal disciple, but will also receive all of Yun Shao Palace's cultivation resources." However, at this moment, no one was a fool. Although Yun Shao Palace's offer was very tempting, how could they enjoy it if they lost their lives? A bunch of trash. Seeing this, Yun Shao Palace's second elder could not help but curse and attack personally. Whoosh! The second elder of Yun Shao Palace flicked his wrist, and an auspicious cloud appeared beneath his feet. He leaped up and arrived before Fang Chun, unleashing his strongest attack. Coupled with the auspicious cloud beneath his feet, he posed a great threat to Fang Chun. However, when Fang Chun activated the third level of Heart Force, the second elder of Cloudy Palace was actually unable to withstand it. Boom! After a deafening explosion, the cloud under the second elder's feet was torn apart, and his body was sent flying. Everyone was tongue-tied, and their hearts were filled with terror. Moreover, they also knew one thing. Fang Chun's current combat strength was unrivaled unless a Dao Realm expert personally came. He hid his strength during the Paragon battle, many people said. Pucci, Cloudy Palace's second elder's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he was heavily injured. He was terrified and quickly sent a message to Cloudy Palace Master to inform him of the situation. Crack! However, before he could finish his sentence, Fang Chun stomped his foot on the ground. Then he looked at everyone with a vicious gaze and said coldly, "Since Cloudy Palace wants to kill me, I will definitely kill you. I hope you don't get involved in this." After saying that, Fang Chun disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Cloudy Palace Master had completely suppressed the white-robed ancestor on the other side of the battlefield. "White-robed ancestor, you won't be able to hold on for long," Cloudy Palace Master sneered. However, at that moment, his communication token rang. When he heard the second elder's message, his face darkened. Damn it! Cloudy Palace Master stomped his feet and kicked the white-robed ancestor away. Then, he turned around and left without even looking back. "You want to leave?" The white-robed ancestor also realized that something must have happened on Fang Chun's side. That was why Cloudy Palace Master was in such a hurry to leave. He jumped up and blocked Cloudy Palace Master's path. "White-robed ancestor, you are courting death." Cloudy Palace Master was furious. "Fang Chun is my man. If you want to kill him, you have to do it over my dead body." The white-robed ancestor's attitude was firm. "Good, very good." Cloudy Palace Master looked up to the sky and roared. Then he used his strongest attack. In the blink of an eye, he suppressed the white-robed ancestor and severely injured him. Pucci, the white-robed ancestor had already tried his best, but he still couldn't stop Cloudy Palace Master. Cloudy Palace Master didn't kill him and left. In fact, Cloudy Palace Master only severely injured the white-robed ancestor and didn't kill him. He had his own considerations. Firstly, the white-robed ancestor was a senior figure in the Nine Heavens realm. Once he killed him, it would cause a huge reaction. Secondly, it would be extremely difficult to kill them all, and he would have to pay a huge price. There was only one thought in Cloudy Palace Master's mind, and that was to kill Fang Chun. Whoosh! Whoosh! Half an hour later, Cloudy Palace Master came to the place where the second elder was severely injured. Seeing the corpses all over the ground and the dying second elder, he was furious. "What happened?" An elder of Cloudy Palace said, "Palace Master, that guy was surrounded by us at first and was about to be killed. Suddenly, he had a breakthrough and his combat power skyrocketed. We were no match for him at all. The second elder was also severely injured by him in one move." Cloudy Palace Master frowned. A breakthrough at the critical moment? Before the breakthrough, it was already difficult to find an opponent in the Supreme Realm. This time, no one in the Supreme Realm could defeat him. Thinking of this, Cloudy Palace Master was even more eager to kill him. He carefully sensed the aura left behind in the void, and then decided to chase. "You can't escape." Cloudy Palace Master was determined to kill Fong Chen this time. He had mobilized all the cultivation resources in the Nine Heavens realm. In a new secret territory of the Darknet, the members of the assassin team had obtained a lot of blood demon pearls. During this period, they had some conflicts with other teams, but in the end, they defeated them with their strength. In a safe place, the 5 of them were resting. Bai Long and Wang Xian looked at Fong Chun and asked, "Brother Xiefeng, do you need help?" Fong Chun naturally understood that the two were talking about the Nine Heavens realm. "It's okay. I can handle it." Wang Xian gave Fong Chun a thumbs up and said, "Brother Xiefeng, even Cloudy Palace Master can't do anything to you. But you have to be careful. After all, the Nine Heavens realm is Cloudy Palace's territory. If you can't handle it, you can go to the Three Dragon world. I can guarantee your safety." When the other two heard Wang Xian's words, they were full of praise for Fong Chun. Brother Xiefeng's combat power should be invincible under the Supreme Realm, right? Lu Cheng grinned. Fong Chun shook his head. It could be said that in the Nine Heavens realm, but in the 3,000 worlds of the Great Path, his strength was nothing. Even the Darknet, after his breakthrough, he could barely rank in the top 20. He didn't even dare to think about the top 10, let alone the 3,000 worlds of the Great Path. Chapter 4169. Danger was often accompanied by opportunity. For Fong Chun, this was the case. Cultivators of the Mind lineage improved extremely slowly to begin with. Furthermore, they rarely had the aid of special treasures. They basically relied on their own efforts to cultivate. After Fong Chen's heart force reached the 2nd level, he had been stuck at a bottleneck for a very long time. But after this life-and-death experience, he successfully broke through to the 3rd level, and his combat strength skyrocketed. In the new mystery land of the Darknet, the 5 members of the assassin team were talking and laughing. Fong Chen also had a smile on his face. From this, it could be seen that the difficulties his fire clone had encountered in the Nine Heavens realm had been easily solved. Unless the Yunshao Palace Lord came personally, no one could suppress him. "Brother Xiefeng, you're too strong." Wang Xian couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't known Xiefeng for long, but he could see that Xiefeng had been improving. As the strongest Supreme Master in the 3 Dragon realms, he felt a little ashamed. However, just as the members of the assassin squad were chatting, they suddenly felt a terrifying aura rushing toward them. Immediately after, their hearts trembled violently. That was because they saw blood-red waves surging toward them from afar. "What's that?" Bai Long exclaimed. The other 2 teams also retreated. They felt the terrifying aura in the blood-red wave. It seemed that if it touched their bodies, they would be completely killed. Wang Xian glanced at Fong Chun and made the decision to retreat immediately. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5 members of the assassin squad rapidly retreated. But midway, they saw that some of the weaker squads weren't able to retreat in time and were directly submerged by the crimson waves. They didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into withered bones. What a terrifying giant wolf. Fong Chen frowned. What was this blood-red wave? Why was it so terrifying? After being infected by it, Supreme Masters didn't even have time to call for help before they were turned into bones directly. The assassin team was retreating quickly. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. At the same time, in the Nine Heavens realm, Fong Chun had successfully killed many of the besiegers. He even killed the 2nd elder of the Yunshao Palace. Run! The remaining weaker martial artists were so scared that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. They frantically fled. Palace leader Yunshao was infuriated when he heard the news. He immediately executed his trump card to severely injure the white-robed progenitor before rushing to Fong Chen's location. The white-robed patriarch tried to send a voice transmission to Fong Chun, telling him to quickly escape, but his injuries were too severe. He fell to the ground and found it difficult to breathe. I'm sorry, brother." The white-robed ancestor covered his face and cried bitterly. He felt that he had let down his good brother, the black-robed ancestor. Boom! At this moment, Palace Master Yunzhao's aura was too powerful. In the blink of an eye, he had sealed the entire void. Fang Chun felt his entire body was filled with pressure. He lifted his head and looked at Palace Master Yin Xiao. Palace Master Yin Xiao's face was ferocious as he said coldly, "I have underestimated your strength." Looking at the corpses strewn all over the place, the Cloud Palace Master felt that he had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. The latter had concealed his strength during the Nine Heaven Supreme battle. However, your legend ends here. As soon as he finished speaking, Palace Master Yin Xiao roared and directly unleashed the terrifying strength of a half-step Dao realm cultivator, bombarding Fang Chun wildly. In the beginning, Fang Chun could still use his heart power to resist. However, as time passed, his heart power was consumed too quickly, causing Fang Chun's combat strength to decrease sharply. Thus, he was suppressed by Palace Master Yin Xiao. Palace Master Yin Xiao's pupils constricted as he cried out, "A cultivator of the spirit lineage?" He recognized the heart power that Fang Chun used and exclaimed loudly. He did not expect to encounter a cultivator of the spirit lineage. His eyes lit up. He wanted to kill Fang Chun as quickly as possible. The latter felt immense pressure, and he was in great pain. However, at the most dangerous moment, something bizarre happened. No matter how hard Cloudy Sky Palace Master tried, he was unable to land a punch on Fang Chen's head. Furthermore, his body was imprisoned in midair, unable to move. "What's going on?" Palace Lord Yin Xiao cried out in shock. What was going on? Why was his body restricted for no reason? Could it be he thought of a possibility? It was a Dao realm expert. Immediately, Palace Master Yin Xiao looked around but did not find any traces of a Dao realm expert. He struggled with all his might and even burned his blood essence to break free, but it was to no avail. "No!" Palace Master Yin Xiao roared at the sky, feeling indignant. Whoosh! While Fang Chun was stunned, Old Lightning and the purple-haired elder suddenly appeared. "Little brother, how have you been?" Old Lightning grinned. Seeing this, Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect it to be the lightning-bathed Dao realm expert he encountered in the World Gap. At the critical moment, he was the one who saved him. Fang Chun also realized that the purple-haired elder beside him was also a Dao realm expert. It seemed that these two Dao realm experts had been secretly observing him. "I'll owe you a favor. I'll help you settle it now," Old Lightning said as he pointed at the imprisoned Palace Master Yin Xiao. Palace Master Yin Xiao panicked. The sudden appearance of the two Dao realm experts terrified him. "Seniors, everything is a misunderstanding. I didn't know he was related to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to attack him." However, Old Lightning did not attack Palace Master Yin Xiao. Instead, he handed him to Fang Chun. Fang Chun also knew that he had completely fallen out with Palace Master Yin Xiao. Therefore, Palace Master Yin Xiao could not be spared. He killed him with one strike. "No!" Palace Master Yin Xiao struggled with all his might. Before he died, his heart was filled with indignation. However, under the suppression of the two Dao realm experts, he had no chance to fight back and died. After killing Palace Master Yin Xiao, Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked the two Dao realm experts. "If you want to thank someone, thank Old Lightning." The purple-haired elder smiled. Old Lightning smiled as he looked at Fang Chun. "Brother, you are also a cultivator of the spirit path. You should know how difficult it is for us to cultivate, right?" Fang Chun nodded. Old Lightning continued. "Your comprehension of the spirit path is a little messy. I think you need a teacher. Little fellow, I want to take you in as a disciple." The purple-haired elder said what Old Lightning was thinking right away. Fang Chun was stunned. He didn't expect a Dao realm expert to take him in as a disciple. However, his spiritual cultivation came from the Palace of Fortune before the destruction of the primordial world. Moreover, he had the guidance of his ninth brother, King Xiaoyao. No matter how strong Old Lightning was, he couldn't be stronger than the ninth brother, King Xiaoyao. So, Fang Chun rejected him. "Sorry, senior, I already have a sect," Fang Chun said apologetically. "What's your sect called?" Old Lightning asked unwillingly. He had heard of all the famous spirit path powers in the 3,000 worlds. But Fang Chun said that it was not convenient for him to say. Chapter 4170. The strongest person in the Nine Heavens realm was the master of the Yunshao Palace. Such a half-step Dao realm expert had a bright future. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the Dao realm. However, he died in the hands of Feng Chun. If he had known that Feng Chun had a Dao realm expert supporting him, he would not have dared to pick on Feng Chun, even if he was given 10,000 guts. This was the so-called "you won't die if you don't ask for it." The news of the death of the master of the Yunshao Palace quickly spread throughout the Nine Heavens realm. In an instant, the Nine Heavens realm was in chaos. All the forces that had been suppressed by the Yunshao Palace said that they wanted to attack the Yunshao Palace and take back the cultivation resources that originally belonged to them. At the same time, the Yunshao Palace was also in chaos. After the death of the master of the Yunshao Palace, the other elders were not convinced. Everyone thought that they had the best chance to become the new master of the Yunshao Palace, so they were secretly recruiting others. In short, the entire Nine Heavens realm was in chaos. No one cared about where Feng Chun had gone or whether he had been killed, because their attention was completely diverted. At this moment, however, Feng Chun was with two Dao realm experts. Although he already had a master, and Old Lei felt a little regretful. They were acquaintances after all. Old Lei still explained his cultivation experience of the Tao of the heart to Feng Chun for reference. "Seniors, are you going to leave?" After the explanation, Feng Chun asked in confusion. Old Lei nodded. "Originally, the two of us were hiding here to cultivate. But this time we have been exposed, so we have to change places." From his words, Feng Chun seemed to sense a little danger. "Thank you for your guidance." Feng Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. Old Lei waved his hand. "Little guy, I have high hopes for you. I hope you can go further in the Dao realm in the future and enter the Dao realm as soon as possible." The purple-haired elder stroked his beard and said, "I rarely see Old Lei caring about young people." The two Dao realm experts joked with each other. After saying goodbye to Feng Chun, they disappeared. Feng Chun bowed deeply to the void and then began to try to contact the white-robed ancestor. As expected, he got in touch very quickly. The white-robed ancestor was seriously injured by the master of the Yunshao Palace and was hiding in a hidden place to heal. After contacting Feng Chun, he was extremely surprised. At the same time, he also heard the news of the Yunshao Palace master's death. He was extremely shocked and confused. Yunshao Palace master of the Yunshao Palace was killed. A few days later, Feng Chun found the white-robed grandmaster. The latter's injuries were almost healed. After all, there were no life-threatening injuries, so his recovery was relatively fast. "Patriarch." The white-robed ancestor waved his hand and smiled. "Don't worry, just a small injury. How did you escape from the Yunshao Palace?" Feng Chun briefly explained his plan. When the white-robed ancestor learned that the Dao realm expert who killed the master of the Yunshao Palace knew Feng Chun, he was completely stunned. After a long while, the white-robed ancestor came back to his senses. He gave Feng Chun a thumbs up and praised him generously. "You are indeed the descendant of the black-robed guy. You are really powerful." Even though the white-robed ancestor had cultivated for countless years, it was difficult for him to have a relationship with a Dao realm expert. However, Feng Chun had just arrived in the Nine Heavens realm, and he had interacted with a Dao realm expert. The latter even fought for him. Their relationship was extraordinary. One must know, although there were many Dao realm experts in the 3,000 realms of the Great Dao, they were usually elusive existences. They were all in seclusion and rarely cared about the matters of the mortal world, let alone fighting for a supreme realm warrior. "What about the two Dao realm experts?" the white-robed ancestor asked. "They have already left," Feng Chun said. "Their cultivation life was disrupted, so they chose to leave." However, even without the help of a Dao realm expert, the white-robed ancestor was not afraid of anyone in the Nine Heavens realm. Whoosh! The white-robed ancestor took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He looked at Feng Chun seriously, as if he was looking at a stranger. For the first time, he found that he could not see through the young man in front of him. Gradually, the white-robed ancestor's eyes blurred and he fell into memories. In his mind, the scene of him and the black-robed ancestor roaming the world together appeared. The scene kept changing and finally became extremely bloody. The black-robed ancestor vomited blood, and his eyes were filled with despair. The white-robed ancestor was helpless and furious. At this moment, the memories in his mind disappeared instantly, and the white-robed ancestor's thoughts returned to reality. Whoosh! He shook his head hard to keep himself calm. Then, he looked at Fang Chen again, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Fang Chen's potential was much stronger than he had imagined. Moreover, he had won first place in the Supreme Battle not long ago. With such impressive potential, it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the Tao realm. He might even reach the heavenly Tao realm in the future. Of course, this was only the white-robed ancestor's hope. Whoosh! The white-robed ancestor took out a triangular jade pendant from his chest. From the outside, it was dull and even rusty. It was unremarkable, but he held it in his hand and said to Fang Chen earnestly, "This is what the black-robed ancestor wanted me to keep." Fang Chen took the triangular jade pendant from the white-robed ancestor's hand. He sensed it carefully and found that he could not sense anything. This jade pendant was obtained by risking our lives in the past. The black-robed ancestor's death was also related to this jade pendant. The white-robed ancestor explained, "Although I have been studying it all these years, I have not been able to figure it out. However, according to the information we obtained and some clues, this jade pendant should be related to a Tao realm expert, or even a supreme sect." Oh, Fang Chen was a little curious. What kind of secret was hidden in this dim jade pendant? It actually caused the death of the black-robed ancestor and the white-robed ancestor to conceal his identity and hide in the realm of the nine heavens for so long. Back then, when we obtained this jade pendant, we were hunted down by a few super forces. They seemed to have gone mad and spared no expense in trying to snatch back the jade pendant. I accidentally heard their conversation, but unfortunately, I couldn't hear it clearly. However, there were two words that were very clear. The white-robed ancestor shook his head. He still did not know what the two words meant. However, I am very puzzled. What does the two words mean? What words? Fang Chen asked. Hongmeng. As soon as he said this, Fang Chen was stunned. His eyes widened as he stared at the dull jade pendant in his hand. His heart was in turmoil. Hongmeng? Could it be the Hongmeng world? This dull jade pendant, was it related to the Hongmeng world? Chapter 4171. With the white-robe ancestor's realm and strength, it was impossible for him to know the secret behind the destruction of the primordial world. Therefore, he was very confused about the two words he had heard intermittently. What did the primordial world mean? Could it be one of the legendary secret realms? However, over the years, no matter how he studied it, he could not understand this triangular jade pendant. In addition, he was afraid that the descendants of his enemy would seek revenge, so he hid in the nine heavens realm and hid the triangular jade pendant. At the same time, he was waiting for the descendants of the black robe ancestor. This was because before his good brother, the black robe ancestor, had died, he had returned to his hometown with one last breath. Before he left, he had told him that one day his successor would come here. Now, not only had his successor come, but he had also won first place in the supreme battle of the Nine Heavens realm. Cloud Palace Master had also died because of him. If this news spread, the entire Nine Heavens realm would be shocked. Fang Chen frowned. What kind of secret was this triangular jade pendant hiding? When he grasped the jade pendant, he vaguely felt his heart tremble slightly. However, it quickly calmed down. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and put away the triangular jade pendant. He looked at the white robe ancestor and asked, "Ancestor, who was your enemy?" The black robe ancestor had once said that when Fang Chen's strength reached a certain level, he hoped that Fang Chen could avenge him. These were his last words. Now, Fang Chen believed that he had the strength to know the truth. As for whether he could avenge him, he would wait until he heard the whole story. The face of the white-robed old master changed as a look of agony appeared in his eyes. Evidently, the memories of the past were causing him unbearable pain. However, he still told Fang Chen that his enemy in the past was a powerful being of the Tao state. Furthermore, it wasn't just a single person, but an entire world was after them. The entire realm? Fang Chen was shocked. The entire realm had been chasing them, and there was more than one Dao Realm Master. He could imagine how powerful this realm was. The Cloudflow realm is very strong. Before you enter the Dao realm, you must not reveal your identity. Once they know that you are related to the Black Robe Ancestor, they will do everything they can to kill you. Fang Chen was now outstanding and had outstanding talent. In the future, he would definitely step into the Dao realm and even have a chance of coming into contact with the potential of the heavenly Dao realm. The white-robed patriarch naturally did not wish for him to take the risk, so he exhorted him. The Cloudflow realm was much stronger than he had imagined. Everyone knew how many realms there were, because no one knew how many realms there were. However, in a remote world like the empty spirit world, where the martial arts civilization was backward, cultivators at the top of the supreme layer could do whatever they wanted. The Nine Heavens world was stronger than the empty spirit world, but those worlds weren't ranked in the 3,000 worlds of the Great Path. The Cloudflow zone that the White Robe Patriarch had mentioned was one of the top 100 zones in the 3,000 realms of the Great Tao. This was a terrifying number. Being in the top 100 meant that there were many Tao realm masters in this realm, and there was even a Tao realm sect overseeing it. Fang Chen was strong now, but it was only limited to the Tao realm. The gap between him and a Tao realm master was too great. I know what to do. Fang Chen nodded. Ever since he started cultivating in the ancient sword continent's Shangfeng nation, he had gone from being insignificant to where he was now. Only he knew the difficulties he had gone through. He had been on the brink of death countless times, but in the end, he had persevered. He had to be careful because he was from the Origin realm, which was the future of the Chaos realm. Once he died, all his relatives in the Chaos realm would disappear in the long river of history. This was not something he wanted to see. You can only take out the triangular jade pendant to study when you're sure there is no one around. Don't let anyone know. The White Robe Ancestor was most worried that the triangular jade pendant would attract his enemy. Fang Chen nodded, put away the triangular jade pendant, and left with the White Robe Ancestor. The Yunshao Palace, which used to belong to the Nine Heavens world, was on the verge of collapse because of internal strife. Because of the death of the leader of the Yunshao Palace, many forces who had submitted to the Yunshao Palace for many years rose up and fought back. The Yunshao Palace was in a state of panic. Everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before the Yunshao Palace was destroyed. Without a leader, the Nine Heavens realm suddenly became chaotic. No one was in the mood to pay attention to Fang Chen's whereabouts. In the new secret territory of the Darknet, because of Fang Chen's breakthrough, the overall strength of the Assassin Squad had increased rapidly. He had become the leader of the Assassin Squad. Even Wang Xian was convinced by him. They had to ask Fang Chen about everything, whether it was feasible. Just like that, under the leadership of Fang Chen, the Assassin Squad explored the new mystery land very smoothly. They obtained many blood demon pearls. However, it was impossible for the path of cultivation to be smooth sailing. One day, they got into an argument with a small team and ended up fighting. There were 3 members in the other team, and their strength was not weaker than Wang Xian's. This small team was also very famous in the Darknet. However, the small team of assassins actually defeated them powerfully and even killed 2 of them. This battle shocked the world. What? Wang Xian's assassin squad destroyed the Lufeng squad? Gosh, what happened? Although Wang Xian is the strongest supreme being in the 3-dragon realm, his assassin squad is weak. How could they defeat the Lufeng squad? 3 members of the Lufeng squad are strong enough to be in the top 100 of the sovereign list. One of them is even in the top 50. How could Wang Xian defeat them? Humph, the assassin squad must have used some tricks to win. The dark net was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about how the assassin squad destroyed the Lufeng squad. Even some experts began to pay attention to this matter. As for the weak squads in the new mystery land, they firmly remembered the assassin squad. If they encountered them in the future, they would immediately avoid them. For the top squads, the assassin squad was still not worthy of their attention. Although the Lufeng squad was strong as a whole, it was not enough for them to pay full attention to them. It's just one victory. What's the big deal? This was the words of an expert from one of the top squads. It also represented the attitude of the other top squads. However, the assassin squad did not care about what the outside world thought of them. What they were most happy about was that they had obtained a lot of cultivation resources from the Lufeng squad. This made the 5 of them beam with joy. In a secret place, the members of the assassin squad were dividing up the cultivation resources of the Lufeng squad. Lu Cheng and the others gave Fong Chun a thumbs up, praising him nonstop. Wang Xian could not help but sigh. Brother Blood Mountain's progress is too fast.